Chapter 761, The Birth of the Mind Power System. Chapter 761, The Birth of the Mind Power System. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A dimension-level warship, even in the Atlan civilization, was a terrifying tactical-grade warship. It was the strongest force of the Atlan civilization at the present. In the Atlan civilization, a dimension-level warship was far more valuable than the Great Lords in the Spellcaster civilization. The Spellcaster civilization merely had 28 lords, but in the Atlan civilization, only 13 dimension-level warships had appeared on the current battlefield, including this one which was destroyed. Now that they had lost a dimension-level warship, this was the heaviest blow to the Atlan civilization. Moreover, the tide began to turn. The destruction of the Atlan civilization's dimension-level warship had transformed how the spellcasters perceived the Atlan civilization. Those warships were not unrivaled, and even the strongest one could be destroyed. Merlin continued forward. The Rock Tribe fighters, Atlan civilization's warships, and light believers under his control grew in numbers. With him at the center, it was like a majestic army which turned around, wildly clashing against the other fighters of the Rock Tribe and the Atlan civilization's warships. The entire situation of the battlefield had been reversed because of Merlin. By himself, Merlin was practically an unstoppable army. No matter how many there were, they only increased Merlin's strength. It was the first time these great legends, honored legends, and lords knew how scary mind power masters were. Control over their minds. Any creature with intelligence could be controlled. On the large scale of the battlefield, Merlin was practically a master. No one was willing to confront a being who could instantly control their mind. After all, no one wished to face their brothers who had just fought by their side to turn around to kill them immediately, madly slaughtering everyone. A mind power master like Merlin who could control hearts and minds was the nightmare of all his enemies. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As if noticing the changes of the battlefield, the two progenitors of the Rock Tribe and the Lord God of Light swiftly wriggled out from their fight with the three ultimate arcane wizards, retreating in a bewildered manner. When they first saw the vast army gathering by Merlin's side, they found it inconceivable, especially the Lord God of Light, who was exceptionally enraged. Of course, he recognized Merlin at once. How could you not have died? The Lord God of Light found it difficult to believe his own eyes. Back then, a puny spellcaster who had wiped out one of his will avatars was now a key figure in turning the tide of the battle. Those who could change the course of a battlefield, other than ultimate existences, were those widely recognized greatest lords. It was even difficult for ultimate existences to kill these greatest lords, who were legendary figures. In millions of years or even longer, the entire Void Zone might not be able to produce one of these fortune-favored children of an era. Clearly, Merlin was not a greatest lord, but his strange abilities were naturally discerned by the rock progenitors and the Lord God of Light at once. They could tell that Merlin was not using the powers of a spellcaster but a terrifying new capability. The Lord God of Light glared steadily at Merlin. His understanding of the spellcaster civilization was even deeper than some spellcasters themselves. Therefore, after a quick observation, his face changed slightly as he said hoarsely, "Could he be a mind power master?" "He is. He must be." In so many years, the spellcaster civilization has been brewing a transformation, producing existences called mind power masters. They don't rely on the power of spell models but mind power. It was just that the mind power system has never been refined, hence, unable to produce beings on par with great legends. Even in the spellcaster civilization, it isn't mainstream at all. Mind power masters? The two progenitors of the Rock Tribe deeply bore this name in their minds. If a mind power master was so fearsome, then it was a frightening system of power. Oh, three ultimate existences, both of your tribes can withdraw first. We've already analyzed that the opponent has intense mind power fluctuations, able to control the minds of any intelligent creature. However, it doesn't seem to affect much any existences above the lords in the spellcaster civilization. Let your lord-level existences stay. Furthermore, our Atlan civilization has thought of a countermeasure. Suddenly, a raspy voice spoke in the ears of the two rock progenitors and the Lord God of Light. They knew that this was the voice of the Atlan civilization's mysterious leader. The Lord God of Light and the two rock progenitors exchanged a glance. Even though the Lord God of Light wanted to kill Merlin, with 3 ultimate arcane wizards keeping a strict watch, his chances of killing Merlin was next to nothing. Thus, he could only retreat for now. Alright, I'll keep my strongest believers in the field. Your rock tribe should do the same with your strongest ancestor-level rock creatures. We'll see how the Atlan civilization will respond. The Lord God of Light and the 2 rock progenitors rapidly retreated. Running away. Merlin turned his gaze to the distance. At this point, his face broke out in a cruel smile. He waved his hand lightly. Instantly, the rock creatures and light believers under the control of his mind power all stepped forward, gathering in a group. One after another. There's no rush. Merlin's eyes turned increasingly icy. Even though he was able to control his emotions well, the Blackfire Lord had died because of him, causing his fury to burn vigorously even now. Bang! The Lord God of Light and the Rock Tribe's progenitors had begun to withdraw, but they kept their eyes on Merlin. Presently, they saw that the rock creatures and the light believers controlled by Merlin were all killing themselves one by one in successive explosions. For a moment, the rock progenitors and the Lord God of Light felt a sense of suffocation, as indescribable rage weighed down their retreating steps. 3 of you, please withdraw as fast as possible. Merlin is provoking you. Once again, the voice of the Atlan civilization's mysterious leader came to them. The rock progenitors and the Lord God of Light were all exuding a frightening murderous force. As lofty ultimate existences, they had never wished so intensely to kill someone. However, Merlin had now succeeded in enraging them. As ultimate existences high above, everyone around them seemed as weak as ants, except for those who were similarly ultimate existences. Nonetheless, it was the first time they had properly noticed Merlin. A method like this was an extreme emotional blow even to an ultimate existence. At the moment, in the pitch-black void zone, rock creatures and light believers were frantically killing themselves as if it was a competition. They erupted in splatters of bloody mists which wafted through the void zone. Regardless of whether it was the rock tribe or the light god organization or even the spellcasters, they were stunned to their very cores at this scene. They had never seen anything like this. Merlin had controlled over 100 rock creatures and light believers. At last, they were all dead, all killed in peculiar, shocking ways, leaving only the warships of the Atlan civilization. Merlin did not kill the Atlans. After all, these warships needed to be operated by them. This was a great help to the spellcasters. Faced with Atlans who did not have much fighting power, spellcasters were able to control them. Look, the Rock Tribe and the Light God organization, even the warships of the Atlan civilization are withdrawing. They are withdrawing. Have we won? Many spellcasters finally noticed that the enemies had started to retreat. They had been prepared for extreme cruelties, and now they seemed to have won after just a short time. Even so, in such a short period, it had been rather ruthless. The spellcaster civilization had lost 3 legend squads, 5 honored legends, and the Blackfire Lord. Compared to the losses of the Rock Tribe, the Light God organization, and the Atlan civilization, this was nothing at all. Only the Blackfire Lord's death caused them much regret. The 20 right lords from now on were left with 27 lords. However, they had Wizard Merlin, who was not a lord but even better, a noble existence who had tentatively refined the mind power system. In this war, Merlin had reversed their disadvantaged position by himself. Otherwise, how difficult would it have been to counter the attacks of the Atlan civilization? Nonetheless, Merlin did not let anyone go but waved his hand, advancing with the remaining Atlan civilization warships which he had controlled. However, Merlin soon discovered that the Lord-level existences of the Rock Tribe and the Light God organization had stayed behind. The Empire-level and City-level warship of the Atlan civilization controlled by Merlin were no match for these Lord-level existences. Furthermore, from behind them, out flew martial art robots. Among them, many were comparable to honored legends, manufactured by the Atlan civilization's Dimension-level warship. Merlin's mind power could not overpower Lord-level existences. Likewise, it could not gain control over martial arts robots which were simply controlled by complex programs. On the battlefield, the Atlan civilization was far more formidable than the Rock Tribe, the Light God organization, and even the Spellcaster civilization. They were able to think up of an effective countermeasure in such a short time. Merlin fell into momentary silence. In the end, he did not continue forward. The other side seemed to have stopped the fight as well. Both sides were in momentary respite, each retreating. The three great arcane cities had currently merged. They were originally founded by the three great arcane wizards, so naturally, they were easily united. Currently, all fighters of the spellcaster civilization above legends had gathered here. The three great arcane wizards presided from up high with the 27 lords right below them. However, the one who stood out was Merlin. It was the first time an honored legend sat among the 27 lords, but no one had objected. Instead, they seemed to treat it as a certainty. Everyone knew that in the past thousands of years, ever since the spellcaster civilization set foot in the Void Zone, the first major development had occurred. Everyone, from today, I'll publicize a new cultivation system, the Mind Power System. I finally refined it tentatively after going through various twists of fate. Anyone who's awakened their mind power can cultivate, and all spellcasters can even pick it up. It's just a shame that Teacher Blackfire, who's given me so much help, couldn't live to see this moment. Merlin stood in mid-air, his body emanated his grieving emotion, which even spread outward, unwittingly affecting everyone. Only those above the lords would not be influenced as much. Controlling minds. What a scary mind power master. To think that the mind power system, which I thought had no future and would never be developed, is now actually refined. Wizard Merlin is really impressive and amazing. He can lead the mind power system to a point where it's not even inferior to our spellcaster system. Even the ultimate arcane wizards had never imagined that the puny mind power system could become so formidable. Furthermore, after this war, having seen the terrifying power of Merlin's mind control with their own eyes, no one would look down upon the mind power system. The mind power system was finally born after being refined tentatively by Merlin. Merlin knew that this was also due to the contributions of the Blackfire Lord, Titus, and even the Purple Emperor. Nonetheless, the birth of the mind power system was perhaps what they had hoped for, and it was fulfilled. Blackfire's dream was finally achieved. It's just a shame he can't see it for himself. Arcane Wizard Sito's eyes revealed a subtle, sorrowful look. Ha ha, Wizard Merlin, today, and could only try their best. Otherwise, the spellcaster civilization would truly be in peril. By the way, Wizard Sito, where's the giant tribe's Titan dimension? I don't have a detailed dimension map. Wizard Sito took out a dimension map. He had naturally been prepared. Matrix, scan. After the Matrix had scanned the dimension map, Merlin ordered, go to the Titan dimension. The warship began to shake lightly. It was caused by the startup of the engine. However, the shaking soon disappeared, and the speed of the warship rose wildly. Wizard Sito looked out of the warship and nodded. The Atlan civilization really is unique. This warship is very convenient, much more than our casting tools. Merlin hardly needed to do anything to operate the warship. Each civilization took a different path, but there were still some aspects that were worth learning from. For example, if spellcasters drew from the Atlan civilization warships, the casting tools refined might become much faster. Merlin looked and saw that the warship still had a high energy supply, enough to reach the Titan dimension. It might take half a year to reach, but it was not a long time for spellcasters. Hum. The warship shook slightly, waking up Merlin from the illusory world. He had been in the illusory world discussing with Titus about the mind power system. You're awake. Merlin glanced at Wizard Sito. He had long been awake, but his eyes were always fixed outside the warship. At this time, Merlin realized that a faint light had appeared unknowingly from the outside. The light became brighter as if it could illuminate the entire void zone. What's going on? Matrix, what's happening in front? Merlin hurriedly asked the Matrix. The Matrix controlled the entire warship, so it would know best what was happening outside. A large amount of energy is being emitted. Detected a terrifying unknown being. Danger! Slow down immediately. Stop! Merlin quickly stopped the Matrix. At this moment, even the entire warship began to feel burning hot. Swoosh! Arcane Wizard Sito stood up, his eyes fixed to the front. Merlin and Arcane Wizard Sito could both see that in the vast void zone lay an incomparably large beast. A slothful beast? Merlin was stunned. He was extremely familiar with the slothful beast. In the past, he had been swallowed into the body of a slothful beast. If not for arcane wizard Sito's intervention, Merlin might still be stuck inside. Therefore, after seeing the slothful beast, Merlin secretly felt fear. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and stay as far away as possible from the slothful beast. Wizard Sito, it's a slothful beast. We should hurry away. Merlin saw Wizard Sito staring intently at the slothful beast, and reminded him. Wizard Sito's gaze became more solemn. He pointed at the slothful beast in front of them and said, "What's that in front of the slothful beast?" In front of the slothful beast? Merlin followed arcane wizard Sito's eyes, and carefully looked at the slothful beast. The beast's head seemed to be at the side, with its back facing Merlin's warship. Its huge head seemed to be submerged in a sea of fire, and upon closer look, one could see a terrifying country filled with flames everywhere, as wide as at least a dozen dimensions. Since when did the Void Zone have a mysterious place like this that even the slothful beast can't struggle out from? Merlin was shocked to realize that the slothful beast seemed to have been sucked in by the flames, and could not break free. Boom! Suddenly, the slothful beast struggled violently, and that terrifying power even affected Merlin's warship. The roars caused Merlin's mind power to feel like they were about to collapse. What the hell is this place? Merlin looked at arcane wizard Sito, but even this grand ultimate existence shook his head. He did not know what this place was either. He was also shocked. The slothful beast was a terrifying being in the Void Zone. In the past, even when the three great arcane wizards had attacked the slothful beast together, they could not do anything about it. It showed just how frightening the slothful beast was. However, now, it seemed that this strange sea of fire could make the slothful beast extremely fearful. Go, run! Did not know since when the Void Zone had an ultimate existence like the Flare Emperor. Sito was unclear about this, but Merlin was flabbergasted. Ever since he had entered the purple dimension and learned about the Void Zone's secrets from countless years ago, he knew that the Void Zone once had the 36 Emperors. They truly stood at the peak, and in the infinite Void Zone, there was no one mightier than them. To be called an Emperor, this must be one of the 36 Emperors. The Flare Emperor, could he be one of the 36 Emperors? Although Merlin had guessed as much, he still asked softly. You know about the 36 Emperors? That's right, the creator of our sacred land and the entire Flare region world is one of the 36 Emperors, Sir Flare Emperor. Upon hearing that Merlin knew about the 36 Emperors, Flarite's wariness seemed to evaporate significantly. Wizard Sito knitted his brow. As an ultimate existence, he had never heard of these 36 Emperors, so he asked Merlin, Wizard Merlin, you've never mentioned these 36 Emperors before? After some careful thought, Merlin finally decided to tell arcane wizard Sito about the 36 Emperors and the vestigial tribe. This was the Void Zone's greatest secret. It happened too long ago, to the point that even ultimate existences had never heard of the legends regarding the 36 Emperors. Chapter 775, Prison. Chapter 775, Prison. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Sito, previously I was in the boundless territory where I met Maya of the Golden Light Tribe. At that time, I hadn't become an honored legend, and was merely a great wizard. Sito nodded. Maya from the Golden Light Tribe? I know a little about him. The Golden Light Tribe is a weaker civilization, but as they have an existence on par with an honored legend like Maya, they could just about survive in the Void Zone. Of course, though you weren't an honored legend, you were already close to one. Naturally, Sito knew about Merlin's capability. Despite not becoming an honored legend, Merlin would have been close to one. However, Sito did not know that Merlin also had the Empire-level warship of the Atlan civilization at that time, so Merlin was unafraid of Maya. Maya and I began to fight over some matter, and coincidentally came across a massive purple dimension. Both of us entered the purple dimension, later discovering that this was an inheritance left behind by the Purple Emperor, an incomparably ancient existence from who knows how many million years ago. It was in this purple dimension that I've learned about the Void Zone's early secrets. It turns out that the Void Zone had been matchlessly prosperous. There were the 36 Emperors who were the strongest beings in the infinite Void Zone. They were not something an average ultimate existence can compare to. Nonetheless, the 36 emperors suffered major casualties. Despite their immense power, they had to confront a catastrophe that had engulfed the entire void zone, the vestigial tribe. The vestigial tribe was different from other civilizations. They could rely on external forces to possess terrifying powers. They had warships, puppets, and could even borrow external forces to become lords or even ultimate existences. Plus, the vestigial tribe had the power to kill ultimate existences. They did not fear the power of the natural order because their system of strength couldn't merge with the natural order. This catastrophe swept across the void zone. After an unknown number of years of war, the 36 emperors did not even hold much hope for winning, so they each left behind their various inheritances. Merlin explained all he knew in detail. The vestigial tribe and the 36 emperors. All these were secret, not known to even the 3 arcane wizards of the spellcaster civilization and many other ultimate existences. After all, these were matters too distant in the past, until even the present ultimate existences would be unable to imagine. That's right. You're Wizard Merlin, yes? What you said is about the same as the records left behind by Sir Flare Emperor. The 36 emperors had led the civilizations of the Void Zone to confront the vestigial tribe, resulting in endless casualties. It was too merciless. Fortunately, we won in the end, but Sir Flare Emperor went missing. We don't know where he went, and are only left with this prison. Prison? You say this place is a prison? Merlin looked puzzled. The entire Flare region world seemed quite peculiar indeed. The space was so solid that not even a great lord could break through, yet a mere world like this could produce so many honored legends. In addition, in this sacred land, there were powerful existences who, like Flarite, were close to a lord who had 5 ultimate maxims, able to try merging with the natural order. Many formidable civilizations would find it difficult to give birth to beings like these. Furthermore, other than Flarite, Merlin's mind power had detected 2 others in the sacred land who were formidable existences at the level of a lord. A small world like this had gathered so many contenders. It was strange indeed. So, this prison is used to lock up whom? Of course it's to lock up the vestigial tribe. Flarite spoke with a shrug. The vestigial tribe? You still have the vestigial tribe? Merlin stood up in a rush, his face gripped by surprise. When he had heard about the vestigial tribe from the Purple Emperor, he was already very shocked. He found it difficult to imagine a civilization that could take over the entire Void Zone. At the moment, the Spellcaster civilization, the Rock Tribe civilization, even including the God Alliance, could occupy a very small region of the entire Void Zone at most. They had not even reached the end of the Void Zone, much less taken over the entire Void Zone. Therefore, Merlin found it difficult to conceive how powerful the vestigial tribe must have been back then. Still, he had never seen the vestigial tribe. Now that he had heard this was a prison to detain the vestigial tribe, would he not be dumbstruck? Flarite shook his head powerlessly. At first, this was a place Sir Flare Emperor designed to imprison the vestigial tribe. However, later on, even Sir Flare Emperor himself was gone. Naturally, it did not detain any vestigial tribe. We're still guessing if the war has ended. That's right, you came from the outer region. Based on your manner, you don't even know about the vestigial tribe. Has the war really ended? Merlin stared at Flarite in utter shock. Could Flarite have lived for so long, constantly staying in the Flare region world? It was true that many beings such as gods would not die as long as their divinity lasted. Theoretically, they could live on forever. However, in reality, they had not seen anyone who had lived very long. After all, in the Void Zone, there were many unexpected events. During a fight with someone, a moment of carelessness could lead to death. Don't look at me like that. I've simply lived for a longer time, that's all. Flarite spoke breezily. By now, Sito had vaguely sensed how terrifying Flarite was, whose lifespan was even longer than the birth of many powerful civilizations. Nonetheless, Sito was burning with one question ever since Merlin had described the vestigial tribe, especially since the spellcaster civilization was not in a favorable situation, so he panicked. Merlin, the vestigial tribe that you've mentioned earlier, could they be the Atlan civilization? Wizard Sito finally could not help but ask. After all, Merlin's description of the vestigial tribe seemed similar to the Atlan civilization. The Atlan dimension by itself was already so unique, completely cutting off the natural order. It was not an ordinary dimension and must be hiding some secrets. Furthermore, there was the ultimate level divinity the Atlan civilization had gifted to the Lord God of Light, which allowed him to recover so quickly. This made the three ultimate arcane wizards somewhat suspicious, but as they did not know the secret of the vestigial tribe, they did not consider the matter from other perspectives. Nevertheless, upon careful consideration, there were too many doubtful points. The Atlan civilization could not possibly emerge suddenly in such a formidable manner. The Atlan civilization? Merlin frowned. Now that Wizard Sito had brought this up, he could only reply. Initially, I have my suspicions as well. The Atlan civilization is too similar to the vestigial tribe, but they're too far apart. They don't even have an ultimate existence. Even the void-level warship is merely a rumor, and it's still not manufactured. Even so, I now suspect whether the Atlan civilization is connected to the vestigial tribe. For instance, they might be some type of descendant. Who can tell? It was not just Merlin but Wizard Sito who had thought of this. If the Atlan civilization was the descendant of the vestigial tribe, there would be great trouble. What is this Atlan civilization you speak of? They're the descendants of the vestigial tribe or are somehow linked to them. Flarite's expression had turned serious. This is merely conjecture on our part. Perhaps you've stayed in the Flare region world for too long, so you don't know that there aren't any traces left of the vestigial tribe. On the other hand, there's this strange civilization called the Atlan civilization. Now, they're waging war against our spellcaster civilization, and we're on our way to ask for support from the giant tribe. Merlin briefly outlined the present situation, and Flarite soon got the gist of it. Therefore, we now need your help, Master of the Sacred Land, in leaving this Flare region world. Merlin spoke sincerely. Currently, they must leave the Flare region world as quickly as possible and return to the Void Zone. Otherwise, there was no telling how the situation would change for the spellcaster civilization. Back then, Sir Flare Emperor had given us orders to imprison the vestigial tribe for they are our enemy. It's too bad that we three sentinels appointed by Sir Flare Emperor don't have the power to leave the Flare region world because this is a prison, therefore, even for us, we can only enter but not exit. Flarite spoke helplessly, and his words induced a great change in Merlin and Sito's expressions. This meant that they had no way of leaving the Flare region world. Chapter 776, The Limbo Prison. Chapter 776, The Limbo Prison. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's only possible to enter but not to exit. What does this mean? Merlin and Sito's faces turned ashen. They did not wish to be trapped in the Flare region world for countless years, or they would be unable to visit the giant tribe to help the spellcaster civilization. The consequences would be unthinkable. Flarite looked up with a bitter smile. You've heard earlier that the entire Flare region world is a prison to detain the vestigial tribe. This prison is incomparably solid. Whether from outside or inside, it's nearly impossible to exit. If a prison allows one to go out easily, what kind of prison is it? Of course, Sir Flare Emperor had said that the exception would be those ultimate existences who could sense the traces of the natural order left here. They might still be able to break free from this prison. However, from the looks of it, you're not ultimate existences, right? The Flare region world was a prison made to lock in the vestigial tribe. Other than ultimate existences, no one would be able to break free from it. With this thought, Sito raised his head abruptly, and darkness maxim swiftly gathering over his body. Merlin did not stop Wizard Sito when he saw what Sito was doing. He might as well let Sito give it a shot, to see if it was as impossible to leave the Flare region world as Flarite had said. Open! Sito waved his hand, and the terrifying darkness element turned into a darkness giant. It grasped with both hands at something and tore it apart furiously. If this was an ordinary dimension, a tear like this would easily split the dimension apart. Nonetheless, the Flare region world merely gave a small shudder. The breeze brushed past softly, and nothing changed. Why is it like this? Merlin's expression turned cold. He saw that Wizard Sito was unhappy as well. They were trapped in the Flare region world. How about that? I wasn't lying, right? I wanted to leave this place. It's been so many years. Even though we have orders from Sir Flare Emperor, who would stay here. During these years, the world that was initially barren gradually gave birth to living creatures, even developing into a civilization. We've witnessed the glory and decline of many empires, even the golden era of this world. However, no matter what, we can't change the fact that this is a prison, and we can't get out. Flarite's tone was despondent. It was not that he did not want to leave. Conversely, no one would want to stay here after being in this place for so long. They wished to leave too. However, this was a prison designed by the Flare Emperor of the 36 Emperors. How could they leave so easily? Back then, the three of them who were selected did not plan on leaving. Even so, after an extensive passage of time, even the strongest resolve would waver. There must be a way. Flarite, as sentinels of this prison, where is this prison exactly? Merlin looked up and fixed a gaze on Flarite as he asked carefully. The prison's exact position? This entire dimension is a prison. For instance, you are trapped in here, and can't go out. This is the prison. Flarite's words helped Merlin understand that the entire Flare region world was a natural prison. They were swept into this world, and could not get out. Then how do you control this prison? As sentinels, you may have some special methods to control it. Otherwise, why would the Flare region world suck us in? Merlin did not buy into Flarite's excuses. Perhaps Flarite was mainly speaking the truth, but he must have kept some things to himself. The way they were swept into the Flare region world, for example, was something a prison would not do. Flarite's expression was one of embarrassment as he explained in a low voice, "All right. There's no issue telling you now since there's no vestigial tribe in this prison, and they've vanished anyway. To be honest, you were sucked in by the Flare region world because some small mishaps had occurred throughout the years. Not even I can control it." Mishaps? That's right, mishaps. Initially, the Flare region world wouldn't engulf you in that manner, but as more time passed, I kept trying to leave the Flare region world every day. Therefore, this caused some small mishaps, and the entire Flare region world would explode with immense power irregularly. This is the power of the entire prison, and anyone below ultimate existences would be unable to escape. Unless the power of the natural order is involved, anyone would be swept into the Flare region world. Flarite was rather embarrassed. He wanted to leave the Flare region world too badly but unintentionally caused more issues. Not only was he still unable to escape, but he had also triggered the function of the prison, which constantly capture people. Merlin and Ceto were such sacrifices. Merlin knitted his brow. He thought about the slothful beast. This was an existence beast which the three arcane wizards could not handle, yet it was sucked into the Flare region world. Although the slothful beast is powerful, it can't mobilize the power of the natural order. It can only move by instinct. That's right, Wizard Merlin, we can use the slothful beast. Ceto seemed to have thought of a plan, and his eyes shone. That's right. The slothful beast is very strong. Can it break out of this prison? Merlin's eyes gleamed as well. They thought of the slothful beast. Nonetheless, it was difficult to manipulate the slothful beast because it would not become enraged. The slothful beast would not pay any attention at all using ordinary methods. Just like how the three great arcane wizards had attacked the slothful beast in the past, but the slothful beast did not care at all, and the three arcane wizards could do nothing. This time, Flarite had tried to use various techniques of attacking the slothful beast, but it still did not react. Merlin thought about it for a moment, then told Flarite, "Bring us there for a look since it's an area under the Sentinel's control. Since you're Sentinels, you're surely able to control the Flare region world. I'm guessing you've exploited that factor to try and leave this world." "That's right, that's what I did. However, it's too difficult to leave. I'll take you for a look." Flarite did not refuse and immediately stood up. He softly delivered instructions to the man beside him, following which the man took his leave first, probably to make preparations. "Both of you, please follow me." With that, Merlin and Wizard Ceto followed behind Flarite, heading outside. After a short moment, that man had joined Flarite once again, bringing with him a woman whose force Merlin had previously detected through his mind power. she must be a sentinel of the sacred land as well. I forgot to introduce to you. These two are sentinels as well. Back then, Sir Flare Emperor had arranged for them to assist me in guarding this prison. The man was called Flaro and the woman was called Flamen. They were both comparable to lords, which made Merlin and Ceto endlessly astounded. It was not surprising that they were able to guard this massive prison. The Flare Emperor spared no expenses, sending 3 lords to act as sentinels. All right, this is the heart of the sacred land. There's another name for this place, called the Limbo Prison. It's simple, although the entire Flare region world is a prison, if someone comes in here and stir up trouble, then as sentinels will have to do our jobs. We'll capture them and throw them into the Limbo Prison. As the name suggests, the Limbo Prison will put one in a state akin to limbo. Very few people, other than ultimate existences, will be able to bear that torment. As Flarite explained, he revealed some apprehension toward this Limbo Prison. Merlin looked ahead. Indeed, there was a huge, open space before them, burning with unceasing light blue flames that surged turbulently. Just the force of the blaze alone induced a sense of extreme danger in Merlin. Hiss! Merlin condensed a flash of darkness maxim that instantly blanketed the sea of light blue flames. However, in the blink of an eye, Merlin's darkness maxim was reduced to ashes. Merlin's face changed slightly. Even an ultimate maxim was burned to ashes. This light blue blaze was truly incomparably frightening. Chapter 777, Becoming a Lord. Chapter 777, Becoming a Lord. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin, what are you doing? Wizard Ceto saw that Merlin was making a beeline for the Limbo Prison, and asked hurriedly. Merlin did not answer Wizard Ceto but instead, asked Flarite, these flames of the Limbo Prison are left behind by the Flare Emperor? That's right, the flames of the Limbo Prison are left behind by Sir Flare Emperor. Actually, Sir Flare Emperor is different from us. He's not from any Flare tribe. From birth to death, Sir Flare Emperor is unique because he's born from the flames. In other words, Sir Flare Emperor himself is a strand of flame. Ceto raised an eyebrow, asking disbelievingly, how's that possible? If the Flare Emperor is a flame, that would reverse the natural order. How is that possible? There's nothing impossible. Faced with Wizard Ceto's questioning, Flarite became more generous with information instead. He smiled and said, in the vast void zone, what life form doesn't exist? According to an ancient legend, any life born from reversing the natural order would surely be a noble existence. Life forms that reverse the natural order have unimaginable potential. Back then, Sir Flare Emperor was one such being that reversed the natural order, being born of flames. In the end, he became one of the greatest 36 emperors. Flarite began to explain once more. The Flare Emperor was singular indeed, and could not be replicated. Although these sentinels had the surname Flar, in truth, they were not a tribe. Instead, they were foreign tribes recruited by the Flare Emperor from various dimensions of the Void Zone. There was only one true member of the Flare tribe, and that was the Flare Emperor. Wizard Ceto, just think of the Black Cat Didymos and you'll understand. Conversely, Merlin was first to accept this. After all, the Black Cat Didymos had spent a significant period by Merlin's side. Merlin was not surprised at all if Didymos progressed even more rapidly than Merlin. Didymos. That's true. If it's a life form that reverses the natural order, it boggles the mind. To be able to become one of the 36 emperors isn't that inconceivable. Now Wizard Ceto had gradually understood the might of the 36 emperors. These were existences who were acknowledged to stand at the peak of the entire Void Zone. Each of the 36 emperors had many ultimate existences under their command. He knew that even Augustus, compared to the 36 emperors, would face a world of difference. There was no point of comparison at all. Since these flames were left behind by the Flare Emperor, they must be the true essence of fire. Even though there's no power of the natural order, they're endlessly powerful, not inferior to a flame maxim in the slightest. When this occurred to him, Merlin became more interested in the Limbo Prison. After condensing his darkness maxim, he kept thinking of condensing more ultimate maxims. The moment he had condensed one more ultimate maxim, Merlin would become a great lord. Nonetheless, Merlin's talent for understanding maxims was not that great. Although he was a rare 6-elemental wizard, he merely had unlimited potential. At present, he had the highest chance of condensing a fire-type ultimate maxim. Therefore, when he came across these light blue flames that were connected to fire, and left behind by the Flare Emperor, one of the lofty 36 emperors, Merlin naturally could not miss this chance. You wish to rely on these flames left by the Flare Emperor to consolidate a fire-type maxim? Sito finally figured out Merlin's plan, and asked with a frown. Merlin nodded. Nonetheless, Wizard Sito had missed the mark somewhat. Merlin did not simply wish to condense a maxim but an ultimate maxim. Although his chances were low, he had to try it no matter what. There was no time to lose, for it was rare to come by a chance like this. Master of the Sacred Land, I wish to attain the Flame Maxim. You should be able to control the Limbo Prison. Can you leave behind a tiny portion of the flames? Merlin did not blindly rush into the raging, sizzling flames of the Limbo Prison. This was a place feared even by great lords, used expressly to punish powerful beings who incited trouble in the prison. Naturally, Merlin had to be prudent. You want to use these flames? Right on, you must want to use them to understand something. We've often learned from these flames Sir Flare Emperor had left behind as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't be where we are today. Flarite could understand Merlin's intentions. This was something left by one of the mighty existences of the 36 emperors, how could it not be precious? Anyone who utilized the power of fire would be tempted. Sito and Merlin had figured out that the Flare region world used to cultivate the power of fire. This was likely linked to the Flare Emperor, who had imparted this system of power. Meanwhile Flarite, in turn, passed it on to the rest of the Flare region world. Merlin's body still flickered with the darkness maxim. The maxim chains protected Merlin from head to toe. As soon as he stepped into the Limbo Prison, Merlin could feel a force of extreme danger. Although these light blue flames were already under Flarite's total control, Merlin was still very cautious, not daring to let down his guard at all. All right, you can release some of the flames. Let me experience them properly. Merlin shut his eyes lightly. He had already prepared himself for the experience. His mind started to recall his understanding of flames, and his learning of fire element before this. These all battered against his mind incessantly. When he was originally a great wizard, Merlin's understanding of fire element was about the same as his understanding of darkness element. However, later on, Merlin's darkness-type understanding advanced, and took the lead in condensing an ultimate maxim. With Merlin's current comprehension of fire element, he should just about be able to condense an ordinary maxim, becoming a legend. Nonetheless, this was merely the first step, far from enough. What he wanted to create was an ultimate maxim. Although there was no essential difference between ultimate maxims and ordinary maxims, the disparity in strength was huge. Just as with humans, there was a massive difference between a child and a strong healthy adult. Merlin wanted to directly attain the ultimate maxim, which was akin to forcing his growth, cutting short the time it would take. Naturally, this was very challenging. The usual process would take many years. Take note, I'll slowly release the flames in the Limbo Prison. Flarite began to slowly release the flames of the Limbo Prison. In gradual degrees, the heat of the Limbo Prison started to increase, and Merlin was faced with the light blue flames which even lords feared. The flames on Merlin's body were furiously burning as well. He wanted to distinguish between these two types of flames. This was one of the methods for attaining an ultimate maxim. Only through differentiation, one could recognize the essence of the element. Sizzle. When the two types of flames met, although Merlin's flames were greater in volume, and the light blue flame merely had one wisp, this light blue flame still did not lose any ground despite being surrounded by Merlin's flames. Instead, it drew support from Merlin's flames and combusted vigorously, flaring up in force. The light blue flames used Merlin's flames to burn madly. Merlin was rather taken aback. Flames could be incinerated by flames. Merlin had never seen this, so it far surpassed his imagination. Not even the strongest fire-type maxim could use other flames as a base for combustion. Although Merlin did not know what this was, this did not hinder his learning. He stared at the seemingly unstoppable blaze and gained another insight. The essence of flames was to burn. Fire was equivalent to burning. No matter what power or function it had, fire could only be produced after combustion. Before this, Merlin's understanding of flames was limited to destruction and power, which slightly touched upon the true essence. Still, that would merely produce an ordinary maxim. The ultimate maxim of flames was in fact burning. Based on how the light blue flames had used his ordinary flames as a foundation to begin the ignition, a flash of inspiration immediately came to Merlin. Burning, no matter what, anything below flames could burn. Perhaps the Flare Emperor's flames were significantly distinct from the flame maxim that Merlin was attaining. After all, the system of power was different. Nevertheless, Merlin was inspired, gaining new comprehension. Rumble. In an instant, Merlin's flames swelled up dramatically, forming a terrifying sea of fire in mid-air that nearly enveloped the entire sacred land. What's this? Flarite was slightly shocked. This was such a tremendous commotion that might affect his control over the Flare region world. After all, the sacred land was the core of the prison area. His condensed a fire-type ultimate maxim? He really is consolidating it. Nothing could beat Sito's amazement. He knew clearly what it meant to consolidate an ultimate maxim in one step. Most wizards would condense a maxim before slowly consolidating an ultimate maxim. If everything went smoothly, it would take a few centuries or even 1,000 years. However, Merlin had just condensed the darkness maxim. How long ago was that? Now, he was starting to consolidate a fire-type ultimate maxim. Once he had succeeded, the spellcaster civilization would have another great lord. Back then, the Blackfire Lord had only become a great lord with darkness-type and fire-type maxims. If Merlin could successfully condense an ultimate flame maxim, he would not be inferior to the Blackfire Lord. Due to his mind power system, Merlin was even able to wield more functions than the Blackfire Lord. Perhaps it's time to call him the Glory Lord. A smile tugged at the corner of Wizard Sito's mouth. No matter what, when Merlin's abilities had improved and the spellcaster had an additional Great Lord, it was worthy of celebration. The disturbance in the sky grew wilder and wilder. It was not elements but simply the ultimate maxim that Merlin was consolidating. Clouds of fire descended, transforming into wisps of maxim. This was distinct from Merlin's maxim chains. This time, the fire-type maxim turned into balls of condensation. Merlin could clearly feel the fearsome strength contained within. Maxim chains can seal off while the fire-type maxim possesses a mighty attack. A smirk flitted across Merlin's lips. Bit by bit, he slowly absorbed the flame maxim that filled the sky into his own body. At the present moment, Merlin was already a great lord. Boom! Suddenly, the entire sacred land quaked slightly. Soon, a very fine crack appeared in the air. In the midst of the flames, it was completely unremarkable. However, both Sito and Flarite looked up quickly toward the sky, their eyes fixed steadily upon that crack. Flarite seemed rather remorseful as he said, "After causing such a great disturbance, I'm afraid it has damaged the core of the prison. This will affect the entire Flare region world." However, that small bit of power was insufficient to cause the Flare region world to shake like that, much less create a crack. Could it be the flames of the Limbo prison? Flarite knew that the sacred land was the core of the entire Flare region world. Any changes that happened to the sacred land would reverberate across the entire Flare region world. Moreover, the sacred land's core was the Limbo prison designed by the Flare Emperor. It was just that the light blue flames of the Limbo prison were too overbearing. Usually, Flarite would not come to the Limbo prison on his own. However, Sito had sensed something else. As an avatar of an ultimate existence, although he could not mobilize the power of the natural order, he had an unparalleled sensitivity toward it. Therefore, in that instant when the crack emerged, the power of the natural order rapidly surged in. Sito noticed this at once because the Flare region world functioned to cut off the natural order's power, so his senses were particularly heightened. So, this gigantic prison of the Flare region world isn't indestructible. When he saw that crack, and felt the sudden surge of the power of the natural order, Wizard Sito was incomparably galvanized. He seemed to have gained hope of leaving the Flare region world. Chapter 778, Hope of Leaving. Chapter 778, Hope of Leaving. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Sito was extremely excited. He knew that the flare region world was no longer incomparably sturdy. That was more than enough. As long as it was not sturdy, there would be hope to leave. Merlin was still forming his fire-type ultimate maxim, and did not pay attention to the situation in the sacred land. He did not even pay attention to the situation in the limbo prison. The only thing he paid attention to was the state in his body. The fire-type ultimate maxim was forming and continuously entangled and fused with the darkness maxim, but could also easily separate. It was not as simple as adding the two ultimate maxims formed as it was multiplication. Currently, Merlin was completely worthy of being the glorious Lord. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. In the limbo prison in the flare region world, I had the opportunity to condense an ultimate maxim and become a lord. Merlin was overjoyed. He knew how challenging it was to form an ultimate maxim. Back then when he formed his darkness maxim, it was also through various coincidences before he finally managed to successfully form it. However, this time, the flame maxim seemed to be going very smoothly. Just by arriving at the limbo prison and facing the unknown blue flames, he had successfully formed the maxim very quickly. Even Merlin felt that he was extremely lucky. At present, the spellcaster civilization was facing threats from the Rock Clan, the Light God organization, and the Atlan civilization. Merlin was extremely happy to become a lord at this time. This ensured that he had more power to protect himself in the war. After all, ever since he had perfected the mind power system and could control people's minds, he would become a common target. If he appeared on the battlefield, he would attract countless attention, so it would naturally be better if he were stronger. Swoosh! Merlin flew to Wizard Ceto and Flarite with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Wizard Merlin. You're now the glorious Lord. Wizard Ceto was happy for Merlin from the bottom of his heart, and Flarite also nodded and smiled. He could feel the increase in Merlin's strength. However, to a quasi-ultimate existence comparable to someone with 5 ultimate maxims like him, the increase in Merlin's strength was not remarkable at all. It was just a shame that the sacred land was destroyed, especially the limbo prison. Those light blue flames were very likely to spread, so he had to reinforce this place to prevent that from happening. It's still useless. We can't leave this place. Merlin was slightly saddened. Although he was lucky to break through and become a great lord, with his strength, he was still unable to burst through the flare region world and return to the void zone. Who said we can't leave this place? Wizard Ceto said with a smile that did not seem like a smile as he looked at the sacred land. Merlin's heart trembled as he asked, Wizard Ceto, do you have a way? Flarite asked incredulously, Ceto, I understand this flare region world the most. Even I don't have any way to break through it. You can leave the void zone? It was not surprising that Flarite was in disbelief. Even Ceto and Merlin added together were no match for Flarite, and if Flarite himself had no way of leaving the flare region world, how could Merlin and Ceto have? I can't break through the flare region world, but the limbo prison isn't unbreakable. Did you notice anything when Merlin was forming his maxim? Wizard Ceto's eyes flashed. Right now, there was hope in his heart, so his gloominess was also swept away. Notice anything? When Merlin was in the limbo prison, there were changes around the sacred land. I couldn't even completely control the entire sacred land. Oh, that crack. Flarite immediately recalled that crack. Although it only appeared for an instant, it left an unusually deep impression on him. He had stayed in the flare region world for so many years, but he had never seen a crack appear in the flare region dimension before. Earlier, he had been worried if the core region of the flare region world suffered any changes. However, it was not controlled by him, so he did not linger on the thought. Now that Wizard Ceto reminded him and he thought more carefully about it, he immediately became excited. This was the hope of being able to leave. Yes, that crack is our hope of leaving. Earlier, when that crack appeared, I felt an intense force from the natural order. This means that when Merlin formed his ultimate maxim, it caused the entire sacred land to shake for some reason. The sacred land, especially the limbo prison, is the core of the flare region world, right? A crack will only appear if the core is shaken. If we can continue to shake this core, there'll be hope for leaving this flare region world. Wizard Ceto already had this speculation in his heart. This time, he brought them all to light now. Flarite looked at the sacred land and the limbo prison. After a long time, he finally took a deep breath, and nodded affirmatively. Yes, it must be because of the limbo prison. Sir Flare Emperor said before that the Flare region world is extremely sturdy, and is a huge prison. If someone who isn't an ultimate existence gets imprisoned here, then they'll never be able to leave again. The three of us were only chosen to become guards of this huge prison after a careful selection, and we've never thought of leaving here. However, after so many years, the Flare region world has never imprisoned any members from the vestigial tribe, but imprisoned us instead. We've guarded the core region here tightly, but we've never thought that this core region was our greatest hope of leaving the Flare region world. The limbo prison is the heart of the core. The light blue flames were left behind by the great Sir Flare Emperor. Perhaps only the power he left behind can truly break through the Flare region world. They looked at the limbo prison. The light blue flames in the limbo prison were just too terrifying. Furthermore, Flarite only controlled the limbo prison, and not the flames in the prison. Even Flarite himself was terrified of the light blue flames. How could he use those flames to break out of the huge prison which was also the Flare region world? At that time, Merlin and Ceto, as well as the three beings comparable to great lords in the sacred land, were baffled by this problem. Merlin personally experienced the terror of the light blue flames. He believed that even if he had formed a fire-type ultimate maxim now, he would still die miserably if he went against the endless light blue flames. Merlin was not certain that he could control the light blue flames, and Wizard Ceto even less so. Everyone, what do we do? We can't control the flames, so how do we use the flames to break out of the Flare region world? Do we have to remain trapped here our entire lives? Merlin's expression was dark. The joy of becoming a great lord had also faded. Flarite said helplessly, "We'll have to wait. Perhaps after tens of thousands of years, we'll be able to control the light blue flames. However, this possibility is very slim." Flarite and the other two wanted to leave the Flare region world, but they had already stayed here for a long time, so they did not care for an additional million years. To them, waiting was not a problem at all. However, Merlin and Ceto could no longer wait. They did not have the time to wait. If a million years passed, by the time they went back, the entire spellcaster civilization might have already ceased to exist. Therefore, they had to try their best to leave the Flare region world in the shortest amount of time possible. "I'll try again." Merlin stood up. He had just formed his flame maxim and wanted to try controlling these flames. However, the success rate was very low. These light blue flames could burn even Merlin's ultimate maxim, and were extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it would not have been left behind by the Flare Emperor to torture those imprisoned here. No, you can't withstand those flames. If there's anything that can resist them, it'll be... Suddenly, Wizard Ceto stopped talking. That was because an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 779, Idea. Chapter 779, Idea. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin watched as Ceto's expression changed, and hesitated before asking, "Wizard Ceto, did you think of a way?" Flarite's eyes also brightened as he stared at Wizard Ceto. Wizard Ceto glanced at the two, and said in a low voice, "I've thought of an idea. To leave the Flare region world, we'll have to make use of these light blue flames left behind by the Flare Emperor. However, which one of us can withstand the burns from the light blue flames? Therefore, if we can find something that's unafraid of being burnt by the flames, we might have a chance." Unafraid of the limbo prison? Flarite's face darkened immediately. The Flare Emperor left this behind just to punish the vestigial tribe members. How would there be anyone unafraid of those flames? Even this Flare region world's most powerful person, Flarite, was terrified by those light blue flames. No, Master of the Sacred Land, right now, in the Flare region world, you're no longer the strongest. At least, there's someone who even you're helpless against. Merlin glanced at Flarite and finally realized the implications of Wizard Ceto's words. With Merlin's reminder, the Master of the Sacred Land also recalled, "You're talking about that beast." Flarite also finally recalled the terrifying beast that remained unharmed no matter what he did. If they could lure the slothful beast here, they might succeed. However, it won't be easy to lure the slothful beast here. Merlin said with a frown. When they were trapped in the flare region world, they once thought about using the slothful beast to blow open the flare region world and return to the void zone. However, they did not use this method. Firstly, it was because the slothful beast did not have the power of the natural order, and it would be very challenging to break open the flare region world. Secondly, it was because no one could lure the slothful beast. However, the limbo prison was the core of the entire flare region world. More accurately, this was the true core of the entire prison, and the light blue flames inside could break the flare region world. Therefore, this time, it was not necessary for the slothful beast to possess the power of the natural order. As long as the slothful beast destroyed the limbo prison, their objective of letting the light blue flames break open the flare region world would be achieved. This was Sito's plan. Merlin had also thought of it at the same time, but it was very challenging. The plan is good, but what ideas do you have to lure the slothful beast here? Flarite was very clear. Back then, no matter how he attacked the slothful beast, it took no notice of him. Therefore, he did not believe that Merlin and Sito had a way to lure the slothful beast to the sacred land. No matter what method we have, we need to try. We must lead it to the sacred land. Only then would we have a chance of leaving the flare region world. They discussed and finally decided to look for the slothful beast no matter what. The slothful beast was their only hope at leaving the flare region world. The vast desert was full of yellow sand flying in the air, but Merlin and the other four standing in the air immediately saw the huge slothful beast. Currently, the slothful beast was lying in the sand, looking comfortable. The slothful beast could adapt to almost any environment. No matter how harsh the environment was, it would not bother the slothful beast. In the void zone, the environment was considered to be quite harsh and empty. However, the slothful beast would only occasionally wake up from a deep sleep, swallow a few dimensions, and then continue to sleep again. Now, the slothful beast was beginning to sleep again. It laid on the ground, unmoving. A slothful beast's sleep was also quite terrible. Once they slept, they could do so for thousands of years without waking up. What now? Why don't you two attack first? Merlin looked at Sito and Flarite. I'll pass. I've lost count of the number of times I've attacked it. Flarite said helplessly, but Flaroa and Flamen standing behind him were different. They had not seen how sturdy a slothful beast was before and were willing to make the first move to attack. As a result, two huge fire god demons rose to the sky, carrying a terrifying power, and charged toward the slothful beast. The burning force made even Merlin feel lightly threatened. The power of those two was comparable to a great lord. Although it was unknown where Flarite and the others' strength originated from, they had a unique power system passed down from the Flare Emperor, which was certainly not inferior to the spellcaster system. Bang bang! There were two muffled impacts. Even when Flaroa and Flamen had exerted their best efforts, the slothful beast did not even open its eyes when their attacks hit its body, and remained completely indifferent as if it did not harm the slothful beast at all. How could this be? What kind of monster is this? Although Flarite had told Merlin and the others about how sturdy the slothful beast was before, they had not personally seen it with their own eyes, so they did not truly believe it. However, now, they believed it completely. I never heard of the slothful beast even before we entered the Flare region world. When did it appear? Flarite also muttered softly. He had been away for far too long. In this time, he did not know just how many civilizations were formed and destroyed. Perhaps it was during this time that the slothful beast was born. Wizard Sito, you're not going to try? Merlin asked Wizard Sito. There's no need. I've already tested the strength of the slothful beast long ago. Sito referred to when the three ultimate arcane wizards had attacked the slothful beast together. No matter how they attacked, they could not harm the slothful beast at all. At that time, they were three ultimate existences. How can the slothful beast be lured into the sacred land if it's not awakened? Flarite shook his head. He had just said that this method would not work, but Wizard Sito had no better ideas. The slothful beast was the strongest creature in the void zone, but its intelligence was extremely low, as if it only moved using their instinct. Intelligence. Suddenly, Sito thought about Merlin's mind control. Wizard Merlin, can you try to control this slothful beast? Merlin's eyes brightened at the idea. Indeed, he could control minds. I'll give it a try. Merlin's expression gradually became solemn. Then, his formless mind power extended bit by bit, and swiftly enveloped the slothful beast. Mind control. Usually, when Merlin's mind power had penetrated the enemy, he could see their various emotions and control them. However, when his mind power enveloped the slothful beast, Merlin felt extremely confused. The slothful beast did not have any emotion at all. It was a muddle-headed blank slate. How could a creature with such low intelligence produce emotions? Therefore, Merlin's mind control had no effect on the slothful beast. Merlin also felt a sense of helplessness. It was like the martial arts robots of the Atlan civilization. How could he control the mind of a program? How is it? Ceto and Flarite both looked at Merlin expectantly. However, Merlin merely shook his head helplessly. The expression on his face also revealed his disappointment. It's no use. There's no way to control this slothful beast. Merlin paused. He had just penetrated the slothful beast mind's world. Although the feeling was completely blurry, there was still a trace of consciousness. Although this awareness was very weak, it was easy for a 9th-level mind power master to discover. Although I can't control the slothful beast's mind, I might be able to influence this slothful beast using a hallucinating spell. Merlin took a deep breath, and immediately enveloped his mind power around the slothful beast again. This time, he no longer controlled its mind but instead weaved one illusion after another. Merlin did not need a particularly complicated illusion to deal with the slothful beast, a creature that had an extremely weak consciousness. On the contrary, the illusion he created this time was very simple. It was only a kind of deliciousness. To the slothful beast, it was naturally food that worked on it because the only thing the slothful beast did besides sleep was to eat. Furthermore, its eating was very terrifying. It could devour countless dimensions. However, it was also because the slothful beast's consciousness was so weak that Merlin was extremely cautious in weaving the illusion. He almost completely followed the slothful beast's instinct when creating the illusion. 10 days passed as he created the illusion. Boom! Finally, thanks to Merlin's untiring efforts, the woven illusion started to work, and the slothful beast moved. Although it was only slightly, it caused a huge movement in the desert. In the distance, Wizard Ceto, Flarite, and the others were all startled awake. Did it succeed? Wizard Ceto asked hastily. Flarite and he both looked eagerly at Merlin. Merlin only forced out a smile. A little. There's just a sliver of hope. The slothful beast's consciousness is very weak and generally only rely on its instincts. Therefore, I must weave the illusion very carefully. What I have to do now is use the illusion to wake the slothful beast up. It may take a long time. Merlin did not dare to say he had succeeded. However, there was hope now, unlike before. Ha, what matters is we have hope. We've spent so many years in the Flare region world. What we have the most of is time. Flarite was very excited. He had stayed in the Flare region world for many years. Even a few hundreds of thousands of years was a short amount of time for him. As a result, Merlin had woven the illusion with great effort, and let the slothful beast awaken bit by bit. This method was quite practical. Originally, the slothful beast would only wake up once every tens of thousands of years after sleeping. However, Merlin directly deceived the slothful beast in the illusion as if it had already slept for tens of thousands of years. A month later, the entire desert started to shake. Rumble. How large was that slothful beast? Just a slight movement could shake the desert, let alone now, when the slothful beast had opened its eyes. All right, it's finally awake. It seems Merlin's method worked. Both Ceto and Flarite had high hopes for Merlin this time. Although they could not control the slothful beast, Merlin could use this method of weaving an illusion to deceive the beast. The efficiency was somewhat low, but at least they had a way now. Under the influence of Merlin's illusion, the slothful beast opened its eyes, and slowly stood up. However, there was some confusion in its eyes. Merlin increased his mind power and created illusion after illusion to lure the slothful beast to the sacred land. The slothful beast's body was too large, and the land shook with every step it took. Fortunately, it could also fly, so Merlin used a hallucinating spell to make the slothful beast fly toward the sacred land. Since the slothful beast was so large, all the people in the Flare region world could instantly see it cover half the sky after it left the desert. Fortunately, Flarite, Flaroa, and Flamen used the identities from the sacred land to influence the Flare and Flame nations, so it did not lead to chaos. Although the slothful beast was huge, it was not slow at all. It followed Merlin, Flarite, and the others to the sacred land under the influence of Merlin's illusion. Boom! The slothful beast slowly landed on the sacred land. Thankfully, the sacred land was large enough. Otherwise, it would not be able to hold such a large beast. Even so, Flarite was slightly worried that the slothful beast would be unable to enter the limbo prison. It doesn't matter. The slothful beast doesn't need to completely enter the limbo prison as long as it wreaks havoc in the prison. We just don't know if it can withstand the burning of the light blue flames. Although Merlin and Ceto were both confident of the slothful beast, the flames were a power left behind by the one of the 36 emperors, the Flare Emperor. That power was beyond the comprehension of a regular ultimate existence. Therefore, even though the slothful beast was very powerful and was not affected by the combined attacks of the three ultimate arcane wizards, in the face of the Flare Emperor's light blue flames, there was still some uncertainty. Regardless, this is our last chance. Merlin, lead the slothful beast here. Wizard Ceto also knew that relying on the slothful beast was the only way for them to return to the Void Zone now. If even the slothful beast could not withstand the light blue flames left behind by the Flare Emperor and became a roasted beast, then they would admit defeat and no longer have any way of leaving this huge prison in the Flare region world. Merlin took a deep breath. He also knew that it was time to see if there was any effect. Therefore, his mind power broke out immediately, and he used an illusion to gradually lure the slothful beast toward the limbo prison step by step. Go! Merlin's voice was low. In the illusion, he had transformed the limbo prison into a place full of various delicacies. Therefore, the slothful beast did not notice anything at all and stretched out its huge head and plunged into the limbo prison. Boom! The next moment, Flarite, who controlled the limbo prison, stopped suppressing the light blue flames and instead, fiercely released it. Immediately, the endless light blue flames surged and spread across the huge limbo prison. The light blue flames directly enveloped the slothful beast's huge head. The slothful beast that was unafraid of any attack seemed to go insane and let out a horrible roar. Its huge body began to struggle violently as if the light blue flames brought it endless pain. It's working. It's really working. Merlin looked at the struggling slothful beast and immediately grew tense. The light blue flames in the limbo prison could hurt the slothful beast. At least the first step had been successful. Now, all Merlin and the others could do was quietly wait. Chapter 780, Escaping the Prison. Chapter 780, Escaping the Prison. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Roar. Merlin and Wizard Ceto looked at the struggling slothful beast. They had never thought that the beast that the three ultimate arcane wizards attacked together and did no damage to would be in such pain. Now, the slothful beast was indeed in pain. Its huge body began to roll over. The entire palace in the sacred land instantly collapsed. Furthermore, the mountain where the sacred land was located also broke apart and completely crumbled. However, strangely, there did not seem to be any changes to the limbo prison. The sturdiness of the limbo prison completely exceeded their expectations. I thought that there wouldn't be anything in the entire Void Zone that could harm the slothful beast, but it seems that I was just ignorant and inexperienced. The flames left behind by the Flare Emperor could hurt the slothful beast. If his real body arrives, the slothful beast wouldn't be considered a big deal either. As an ultimate existence, Ceto felt that he was a little ignorant. He was mostly useless compared to the two other ultimate arcane wizards back when they had attacked the slothful beast together. He had felt that there was nothing that could harm the slothful beast. He was indeed arrogant and ignorant. At the very least, the 36 emperors of the Void Zone could harm the slothful beast, and perhaps even kill it. Although they were also ultimate existences, the gap was still very wide compared to the 36 emperors. It was even harder to imagine the terror of the vestigial tribe, whom great beings such as the 36 emperors died upon fighting in battles. While watching the slothful beast constantly struggling, many thoughts flashed in Sito's and Merlin's minds. Flarite and the other two were closely watching the slothful beast. As time passed, the slothful beast thrashed more violently. Although the light blue flame could hurt the slothful beast, it did not seem to be able to kill it. Therefore, the slothful beast only relied on its instinct and frantically struggled to get rid of the flames. However, Flarite, who controlled the limbo prison, had already sealed off the prison. Although only the slothful beast's large head had entered the prison, it would be unable to break free unless it destroyed the limbo prison. Merlin and the others hoped that the slothful beast could destroy the limbo prison. The prison was the core of the Flare region world. If something were to happen to the core, then they would have a chance to leave this sturdy prison. Rumble. The mountains were collapsing, and the sacred land was sinking. It seemed that only the limbo prison was left. The slothful beast's strength was extremely terrifying. It caused the entire Flare region world to shake violently. How powerful! It might be able to break the limbo prison. Merlin and the others stared intently at the slothful beast. This was their only hope. Roar! Finally, with another roar from the slothful beast, faint cracks gradually appeared on the unbreakable limbo prison, and the light blue flame gradually seeped out from those cracks. It's working! Everyone looked at the crack excitedly. As the core of the Flare region world, the fact that cracks appeared on the limbo prison was proof that it was no longer unbreakable. Faint cracks also appeared in the sky. Ordinary beings would not be able to tell, but Sito could feel the power of the natural order. Ha ha, our plan succeeded. The moment the slothful beast breaks the limbo prison will be the moment we leave. Merlin and Sito, as well as Flarite, were all very excited. This was the final moment. Whether or not the limbo prison could be broken and the Flare region world split open would still rely on the slothful beast's final attack. Boom! Finally, the slothful beast's violent struggle caused an effect. Although the limbo prison was not completely broken, the slothful beast was able to withdraw its head. Moreover, extremely large cracks appeared over the sacred land. Even the slothful beast's instinct seemed to know that these cracks could keep it away from danger. Therefore, the slothful beast gave a loud roar, and charged toward the huge crack. Merlin, Sito, Flarite, and the others all glanced at each other and flew toward the crack as quickly as they could. Hum hum. They had barely forced themselves through the crack when it slowly closed again. Looking back, they could see the destroyed limbo prison gradually start to recover back to normal. That was a close call. We almost didn't manage to leave. Flarite, who understood the Flare region world the most, said with some fear. The slothful beast had only temporarily destroyed the limbo prison, which allowed a crack to rupture open in the Flare region world. This also directly reflected how strong the slothful beast was. Perhaps, besides the 36 emperors, everyone else would be helpless against the slothful beast. It was precisely because of the slothful beast's strength that the limbo prison could be temporarily broken, and a crack formed in the Flare region world, allowing Merlin and the others to leave. After the few had left, the Flare region world swiftly recovered again, and was restored to that unbreakable prison again. In the dark void zone, Merlin, Sito, and the others quickly kept away from the huge flames. If the Flare region dimension sucked them inside again, then they would never be able to leave. Phew! The few beings breathed sighs of relief, and Merlin said calmly, "We finally left the Flare region world. It's just a pity. If we could control the terrifying limbo prison, then it would be frightening than any casting tool." This Flare region itself was a prison specially prepared by the Flare Emperor, one of the 36 emperors for the vestigial tribe. Therefore, it was terribly powerful. If they had not found the limbo prison, and did not have a powerful force like the slothful beast, they would not have been able to escape. If used against an enemy, it would be like shooting fish in a barrel. It would be even more terrifying than the Atlan civilization's dimension-level warships. I never want to go back to the Flare region world. I've watched it for countless years. It's about time I'm free. Flarite said with a sigh. Flaroa, Flamen, and he were all great lords. After spending countless years in the Flare region world, even they would feel exhausted. Furthermore, as guards, they had never seen anyone from the vestigial tribe before, even though the Flare region world was a prison for the vestigial tribe. Flarite, can you still control the flare region world? Merlin hesitated before asking. Control? My current amount of control over the flare region world is pitiful. After all, I've already left the flare region world. Flarite shook his head. He could no longer control the flare region world, and he never wanted to go back there again. Merlin felt some regrets. He knew that the flare region world would continue to drift until no one could find it. If it erupted like last time and swept everything in it, then those beings would be out of luck. Without an existence like the slothful beast, anyone sucked into the flare region world would only face endless imprisonment. No one could escape the flare region world. By the way, what are your plans? We're too far away from your original world. We haven't even heard of the 36 emperors or the vestigial tribe before, or even any news regarding the flare emperor. Merlin glanced at Flarite and the others. Those three were comparable to great lords and were a powerful force. Flarite, who was a quasi-ultimate existence, could influence a civilization. Therefore, Merlin also attached great importance to these three beings. Yes, it's too far. Things have changed, and we no longer have any place to return to. In the beginning, we were taken in by Sir Flare Emperor, and lost even the name of our own civilization. We followed Sir Flare Emperor since we were young. Now that there's no news of Sir Flare Emperor, we also don't know where to go. Flarite looked at the vast void zone. He had just been overjoyed that he finally escaped that prison, but once he came out, he realized that there was nowhere for him to go. According to Merlin, a long time had passed since, and countless powerful civilizations had already disappeared. This could be considered to be a completely new world. For a moment, they were somewhat at a loss. Why don't you three join the spellcasters? We spellcasters are a welcoming civilization. Civilizations that attach themselves to us also live very well, much less three powerful beings like you. More importantly, our spellcaster civilization is now facing a powerful enemy called the Atlan civilization. They're very similar to the vestigial tribe you faced in the past. As guards of the prison the Flare Emperor left behind, you should know more about the vestigial tribe. Therefore, I'd like to ask you to confirm if they're the vestigial tribe. Wizard Sito stepped forward, and said sincerely. Both Merlin and Wizard Sito welcomed Flarite and the others to join the spellcaster civilization. Furthermore, they understood the vestigial tribe very well. They must have had seen many vestigial tribe members when following the Flare Emperor. If the Atlans were the vestigial tribe or were related to the vestigial tribe, then should be able to tell. If they were the vestigial tribe, then it would no longer be the problem of the soul spellcaster civilization. It would be a disaster for the entire void zone. Join your spellcaster civilization? That's fine, but we won't be bound by anything. As for the Atlan civilization you mentioned, if they are related to the vestigial tribe, then we won't stand idly by. From the start, our mission was to fight the vestigial tribe to the end. If there are beings from the vestigial tribe, we won't forget our mission. Flarite's expression was very solemn. Merlin found it difficult to understand how much hate their era had for the vestigial tribe. Even after so many years, he still stuck to his mission. However, they agreed, which was good news for the spellcaster civilization. Haha, we welcome you three into joining our spellcaster civilization. Merlin and Sito glanced at each other and could see the joy in each other's eyes. Before they reached the giant tribe, three beings comparable to great lords had already joined them. Although the process was rocky, it was extremely worth it. Right, what about that slothful beast? Flarite raised his head and pointed at the distant and huge slothful beast. Chapter 781, The Secret of the Natural Order. Chapter 781, The Secret of the Natural Order. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Slothful beast? Merlin and Sito had almost forgotten. Following Flarite's fingers, the two wizards saw the slothful beast. This time, the slothful beast's skin had scorch marks, and there was even an unpleasant smell lingering in the air. It must have been the burns left behind by the Flare Emperor's light blue flames. If the Flare Emperor came in person, perhaps the slothful beast would not have lasted this long. Fortunately, as soon as the slothful beast returned to the void zone, it also quieted down. It was originally a monster with a very gentle temperament, and generally only acted by instinct. It had struggled for a very long time in the flare region dimension and was extremely tired, so as soon as it returned to the void zone, it fell asleep and remained motionless. Back then, the three great arcane wizards laid siege to the slothful beast because they wanted to keep it in captivity. The beast was a terrifying creature not inferior to ultimate existences, and was perhaps even more useful. However, the three great arcane wizards failed in controlling the slothful beast. As a result, the three great arcane wizards gave up. However, now, Ceto was full of confidence in Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, you are now the glorious lord. The mind power system you've created is truly amazing. It might be possible to keep this slothful beast in captivity now." Wizard Ceto said expectantly. Keeping a slothful beast was something that a regular foreign civilization would not even think of doing. After all, the slothful beast would occasionally wake up and devour countless dimensions. Who could stop it? Furthermore, the slothful beast was so powerful that even several ultimate existences could not control it, much less ordinary wizards. Therefore, it was impossible to keep a slothful beast in captivity. Merlin hesitated for a moment. He was naturally very interested in the slothful beast. It's still very difficult to keep a slothful beast in captivity. After all, I can't control the slothful beast now. However, I can use hallucinating spells to make the slothful beast work in unimaginable ways, especially on the battlefield. The more Merlin thought about it, the more feasible it was. His hallucinating spell could confuse the slothful beast's weak consciousness. Although it could not be controlled by Merlin, it could be affected. It was precisely this method that had allowed Merlin to lure the slothful beast into the limbo prison so that they could escape. As long as they were careful not to be swallowed by the slothful beast when it had woken up, then they could rest easy. Thinking about this, Merlin's heart raced. He had never thought that mind power would have such a role. The uses of a slothful beast could be quite terrifying. "Do we still go to the giant tribe now?" Merlin asked in a low voice. After all, they were still a long way from the giant tribe, and he had to be very cautious in using the hallucinating spell to lure the slothful beast along the way. "Yes, we have to. I didn't have much confidence before, but now, with the slothful beast, I have more assurance." A smile appeared on Ceto's mouth. He believed that with the slothful beast, even if it was just for show, it would be enough to shock others. The giant tribe would naturally understand that now that the spellcaster civilization had the slothful beast, even if they suffered heavy losses, they would not be destroyed. The possibility that the giant tribe would agree was very high. Merlin also nodded secretly. The giant tribe did not compete with the spellcaster civilization. They were far from each other, and there was even the God Alliance between them. They were generally not concerned about each other at all. Now that the spellcaster civilization was in peril, the giant tribe would have to consider that if the spellcaster civilization was defeated and there was only the giant tribe left, then their situation would be in danger as well. Therefore, it was necessary to demonstrate the spellcaster civilization's strength. Without an ultimate existence, they had not much assurance. However, with the slothful beast, its significance was no less than an ultimate existence being personally present. However, the slothful beast is too huge a target. It'll be easy to catch the attention of the God Alliance. Ceto's worry was not too large. Both Merlin and Ceto were comparable to great lords. Therefore, as long as it was not the powerful upper-rank gods or a lord god, then there would not be any danger. "Will you three be coming with us?" "Of course. We want to follow you and see how much has changed in the void zone." Flarite and the others also wanted to follow them to the giant tribe, and Merlin and Ceto naturally welcomed them. "All right, we'll fly on the slothful beast's back." Merlin and the others swiftly flew to the slothful beast's back. Since the slothful beast was so large, its back was naturally extremely wide. As they stood on its back, they looked small and significant. They would go completely unnoticed unless someone observed carefully. "All right, let's go." Merlin started using the hallucinating spell to slowly awaken the slothful beast, and its huge body began to move. Although the slothful beast's body seemed to be moving slowly, that was because its body was too large. In reality, the slothful beast's speed was no slower than an Atlan civilization empire-level warship. Flarite and the others, who had left the Flare region world for the first time, seemed to be full of curiosity about everything around them. They looked at the cold and dark void zone around them, feeling deeply moved. Wizard Sito suddenly said to Flarite, "Flarite, your strength should have reached the point where you can sense the natural order, right? Can you sense the natural order? Sense the natural order?" Flarite thought for a long moment before nodding solemnly. "Yes, I can sense the natural order." Merlin was also slightly surprised. He knew that Flarite was extraordinary and was comparable to great lords with 5 ultimate maxims. An existence like that should be classified as a quasi-ultimate existence. If he could sense the natural order, then he had the chance to become an ultimate existence. Merlin and some other lords could not sense the natural order. They would only be able to sense it when their strength had hit a certain critical point. At that time, there would only be 2 choices. The first was to fuse with the natural order. If they succeeded, they would become ultimate existences and possess terrifying power. The other choice was to ignore natural order and not fuse with it. If they could continue increasing their strength regardless, then they would become a greatest lord. Unless an ultimate existence interfered, a greatest lord would be able to completely reverse a huge civilization war. So, will you choose to integrate with the natural order? If you choose to, I can explain some of my understanding of the natural order to you. As an ultimate existence, Wizard Sito naturally had some insights about merging with the natural order. This was a very valuable experience, and it was also directly enticing Flarite. After a long moment, Flarite shook his head. How difficult will it be to integrate with the natural order? Everyone who had integrated with the natural order only managed to do so after various chances, experiencing hardships, and finally getting a stroke of luck. I'm not sure if I can succeed yet. When I was still with Sir Flare Emperor, I heard some matters about integrating with the natural order. It's extremely dangerous. I won't easily choose to integrate with the natural order until I'm absolutely confident. Flarite did not want to merge with the natural order now because he had a deep understanding of the natural order. It seemed that the Flare Emperor treated Flarite and the others well to tell them such a secret. Merlin, on the other hand, was confused. He looked at Sito with some doubts. Sito only smiled and said without concealing anything, "Wizard Merlin, you're a lord now. If one day, you've reached the point where you can integrate with the natural order, then you have to be careful. Integrating with the natural order isn't dangerous because you'll die. You might not suffer any harm at all. However, the only regret is that you'll never be able to integrate with the natural order ever again. You can imagine the natural order to be a living creature. It can give any being a chance to integrate with it, but if you fail, then it'll remember you. In the future, you'll no longer be able to sense the natural order. Therefore, those who can sense the natural order will not rashly choose to integrate with the natural order, since they're only given one chance." Merlin nodded thoughtfully. No one would reveal a secret like that until his strength had reached a certain level. This was one of the benefits of belonging to a powerful civilization. At the very least, there were ultimate existences in powerful civilizations who could tell him secrets like these. In weak civilizations like the Golden Light Tribe, even if Maya were able to sense the natural order in the future, if he did not know these secrets and recklessly chose to integrate with the natural order, once he failed, he would not have a second chance. Flarite also nodded approvingly and said, "Indeed, there's only one chance. Therefore, I can't rashly choose to integrate with the natural order. I need to have some assurance before I choose to do so. However, it's still very difficult. Those who can sense the natural order are all prodigies among prodigies. They're at least top beings in their civilizations. However, only a few of them can truly succeed." Sito smiled. He knew very well that the spellcaster civilization was extremely lucky to have been able to come this far. Since the birth of the spellcasters until the present, there were only 3 wizards in the spellcaster civilization who could truly reach the realm of being able to sense the natural order. Those were the current 3 ultimate arcane wizards. They were extremely lucky to have integrated with the natural order, and successfully became ultimate arcane wizards. Now, the closest one to sense the natural order was the Foul Lord from Augustus Arcane City. He had already tried to form his 5th ultimate maxim, but he still encountered many difficulties and was unable to succeed thus far. Wizard Merlin, you should also remember this for the future. If you're not certain, then don't choose to integrate with the natural order. Wizard Sito also solemnly warned. Merlin smiled but disagreed in his heart. After seeing Aruba, Merlin already knew that integrating with the natural order and becoming an ultimate existence was not the best choice. Perhaps he would never choose to integrate with the natural order. Chapter 782, The Giant Tribe. Chapter 782, The Giant Tribe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was still a long distance away from the giant tribe. Even if they had the slothful beast, they would not arrive overnight. Flarite and the two others were still in high spirits, and continuously asked about all the changes that had happened in the Void Zone over the years, especially the birth of the spellcaster civilization and so on. Wizard Sito carefully explained it to Flarite and the others while Merlin sat at the side. He extended his mind power into the illusion bead, and discussed the mind power system with Titus. Titus did not manage to create a way to turn void into something real by using mind power. According to him, there was no fixed way to do so. It could only be done through coincidence. Perhaps no one could change nothingness into reality. A realm like that was too far and was not realistic at all. It was more feasible to perfect the illusory world. Merlin, do you think your spellcaster system can still be improved? Titus stared at Merlin and asked calmly. Unlike before, there was no need to ask Merlin to focus his energy on the mind power system now. It was just a simple question. Merlin closed his eyes. He was now a lord with two ultimate maxims, a darkness maxim and a flame maxim. He was considering far more comprehensively than before. Although he was a six-elemental spellcaster, besides darkness and fire, he did not have a deep understanding of earth, wind, ice, and thunder types. It was difficult to say if he could form a regular maxim, let alone an ultimate maxim. Perhaps, after thousands or tens of thousands of years, he would be able to condense a few more maxims, but compared to other spellcasters, his advantage was not that large. It could be seen that for a foreseeable short period, he had already reached his peak in the spellcaster system. It would be extremely challenging to go further than he was now. Therefore, as Titus said, it was time for him to focus his energy on the mind power system. In a sense, Merlin was already ahead in his mind power system compared to his spellcaster system. Although it was only the realm of the illusory heart, Merlin did not need to expend any effort to form a new illusory world. For that, Merlin had no assurance at all. However, Merlin had the illusory world that Titus had formed. This was the most important thing that Merlin had relied on. In the future, when the right opportunity came, and his illusory heart improved and stabilized, he could even try to merge the illusory world according to what Titus had said. Once the fusion was successful, Merlin could naturally step into the illusory world. This was not difficult for Merlin. The challenge here was how would he perfect the illusory world. Even Titus was unable to succeed in reaching the realm of an illusory world because it had never been perfected. I'll think about it. Merlin only said flippantly, but Titus laughed. He did not need to earnestly persuade Merlin anymore because Merlin already realized his true advantage. For the following time, Merlin would focus on his mind power. His illusory heart realm was stable, and he could clearly feel the other party's emotions. Currently, Merlin could also feel the emotions of Wizard Sito, Flarite, and the others. However, it was impossible for him to directly control their emotions to control their minds. This had nothing to do with mind power but instead, had to do with the realm. Merlin had not yet reached the point of being able to pressure and control the other party. According to Titus' speculation, Merlin could only hope to control lords after he had fused his illusory world. If he wanted to control powerful lords, or even affect ultimate existences, he had to at least perfect the illusory world and achieve great success there. Such a realm was still too far from the present Merlin. Titus, when can I try to merge the illusory world? This was Merlin's biggest concern now. Titus remained silent for a moment before saying, when you feel that your mind can accommodate the endless world with no problem regardless of how vast and boundless it is, you'll be able to merge the illusory world. Accommodate the endless world. Merlin lowered his head, and carefully digested Titus' words. The quiet void zone was originally an empty area. Sometimes, one would not encounter a single dimension even after several months. However, now, the dimensions in the surroundings seem to be somewhat densely packed. We should have reached the giant tribe. Sito opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding dimensions, finding them familiar. Wizard Sito had also never been to a giant tribe's dimension. However, according to the information on the dimension map, this place should belong to the sphere of influence of the giant tribe. The giant tribe could not be compared to the spellcaster civilization, and were an old civilization with powerful forces. They had one ultimate existence that was called the Titan Giant. Merlin also woke up. His mind power had greatly improved, and he did not need to painstakingly upgrade it. After raising to the illusory heart realm, as long as his mind was powerful enough, his mind power would increase quickly as well to the point of being somewhat outrageous. Now, his huge mind power had increased by almost 3 times, and could be said to be terrifying. His vast mind power directly extended and saw the nearest dimension. It's indeed the giant tribe. There are living giants in these dimensions. As soon as Merlin finished speaking, loud growls started sounding from the distance. Then, 3 huge giants suddenly flew out from the dimension. They stared at the slothful beast from a distance but did not approach it. It seemed that these giants knew how powerful the slothful beast was and were not willing to come closer, merely watching from a distance. After all, the huge slothful beast was rarely seen, and was very rare in the void zone. It was best not to annoy the slothful beast, otherwise, the slothful beast would not simply swallow dozens of dimensions and be done with it. Of course, those giants had not discovered Merlin and the others yet. Who would have expected beings to be on the slothful beast's back? Merlin and the others did not take the initiative to leave either. Right now, they were just outside the scope of the giant tribe's strength. The place they wanted to go to was the Titan dimension where the Titan giant was located. That was the core area of the giant tribe. This was an extremely important matter for the spellcasters, and Sito and Merlin did not want to cause any trouble. The fewer giants who knew about their arrival, the better. Therefore, Merlin used the hallucinating spell to drive the slothful beast toward the Titan dimension. Unlike the empty void zone, now that the slothful beast had arrived at the giant tribe's sphere of influence, the dimensions were also obviously more concentrated. Therefore, the slothful beast's huge body attracted the attention of many giants. The most common ones were the giant kings. The terrifying giant kings were quite tall in the eyes of an ordinary person, but before the slothful beast, they were no different from small grains of sand. At best, they were just larger grains of sand. Giant kings were equivalent to ordinary legends of spellcasters. So far, they had not seen a single middle-rank giant king, which was equivalent to the spellcaster's honored legend. Although the slothful beast had attracted the giant tribe's attention, it was not stopped by any giant. That was because everyone knew that even if they tried, they would not be able to stop this terrifying slothful beast. As they proceeded deeper, a middle-rank giant king finally arrived from one of the dimensions. Merlin and the others' figures could be hidden no longer. The middle-rank giant king had discovered Merlin and the others on the slothful beast's back. He hesitated for a moment before swiftly flying toward them. Boom! The middle-rank giant king was much larger than a lower-rank giant king. It was also quite shocking when it landed on the slothful beast's back. Who are you? The middle-rank giant king's eyes were sharp, and his body emitted a fierce and huge aura as he asked in a low voice. Chapter 783, Titan Giant Kronos. Chapter 783, Titan Giant Kronos. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Respected Giant King, we come from the Spellcaster Civilization. This is the Glorious Lord, and I'm an avatar of Arcane Wizard Sito. I would like to seek an audience with your Titan Giant to discuss a crucial matter. Sito stood up. Despite being an Ultimate Existence's avatar, his aura was not at all oppressive but very genial. However, upon hearing the introduction from Merlin and Sito as avatar, the middle-rank giant lord's face shifted dramatically. As a middle-rank giant king, he was equivalent to an honored legend in the Spellcaster Civilization. At his position, he, of course, knew about the powerful spellcaster civilization in the Void Zone. A lord was equivalent to an upper-rank giant king. In the eyes of this middle-rank giant king, this was already an impressive existence. While Merlin's identity as a lord was staggering, it paled in contrast to Arcane Wizard Sito, avatar. Arcane wizard, this was a great existence who was comparable to the Titan giant. You're here to see His Majesty Kronos? Kronos was the name of the ultimate Titan giant in the giant tribe. According to rumors, as long as the giants achieved the level of the ultimate existences, they were all called Titan giants. Titan giant was only the universal title bestowed upon their ultimate existences. That's right, we're here to see His Majesty Kronos. Would you kindly show us the way? Wizard Sito asked calmly. This? Indeed, if you visit the Titan dimension in this manner, you'll attract a lot of trouble. I'll lead you there, then. The middle-rank giant king looked at the slothful beast with an awestruck expression. Although he knew that the spellcaster civilization was powerful, he did not think that they were so powerful as to be able to tame a slothful beast. Of course, this was because he did not know that the slothful beast was merely controlled using Merin's hallucinating spell, and not that the spellcaster civilization had the means to control it. Nevertheless, such a misunderstanding would not be detrimental toward the spellcaster civilization. Instead, it would increase the esteem held by the giant tribe toward the spellcasters. Thereafter, Merlin led the slothful beast and followed the directions provided by the giant king. Along the way, they encountered several giants. However, with the middle-rank giant king as their guide, they did not come across any obstruction. After approximately a month, they had traversed past many dimensions, and finally saw an incredibly huge dimension. Just the sheer size of the dimension revealed its magnificence. Surely, this was not an average dimension. Everyone, we've arrived at the Titan dimension. Following the Giant King's explanation, all of them found out that the huge and extraordinary dimension was their destination, the Titan dimension. Historically, all the Titan giants of the giant tribe lived in this dimension. Therefore, even from a distance away, all of them could feel an inconceivable authority before them. Their hearts also felt slightly suppressed. Even the slothful beast appeared to be slightly uneasy. Everyone, I think the slothful beast cannot enter the dimension. The Giant King said softly, glancing at the gigantic beast. Merlin nodded. Let the slothful beast wait outside, then. Thus, Merlin utilized his hallucinating spell and gradually lulled the slothful beast into a deep slumber. As long as the slothful beast fell into a deep slumber, besides Merlin's hallucinating spell, almost nobody could wake up the slothful beast. Naturally, they would not have to worry that the slothful beast would leave. Moreover, a slothful beast in deep slumber would remain docile, and would not swallow any dimensions willfully. Everyone, come with me. The middle-rank giant king leaped down from the back of the slothful beast. With Merlin and the others in tow, he quickly flew into the Titan dimension. After entering the Titan dimension, Merlin's first impression was the humongous size of everything. The entire Titan dimension resembled a giant kingdom. Every single building was unimaginably large. Under the Giant King's guidance, Merlin and his entourage appeared to be exceptionally tiny. Soon, they came to a huge palace. The Giant King said hesitantly, "Please wait a moment, I'll inform His Majesty Kronos." Hence, the Giant King made Merlin and the others wait in front of the palace while he swiftly entered the palace. In the shimmery golden palace, the Giant King carefully informed an upper-rank Giant King the details. As soon as he heard that the spellcaster civilization had sent forth the glorious Lord and arcane wizard Sito as avatar, the upper-rank Giant King immediately invited Merlin and the others to enter the palace. So, Merlin and the others made their way into the palace. The upper-rank Giant Lord was gigantic. His voice was like rumbling thunder that caused their ears to ring. Fortunately, all of them were existences above a lord. Otherwise, they might not able to withstand just his voice alone. Seeing Merlin and the others, the upper-rank Giant King was also astonished. He noticed that Merlin and Sito were indeed lords, whereas Flarite stunned him further. The aura emitted by Flarite felt vaguely flattering even to an upper-rank Giant King like him. Everyone, why did you come from afar to see His Majesty Kronos? We want to speak to His Majesty Kronos directly. This matter is extremely important, and concerns both the spellcaster civilization as well as the giant civilization. Sito replied calmly. The fact that the Titan giant still had not appeared seemed slightly peculiar. The upper-rank Giant King took a deep sigh. Everyone, His Majesty Kronos is neither in the palace nor in the Titan dimension right now. However, I can bring the news to him on your behalf. Whether or not His Majesty Kronos can return in time, I cannot promise you. Not in the Titan dimension? Then let's wait here for a while. Sito deliberated for a moment. Perhaps the Titan giant was not in the dimension, so they could only wait here quietly. All right, wait a moment. I'll send someone to relay your message right now. As soon as he finished speaking, this giant king left the palace. It was an unfamiliar, pitch-black area of the void zone. Around this area, there was almost no dimensions except for an unimaginably gargantuan dimension. It was a unique dimension, perhaps approximately equivalent to hundreds of dimensions combined. However, this dimension was filled with the stench of death, and looked like a dead, forsaken dimension. There was not a single trace of life on the dimension. The ancestral land, I still can't enter it. In this gargantuan dimension filled with death was an incredibly huge giant radiating a golden glow. He looked extremely eye-catching. This giant's gaze was transfixed on the dimension, but still, he dared not enter the dimension for some reasons. If only I can enter the ancestral land, the giant tribe wouldn't decline to such a state. A spirited look flashed across the twinkling eyes of the incredibly huge giant's eyes, but it gradually dimmed. How would it be easy to enter the ancestral land? He had indeed entered the ancestral land before, but even then, he had only escaped by sheer luck, and a hair's breadth away from death. Although he eventually became the only Titan giant of the giant tribe, he still dared not enter the ancestral land again. This was because he once sensed the threat of death in that place. Even though he was now an ultimate Titan giant, he was still mortal. If he were to step into the ancestral land, there was a chance he might perish. The nearer he got to the ancestral land, the stronger the feeling was. Therefore, as the only Titan giant, Kronos did not want to take additional risks. Moreover, as the only pillar of the giant tribe, he could not afford to take such risks. Back then, if he had not become the only Titan giant, perhaps the giant tribe would have continued to decline and eventually disappear completely from the void zone. Thus, Kronos dared not take more risks. He was the hope of the giant tribe now, so nothing must happen to him. Unless the giant tribe could produce another Titan giant. However, Kronos had already spent hundreds and thousands of years to nurture one giant after another. He had managed to nurture quite a number of upper-rank giant kings, and even nurtured them with his blood, but he still could not nurture a second Titan giant. Boom! Suddenly, from a distance, a giant king dressed in black armor flew toward him. Respectable Your Majesty Kronos, a lord and arcane wizard Sito as avatar from the spellcaster civilization have come to the Titan dimension, requesting to see you. The spellcaster civilization? Kronos frowned slightly. He had been staying in the ancestral land for a while now, but it did not mean that he did not know anything. He knew that the spellcaster civilization had encountered some trouble recently. This visit must be related to the trouble they had encountered. Let them leave. After a short deliberation, Kronos shook his head. He did not feel particularly chummy with the spellcaster civilization. This was a powerful civilization that just arose not too long ago. Compared to the giant tribe with a very long history, Kronos did not regard these powerful civilizations highly. Perhaps, the spellcaster civilization would decline just as quickly as it arose. The black-armored giant king hesitated momentarily. He was much smaller than the Titan giant, but he spoke up, Your Majesty, the spellcasters also brought along a slothful beast. It's right outside the Titan dimension. What did you say? A slothful beast? The Titan giant Kronos turned his head, a strange glint shone in his twinkling eyes. This giant king was an upper-rank giant king who had always stayed by the side of the Titan giant. Only when he was in the ancestral land, the Titan giant would allow him to leave. The ancestral land was where the giant tribe originated, but at the same time, it was also their forbidden land. Without the Titan giant's permission, no one was allowed to enter. Yes, they have a slothful beast. I don't know how, but they seem to be able to tame that slothful beast. A middle-rank giant king saw them steer the slothful beast to the Titan dimension with his own eyes. This giant king relayed all the information he knew in detail. After a long time, the Titan giant Kronos stood up and spoke slowly, Let's go then. We'll see what they have to say. Kronos finally decided to return to the Titan dimension to meet the spellcasters from afar. Chapter 784, The Ancestral Land. Chapter 780 for the Ancestral Land. A bell chime blared across the entire dimension. No one knew what was happening. Merlin, Ceto, and the others stood up immediately, and cast their gazes outside the palace. They could sense a powerful aura approaching the palace at a rapid speed. Creak! The main door creaked open, and a giant emitting a golden glimmer walked in with an air of authority. He walked directly to the highest level, and sat down on a chair that was about the size of a huge bed. The only Titan giant of the giant tribe, Kronos. Your Majesty Kronos, you've finally returned. Wizard Ceto was the first to recover. He was Arcane Wizard Ceto's avatar, so naturally, he could tell that the giant in front of him possessed the power of the natural order. This was a power that only the ultimate existences possessed. The Titan giant Kronos had returned. It was Merlin's first time seeing the Titan giant of the giant tribe. According to rumors, the Titan giant was the progenitor of the giant tribe, and every Titan giant innately possessed endless courage. They were born to be warriors. The combative nature of the giant tribe was common knowledge. This was a civilization whose blood contained an avid fighting spirit. Arcane Wizard Ceto, this isn't one of your wizards from the spellcaster civilization, right? Upon entering the palace, Titan giant Kronos' sight was transfixed upon Flarite. Based on his experience, he was, of course, able to tell that Flarite was extremely powerful. Wizard Ceto also glanced at Flarite and smiled. The spellcaster civilization has encountered some tribulation. This is a strong contender from the Flare tribe, who is preparing to return to the spellcaster civilization together with me to help the spellcaster civilization face this tribulation. Flarite grinned. With his intelligence, he naturally knew what Ceto was trying to achieve. Although the so-called Flare tribe appeared out of thin air, he did not mind, and just smiled. The Titan giant nodded pensively. He had never heard about the Flare tribe before, but there were simply too many civilizations in the Void Zone. Perhaps, the spellcaster civilization was indeed friendly with this unknown Flare tribe. He regarded Flarite with high esteem because he could sense that Flarite was almost at par with an ultimate existence. Such a contender was not easily found among most of the powerful civilizations, including the giant tribe. However, Kronos would not know that the entire Flare tribe only consisted of Flarite and the other two beings. After a long pause, Titan giant Kronos retracted his show of interest, and questioned coldly, "So, why have you come here from afar?" Although Kronos knew that the spellcaster had encountered some difficulties recently, he did not know the true extent of the situation. Ceto contemplated for a moment as if choosing his words carefully. Sometime later, he took a deep breath and spoke, "I'm sure your Majesty knows that the spellcaster civilization is in trouble. We don't have anything to hide from you because you'll find out easily enough if you sent someone out to collect information. The enemies of the spellcaster civilization are the Atlan civilization, the Rock tribe, and the Light God organization from the God Alliance. The Rock tribe and the Light God organization each have ultimate existences, whereas the Atlan civilization is a new peculiar civilization, which I'm sure you've heard before. Currently, the spellcaster civilization is in danger, so we would like to request assistance from the giant tribe." Kronos' gaze was sharp as he affixed a dead stare at Ceto. Then, he sneered. "The rise of the spellcaster civilization has been fast, yet someone managed to force you into such a tight corner. I thought you can control a slothful beast. Why would you still need me?" Kronos had already seen the slothful beast outside the Titan dimension. As the only Titan giant of the giant tribe, he, of course, knew how fearsome a slothful beast was. It was not at all inferior to an ultimate existence. Ceto seemed prepared for that question. He replied, "The slothful beast is indeed powerful, but it still isn't an ultimate existence. Moreover, the method of controlling it is still flawed. The enemies of the spellcaster civilization, whether the Rock tribe or the Light God organization, aren't a simple tribe. If they succeed in exterminating the spellcaster civilization today, then, I'm afraid it'll be the giant tribe tomorrow. As for the Atlan civilization, it's even more horrifying than both the Rock tribe and the Light God organization. As long as your Majesty take a look at them, you'll understand what I mean." With that, Ceto stopped speaking. As a Titan giant who bore the burden of the entire civilization, Kronos would certainly understand the stakes that were involved. Although the giant tribe was very far away from the spellcaster civilization, the light god organization had always been a wild card. In addition, if the rock tribe continued to expand, then it would be difficult to imagine that a conflict with the giant tribe would not arise. Furthermore, the reason that the giant tribe had been able to develop in peace over the past many years was attributed to the spellcaster civilization. It was because the spellcaster civilization blocked the rock tribe as well as a few other nearby civilizations. As for the threat from the spellcaster civilization, the giant tribe did not have to worry. After all, separating the spellcaster civilization and the giant tribe was the all-powerful God Alliance. Hence, it would be impossible for the spellcaster civilization to get past the God Alliance and pose a threat to the giant tribe. On the other hand, if the spellcaster civilization was wiped out, the current equilibrium would be ruined. This was something that the giant tribe did not want to see happen. For some time, Kronos appeared to hesitate. The spellcaster civilization had 3 ultimate arcane wizards as well as Flarite in front of his eyes, who was almost on par with an ultimate existence. Other than the ultimate existences, Flarite was almost undefeatable. Moreover, they also had that powerful slothful beast. If they received assistance from the giant tribe, the spellcaster civilization indeed would have a bigger chance of winning. It also meant that helping the spellcaster civilization would not be too dangerous. Nonetheless, as the only Titan giant of the giant tribe and shouldering the burden of its development, Kronos generally would not leave the giant tribe's sphere of influence. If something were to happen to him, then the entire giant tribe would plunge into danger. Thus, he had to leave behind a seed of hope for the giant tribe. For many years now, Kronos had been thinking of going into the ancestral land again to obtain a drop of Titan blood. The Titan blood was heritage blood. Just one drop of heritage blood had a monumental probability of turning a giant into a powerful Titan giant. However, other than his one lucky escape from the ancestral land previously, none of the other giants he sent had been successful. He did not dare to take the risk to enter the ancestral land either because there was an aura that felt threatening even to him. Kronos lifted his head, and immediately thought about the humongous slothful beast outside his dimension. According to rumors, the slothful beast was impervious to any kind of attacks. Even the attacks of several ultimate existences had no effect on the slothful beast. Upon this thought, a bold idea appeared in Kronos' mind. Your request for the giant tribe to join forces with the spellcaster civilization isn't entirely impossible. However, you must first do the giant tribe a favor. Kronos said solemnly. A favor? Sito did not suspect a thing and replied at once, if your majesty has any request, as long as you agree to join forces with us, we'll surely agree. Ha ha, don't be so quick to agree. I'll bring you to a place, then, you can decide. Kronos laughed. His towering body stood up straight, and left the palace. Sito, Merlin, and the others discussed briefly. Let's go. We'll see what is this matter that causes even a Titan giant to feel helpless. They knew that the spellcaster civilization was in a precarious situation. Whether or not they received assistance from the giant tribe depended on this matter. Hence, they quickly flew onto the slothful beast. Meanwhile, Kronos stood next to the slothful beast, his eyes tightly focused on Merlin and the rest. Naturally, he wanted to see what method they were using to control the slothful beast. Merlin did not mind because he knew that his method could not be imitated by anyone who was not a mind power master. Besides using hallucinating spells to lure the slothful beast, there were no other possible methods to control it. Therefore, it was not a problem for Titan giant Kronos to watch him. Wake up! With just a soft yap from Merlin, the huge body of the slothful beast began to rumble. Under the guidance of Merlin's hallucinating spell, the deeply slumbering slothful beast soon awoke. Huh? Titan giant Kronos was watching the slothful beast closely. Based on his understanding of the slothful beast, he knew that once the slothful beast was in a deep slumber, it would not awake in thousands or tens of thousands of years. However, right now, the slothful beast was indeed woken up from its deep slumber. Moreover, the tamer was the least regarded Merlin. This time, he took a thorough look at Merlin. When he determined that it was indeed Merlin who was controlling the slothful beast, he was astounded. This technique is something the giant tribe won't be able to learn. Although Kronos did not know how Merlin accomplished this feat, as a legitimate ultimate existence, he could still sense the mind power fluctuation emitted by Merlin. Naturally, he knew that the spellcasters possessed mind power whereas the giant tribe did not. Thus, controlling the slothful beast was completely impossible for the giant tribe. This could be the most special technique possessed by the spellcasters. Thinking along these lines, Kronos was even more certain that the spellcaster civilization was not completely at a dead end yet. They still possessed a powerful ability. Everyone, steer the slothful beast and follow me. Despite Kronos' enormous body size, compared to the slothful beast, he was as tiny as an insect. Nevertheless, he was very fast, and led the way in front of Merlin and the others. Soon, under Kronos' guidance, they came to a barer area. There were no dimensions around them except for a gargantuan dimension filled with the stench of death right in the middle. This dimension was immensely huge, almost the size of tens or hundreds of dimensions. It was only a smidgen smaller than the Atlan civilization. Seeing this dimension, Titan giant Kronos' expression turned inexplicably complicated. For a moment, he simply stared at the dimension without uttering a word. "Why have you brought us here?" Merlin questioned suspiciously. It was such a gargantuan dimension that even the slothful beast could enter with ease. It was much bigger than the Flare region world they were previously at. A long pause later, Kronos began to speak slowly. "Ancestral land. This is the giant tribe's ancestral land. My request is very simple. You must enter the ancestral land and retrieve an item for me." Kronos stared at the gargantuan right in front of him with a determined look. Chapter 785, The Heritage Blood. Chapter 785 The Heritage Blood. Ancestral land? Merlin stared at the gargantuan dimension before them which was filled with death. An eerie atmosphere lingered. He knew that this ancestral land was challenging. Otherwise, whatever Kronos wanted, he would have retrieved it himself a long time ago. Why would he need the help of Merlin and the rest? "Your Majesty, you're a Titan giant and an ultimate existence. What item could you possibly need help to retrieve?" Wizard Sito inquired softly. He also sensed the peculiarity of this ancestral land dimension. Titan giant Kronos looked at the large dimension with a heavy expression. After some time, he reluctantly explained, "This is the ancestral land of the giant tribe, and also our place of inheritance. Inside, there's a palace which contained the heritage blood of many generations of Titan giants. Typically, a Titan giant can only condense a single drop of heritage blood. Back then, I happened to enter the ancestral land by chance and was fortunate to obtain a drop of legacy blood, so I was able to become the only Titan giant of the giant tribe. I would like to ask for your help to enter the ancestral land to retrieve the heritage blood. Back then, I saw 2 drops of heritage blood in the palace. I used up a drop, so there's only a drop left. Perhaps, there would be more in other places, but I don't need you to take too many risks. As long as you can retrieve that one remaining drop of heritage blood, it's sufficient." Titan giant Kronos explained his motive to them in a single breath. He wanted to obtain the heritage blood from the ancestral land dimension. Although they knew that the giant tribe had a long history, they did not expect that such an extraordinary dimension existed. Moreover, Kronos had become a Titan giant by using a drop of heritage blood. Ordinary blood was useless in comparison. A Titan giant could only condense a single drop of heritage blood. Once the blood was condensed, the Titan giant would not be far from the grasp of death. Only the Titan giants who were faced with an insurmountable danger would condense the heritage blood. Despite the apparent danger emitted by the ancestral land and the stench of death, it seemed unthinkable that it could deter an ultimate existence like Kronos. "Your Majesty, how can this ancestral land stop you?" Wizard Sito asked in a deep voice. In the Void Zone, an ultimate existence was almost invincible. Although the ancestral land was quite peculiar, it should not stop an ultimate existence from entering. Therefore, Merlin and his group were filled with confusion. Kronos thought for a moment and spoke, "The ancestral land is very strange. There's a power that seems to suppress me. Not just me, but all giants. Even if I attack, it's extremely difficult. I've tried it before but I failed." Merlin and Sito exchanged a look, both sensing the absurdity in this statement. Surely, Kronos was not telling the truth. Since Kronos was so wary of the ancestral land, perhaps there was a power that could threaten an ultimate existence. Hence, they were slightly hesitant. If there was a power that could threaten an ultimate existence, how would they dare enter? Kronos seemed to be able to guess their hesitation, so he continued speaking. All you have to do is enter the palace and retrieve that heritage blood. Then the giant tribe would join forces with the spellcaster civilization, and rush to the spellcaster civilization at once. If it was just you lot, of course, I wouldn't allow you to enter. However, you have the slothful beast. No matter how strong a force is, can it possibly harm the slothful beast? He was right, they did have the slothful beast. Merlin also glanced at the slothful beast. Back then, even the joint forces of the three great arcane wizards were unable to harm the slothful beast. So far, only the pale blue flames that were left behind by the Flare Emperor had been able to harm the slothful beast. Additionally, if the slothful beast was enraged, even the dimension itself could be torn apart. Therefore, there was nothing much for them to fear. Perhaps this ancestral land is quite peculiar, but with the slothful beast, we have a chance of success. Merlin and Ceto discussed diligently among themselves. For the sake of the spellcaster civilization, they would have to undertake this risk. Finally, they decided to agree to Kronos' request and enter the ancestral land to retrieve a drop of heritage blood for the giant tribe. Your Majesty, we agree to enter the ancestral land. A smile appeared on Kronos' face. Don't worry. As long as you can retrieve a drop of heritage blood, I will not break my word. I'll certainly mobilize the strength of the entire giant tribe to help the spellcaster civilization. Kronos reiterated his promise. A promise made by an ultimate existence was very trustworthy, so Merlin and Ceto were assured and did not require any kind of contractual obligation. Hence, the two of them flew onto the back of the slothful beast. This time, they decided to go by themselves. After all, this ancestral land was dangerous. In addition, Flarite and the others did not belong to the spellcaster civilization. There was no need to involve them in such a dangerous situation. Flarite, you three can wait for us outside. As soon as Ceto finished speaking, he got ready for Merlin to steer the slothful beast into the ancestral land. We want to go with you. Perhaps, I can be of some help. Flarite led the other two hopped onto the slothful beast with an unperturbed expression. Both Ceto and Merlin were very touched. Flarite was still willing to follow them to such a dangerous place. However, they were slightly hesitant because this place was relatively ominous. Just the aura of death alone made the dimension appear uncanny. However, Flarite's expression gradually turned grave. Softly, he said, there's a reason why I want to follow you inside. Although this dimension is filled with death, there's an aura that's very familiar to me. What is it specifically, I don't know. Perhaps, only by entering, I'll find out. You've sensed something familiar? Merlin and Ceto exchanged a look. If Flarite and the others felt something familiar, then this ancestral land must have existed for a very long time. Perhaps, it could be useful to them. Thus, Merlin and Ceto no longer insisted otherwise. With Flarite and the others in tow, they began to slowly steer the slothful beast toward the ancestral land dimension. Titan giant Kronos, on the other hand, stayed outside the dimension with a hopeful look. He had sent many giants inside but none of them had returned. With the slothful beast, this time might be his last hope. Warrior spirits of Titan giants past, I hope this attempt will succeed in retrieving your heritage blood so that the giant tribe would no longer continue to decline. Kronos mumbled softly as he watched the huge slothful beast slowly disappearing into the ancestral land. In the gargantuan dimension filled with death, as soon as the slothful beast entered the dimension, it seemed to sense something amiss. The slothful beast twisted its body in apparent discomfort. Fortunately, the interference did not seem too strong, so Merlin's hallucinating spell was still able to affect the slothful beast. Such a strong aura of death. Ceto's expression grew grimmer. How could this be the ancestral land of the giant tribe? It was an incomparably deserted dimension filled with death. This first impression that this dimension gave Merlin was dereliction. Yes, there were broken walls and holes of varying sizes everywhere. They could even see huge footprints and the stench of death lingering in the air. Everything in this dimension pointed toward a terrible destruction that could not be accomplished by an average wizard. Even a great lord would not be able to wreak so much damage. An ordinary legend might be able to destroy an average-sized dimension easily, but if the dimension was a few times larger, it could only be destroyed by an honored legend. For a gargantuan dimension like this, that was probably equivalent to hundreds of dimensions. Its space was unimaginably stable. In some sense, this entire dimension could be said to be sturdier than the slothful beast. Neither a lord nor an ultimate existence could destroy it. Just like the Atlan dimension, even though the three great arcane wizards knew the threat it posed, they dared not enter the Atlan dimension. Hence, the Atlan civilization was able to develop freely. Despite knowing that this would bring more harm than good to the spellcaster civilization, the three great arcane wizards had no other choice. Even if they were to join forces and attack, they would not be able to destabilize the Atlan dimension that was comparable to hundreds and thousands of dimensions. This dimension before their eyes was much smaller than the Atlan dimension, but was still equivalent to hundreds of dimensions. Furthermore, it had a mysterious power that even an ultimate existence would not be able to affect it. Chapter 786, Battlefield. Chapter 786, Battlefield. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. We need to find the palace. According to Kronos, the palace is very obvious, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Merlin, while using his hallucinating spell to steer the slothful beast, spoke. All of them were very cautious. This dimension was very peculiar. Although there was nothing around them, the terrifying aura was omnipresent, causing everyone to be highly vigilant and dared not lower their guard. Such a familiar aura. Flarite frowned. He could sense a familiar aura, but simply could not recall what it was. Thus, riding on the back of the slothful beast, they continued to move forward. Soon, a red mist emerged from the ground and a rancid smell appeared. What is this? Everyone, be careful. Merlin hurriedly wielded his maxim to protect his body. When the red mist came into contact with Merlin's maxim, there was a hissing sound. It was corroding Merlin's ultimate maxim. Although the speed of this corrosion was very slow and had no effect on Merlin whatsoever, it was still his ultimate maxim. Moreover, he was also a strong contender among the lords. This showed how terrifying the red mist really was. In addition, even though it was merely a small trouble, such trouble was rampant all over the ancestral land. What is this place? Merlin and Ceto exchanged a look with a grave expression. Fortunately, Flarite and the others were also extraordinary beings, so no one was harmed by the red mist. As for the slothful beast, it endured the most amount of red mist, but it did not sustain any harm. If the attacks of three great arcane wizards could not defeat a slothful beast, what more this red corroding mist? As Merlin and the others continued forward, a concentrated stench of death wafted toward them, accompanied by pangs of shrill screams. It was extremely distressing. Since Merlin's mind power was incomparably powerful, its effect on him was limited. Both Flarite and Ceto were also extraordinary, hence, they were able to withstand it. However, Flaroa and Flamen were only comparable to ordinary lords, so similar looks of pain were etched on their faces. Calm. Merlin quickly mobilized his mind power to shroud them both. He forcibly soothed their chaotic consciousness and stopped the agitation. With that, the pangs of shrill screams were rendered ineffective. However, this encounter only made them even more vigilant than ever. They had only been in the ancestral land for a short time, yet they had encountered the red mist and the eerie screams. Even great lord existences like Flaroa and Flamen seemed slightly susceptible. It was not surprising where Kronos had mentioned that the giant kings he sent into the ancestral land had never returned. All of them failed. The ancestral land was constantly filled with unknown danger. Watch out! Suddenly, Ceto called out to Merlin. An eerily incomplete puppet had suddenly appeared in front of the slothful beast. The puppet did not have an arm, and its head had been broken. The head hung creepily on its neck. However, this puppet gave Merlin and Ceto a spine-tingling sense of danger. This is bad. Merlin was caught by surprise. He saw the puppet slowly lift its remaining arm, and a red ball of light appeared. Immediately, an endless danger surrounded Merlin. Even Flarite shouted, "I remember it now." Before he could finish speaking, Merlin already sensed absolute danger. Without thinking, he mobilized all his mind power, and steered the slothful beast to knock into the mutilated puppet brutally. Bang! How massive was the slothful beast? Considering its immense body, a brutal collision was enough to crush a slightly stronger dimension. Therefore, one collision with the slothful beast immediately smashed the mutilated puppet into pieces. The red light also disappeared quickly. Phew! Merlin released a breath of relief. Just a mutilated puppet gave him a terrifying and threatening feeling. This puppet, is it the Atlan civilization? Merlin thought carefully. The strange metallic body of this mutilated puppet and its strange structure was highly similar to the Atlan civilization. However, even the Atlan civilization did not possess puppets as powerful as such. Furthermore, the Atlan civilization had never left the Atlan dimension, so why would this puppet appear in the giant tribe's ancestral land? Flarite, what did you remember? Sito gazed at Flarite keenly. Earlier, Flarite had shouted loudly, apparently remembering something. Merlin also turned around, and looked at Flarite questioningly. Flarite took a deep breath and looked at Sito, Merlin, and the smashed pieces of the puppet on the ground. In a deep voice, he said, "Right at the beginning, I sensed a very familiar aura, but I couldn't pinpoint it. Now, I'm very sure. The reason this place is familiar is that there's an aura of the vestigial tribe. The mutilated puppet earlier probably belonged to the vestigial tribe. Most probably, this ancestral land was formerly a massive battlefield involving the vestigial tribe." The vestigial tribe? Battlefield? Merlin and Sito were shaken. Before this, they thought that the vestigial tribe was merely a legend or a fearsome civilization that had disappeared a long time ago. Right now, however, this civilization had come to life right in front of their own eyes, especially in this manner that stunned Merlin and Sito to the core. The ancestral land of the giant tribe. During the era of the 36 emperors, did you not hear about the giant tribe? Merlin glanced around him. This ancestral land was still filled with death, but looking at the dereliction around them, it did resemble a battlefield. Flarite smiled wryly. How vast is the void zone? We don't even know all 36 emperors. How would we know whether the giant tribe existed back then? Moreover, when we were with the Flare Emperor, we were sent to become guardians of the Flare region world quite early on. Thereafter, we don't know anything about the outside world. Merlin and Sito looked at one another. If what Flarite said was true, that this was a battlefield with the vestigial tribe in the past, then it was extremely terrifying. Although they had not seen the real vestigial tribe, the mutilated puppet had been able to pose such a huge threat to them, which meant that they could easily vanquish a great lord. Additionally, this was only a mutilated puppet. It was not surprising that the vestigial tribe was able to conquer the entire void zone. Looking at the degree of destruction in this place, the giant tribe must have been truly powerful in the past. There must have been numerous Titan giants. Otherwise, the war with the vestigial tribe would not have been so ferocious. From the looks of things, it seemed that the war ended with the defeat of the vestigial tribe. However, the Titan giants of the giant tribe were almost completely wiped out. Thus, they finally left behind some heritage blood. This speculation would be similar to Kronos' narration. Most probably, the reason this ancestral land became so peculiar was because of the vestigial tribe. If a few more of these mutilated puppets existed, no matter how many giants came to this place, it would be useless. Even this time, they were fortunate to have the slothful beast. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. How terrifying is this vestigial tribe? Do they rely completely on these puppets? Merlin asked in a whisper. He was getting more and more curious about the vestigial tribe. A random puppet was able to threaten a lord, which meant that it was even more impressive than an Atlan civilization dimension-level warship. Flarite shook his head. No, the puppets are merely one of the many tactics used by the vestigial tribe. The true power of the vestigial tribe is their own bodies. Using some external objects, their bodies can undergo a special transformation. In just a short period, they can transform into an existence with incredible powers. Luckily, the number of their most preeminent existences were fewer than the 36 emperors. Otherwise, this outcome of the war might have been different. It appeared that the vestigial tribe had eventually lost the war, but that original piece of history had almost disappeared. This meant that the powers commanded by the 36 emperors were also almost completely diminished. The entire Void Zone suffered a massive loss that was not much better than the vestigial tribe. All of this was simply Merlin's personal conjecture. Now that he found out that the ancestral land was a battlefield with the vestigial tribe, he became even more cautious. Chapter 787, The Black Star Armor. Chapter 787, The Black Star Armor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Since this is the battlefield with the vestigial tribe, maybe we can obtain some benefits. Merlin was immediately reminded of the might of the vestigial tribe in the past. They had conquered the entire Void Zone. Even the 36 emperors were not confident that they would be able to control the vestigial tribe. Moreover, looking at the condition of the battlefield, surely there was more than one Titan giant. The degree of destruction unleashed in this place was incomparably terrifying. So, it would not be surprising to find some items left behind by the vestigial tribe. Items belonging to the vestigial tribe. If we obtained those, it would indeed be beneficial. Back then, Sir Flare Emperor also wished to obtain some items belonging to the vestigial tribe, but it wasn't easy. Flarite's eyes also gleamed. He was well aware about how powerful the vestigial tribe was. Therefore, he did not believe that the Atlan civilization currently opposing the Spellcaster civilization was the vestigial tribe. If it was the real vestigial tribe, then they would have conquered the entire Void Zone a long time ago. They would not have been stumped by merely the Spellcaster civilization. Thus, as Merlin steered the slothful beast forward, he searched their surroundings cautiously. However, his luck was not as stellar as before. They did not encounter anything like the mutilated puppet from before. Although they did not come across any more mutilated vestigial tribe puppets, the further they went, the more serious the damage they saw. Some fear-inspiring footprint indentations proved that this was where the most ferocious battle had transpired. At the same time, the stench of death deeply permeated the air. Continuing, Merlin and the others finally spotted a huge palace, just as described by Kronos. That must be the palace where the Titan giants had left behind their heritage blood. True enough, it was very striking. Here, death was prevalent in the air and pierced every heart relentlessly. He wondered how did Kronos manage to escape from the palace and the dimension safe and sound. If it were any other giant, they might not be as fortunate. The closer they got to the palace, the more Merlin could sense a dominating authority radiating from inside the palace. This authority was relatively similar to Kronos' aura. Could it be the heritage blood? Seeing the palace and sensing the authoritative aura similar to Kronos, it had sealed their belief that a Titan giant heritage blood was inside. As long as they retrieved the heritage blood and carried it outside using the slothful beast, they would earn the giant tribe's support. Stop! Merlin steered the slothful beast without encountering any obstacles. Soon, they arrived before the palace. The palace appeared to be in a derelict state. Even the pillars had cracks. Craters of various sizes testified the horrible battle that had transpired in this place, yet it did not destroy the palace. It was uncertain whether the palace remained standing due to the Titan giant's protection or it simply escaped the effects of war by sheer chance. The slothful beast came to a stop. Although the palace was huge, it still could not fit the slothful beast. Therefore, the slothful beast could only wait outside. Merlin used his hallucinating spell to lull the slothful beast into slumber once again. It crouched outside the palace and waited quietly. Merlin, Ceto, and the others jumped down from the slothful beast, and stood in front of the palace door. This palace looked exceptionally derelict, and the door was shut tight, so they did not know what was hidden inside. Everyone be careful. We no longer have the slothful beast with us. If we encounter another puppet like that mutilated puppet earlier, don't hold back. Use your strongest abilities to destroy it. Merlin's expression was austere. He knew that this ancestral land should not be taken for granted. If they had encountered a puppet like the one from before without the slothful beast by their side, and did not destroy it in time, they would be in a treacherous position. Once they were ready, Ceto took a step forward. His Maxim pushed the palace main door open. Creak! The door swung open slowly. Wizard Ceto took one step forward. After all, he was only an avatar. If there was any danger and he died as a result, it was not a big deal. The moment the palace door was opened, a stale aura wafted into their faces. The entire palace was extremely spacious, and there were some traces of pandemonium inside. Merlin's entire body was encased in a maxim as he regarded the palace interior coolly. The first thing that caught his eye was a broken pillar. This broken pillar looked like it was sliced through cleanly with a sharp blade. It was cut into several chunks which had tumbled onto the floor. There was also a black armor covered by a thick layer of dust. A vestigial tribe puppet? Merlin's eyes widened slightly. He immediately gazed at the black armor watchfully. Although there was no responsive aura, the vestigial tribe's items did not have any living aura to begin with. Hence, Merlin had to be guarded. Besides the black armor, there was a skeleton of what looked like an arm. This skeleton was incomparably large. Even with just a single glance, they could tell that this arm did not belong to an average giant. At the very least, this was the arm of a titan giant like Kronos. It's indeed the vestigial tribe's aura. It's even more concentrated here. This is the real vestigial tribe. Flarite said in a serious tone as he stared directly at the black armor which was covered in dust. The real vestigial tribe. What do you mean? Merlin did not understand. Did Flarite mean that the mutilated puppet earlier did not belong to the real vestigial tribe? Flarite slowly approached the black armor, and explained softly, Wizard Merlin and Wizard Ceto, you've never met the vestigial tribe before, so naturally, you don't know their fissumeness. The vestigial tribe's true power rests not on the puppets they create, but their bodies with the help of external power such as armors. With this, they would quickly exceed the powerful existences. I recognize this black armor. This is the slightly more powerful Black Star armor, which belongs to the second tier. This type of armor could only be worn by a true vestigial creature. When the vestigial creatures puts on this armor, they slowly fuse with the armor and become one body. Consequently, they are much more powerful than the puppets. The Black Star armor is formidable to fight against the ultimate existences. The vestigial creatures would fuse with the armors. Once the fusion is successful, their abilities would be enhanced many folds. By the looks of things, this Black Star armor fought a Titan giant in this palace. In the end, the vestigial creature in the Black Star armor died while the Titan giant lost an arm and was probably grievously injured. Flarite's understanding of the vestigial tribe was far beyond Merlin's and Ceto's. After all, when he followed the Flare Emperor, he had seen the vestigial tribe personally. Fuse with an armor? This armor is more powerful than the puppets. Merlin did not know to what extent did the vestigial tribe developed back in the days. Nevertheless, fusing with an armor to receive powers comparable to an ultimate existence sounded completely ludicrous to him. Merlin was not alone. Even Ceto was reeling in disbelief. An ultimate existence was someone who could mobilize the powers of the natural order. Only by enduring countless hardships, one could be lucky enough to become an ultimate existence. If a mere armor could create a powerful contender comparable to an ultimate existence, then it would be truly fearsome. Flarite glanced at Merlin and Ceto, seemingly understanding their disbeliefs. He continued, it's very difficult for you to imagine the vestigial tribe's horror now, but they were truly a nightmare. Otherwise, why would the 36 emperors regard them as a major enemy? The vestigial tribe has three kinds of armors. The first tier is the Golden Ray armor, the second tier is the Black Star armor, and the third tier is the Grey Light armor. All three types of armors can only be worn by the strongest contenders in the vestigial tribe, so it's not as easy as you may think. The Golden Ray armor is almost comparable to supreme existences like the 36 emperors. I've witnessed a Golden Ray contender attack before. Although he didn't possess the powers of the natural order, the resulting force was still suffocating. Upon hearing Flarite's explanation, Merlin's heart was ignited as he looked at the Black Star armor on the ground. This represented a strong contender from the vestigial tribe who was comparable to an ultimate existence. Be careful. The vestigial tribe is extremely strange. No one can determine for sure that this Black Star armor is harmless. Flarite saw the eagerness in the eyes of Merlin and the others, so he reminded them softly. Chapter 788, Quiver. Chapter 788, Quiver. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin's mind power radiated through the entire palace but kept focused on the dusty black star armor. According to Flarite, the golden ray armors were invaluable, and their quantity did not exceed the 36 emperors. Most probably, there was only about a dozen or two of them, the majority of which were destroyed by the 36 emperors. After all, the golden ray armor was the vestigial tribe's most preeminent combat force. Below the golden ray armor was the black star armor. The black star armor was also incredibly precious. It allowed the vestigial tribe to possess powers of an ultimate existence, which was utterly unbelievable. Such armors were surely very few in numbers too. The fact that they had managed to see such a complete black star armor was a rare opportunity. Naturally, Merlin would not allow such an opportunity to go to waste. He wanted to study it carefully, either to understand what kind of powers the vestigial tribe possessed or how the black star armor could possess so much power. Additionally, if he could derive some benefits, it would be the icing on the cake. Merlin gradually converged his mind power on the black star armor, but there was no response except for an icy feeling, and an even thicker aura of death. There was no sign of life. No matter how powerful the vestigial tribe was, they were ultimately life-form tribes. Merlin's senses would not be wrong. He was sure that he did not sense any living aura. Slowly, all of them approached the black star armor. Wizard Sito raised his hand abruptly to stop them. "Hold on. Everyone, stop moving. I'm just an avatar, so it's okay even if I perish. So, I'll go first." All of them exchanged a look with one another. Flarite, who knew the vestigial tribe the best and was the strongest contender among the group, was also wary and guarded. Thus, everyone agreed for Wizard Sito to go first. Wizard Sito took a deep breath. With maxims encasing his body for protection, he carefully inched toward the black star armor. Swish! Finally, Wizard Sito extended a hand and grabbed the black star armor on the ground. Huh? Why won't it move? The black star armor looked very lightweight, but Sito's grasp, encased in an ultimate maxim which could move even a mountain, failed to move it. It was as if the armor was completely drilled into the ground. What's happening? Lift! Sito's expression darkened. Subsequently, the darkness maxim on his body reconsolidated a new hand that applied directly on the black star armor. This was a terrifying amount of power that could move an ordinary dimension. Boom! The huge force resonated onto the black star armor, but it remained unmoved. The entire foyer even shook slightly, and dust flew into the air. Other than that, there were no other changes. Swish swish! Merlin, Flarite, and the others approached quickly and surrounded the black star armor. Each of them looked at Sito. "Wizard Sito, what happened?" Merlin asked softly. Sito's face was slightly gloomy. He stared at the black star armor and spoke slowly. "This armor is a bit peculiar. No matter how much strength I wield, it remains unyielding. I can't lift it at all." "Can't be lifted?" "Let me try." Merlin extended his hand. His flame and darkness ultimate maxims transformed into two large hands which grabbed the opposite ends of the armor. The power of both ultimate maxims exploded in an instant, causing Sito and the others to take a few steps backward. Merlin's expression grew graver. It was just as Wizard Sito said. The black star armor on the ground was completely unyielding. There was no way for them to move this armor. "Flarite, you understand the vestigial tribe better. What's happening?" Merlin cast his gaze upon Flarite. Only Flarite had a better understanding of the vestigial tribe. Flarite looked at the black star armor carefully. After a moment, he sighed. "You truly don't know the vestigial tribe's fissumeness. The real foundations of the vestigial tribe are the golden ray armor, black star armor, and grey light armor. According to rumors, once the vestigial creatures reach a certain age and undergo a certain training, they're allowed to put on these armors. Whichever armor is most suitable for them, they can wear it and become undefeatable. Thus, this armor can only be worn by the real vestigial creatures. Anyone else wouldn't be able to command it. Otherwise, the black star armor wouldn't have been lying here untouched. It would have been taken by the giant tribe a long time ago." Merlin nodded his head internally. Flarite was right. Looking at the traces of destruction in this place, it was obvious that after a ferocious battle, the vestigial tribe was defeated, and the Titan giants of the giant tribe prevailed. Nonetheless, this black star armor remained here. Most probably, it was because no one other than the vestigial tribe could move the armor. Even the Titan giants who excelled in strength were not able to move it, what more Merlin and his entourage. Mindful of that, Merlin waved his hand and cleared away all the dust on the surface of the black star armor, revealing a dark shimmer underneath. It was unknown what material was this armor constructed from, that even the Titan giants could not crush it. The defensive capabilities of this armor were monumental. However, the vestigial tribe member who wore this armor had perished. All that was left was this powerful armor. Merlin gently stroked the surface of the armor but did not find any kind of switch. The entire armor appeared to be completely conjoined with no gaps at all. It was a one-piece suit that looked uniquely striking. Let's go then. Since we can't obtain the Black Star armor, we better find the heritage blood. Merlin stood up. Since he was unable to manipulate this Black Star armor, he had no choice but to give up. First, they had to search for the heritage blood that Titan giant Kronos required. Earlier outside the palace, they had already sensed a gust of authority which was similar to Kronos. Most likely, it was emitted by the heritage blood that Kronos had described. Only the heritage blood, which contained the entire essence of a powerful Titan giant, could possibly emit such an authority. Soon, they saw a few boxes situated at the front of the palace. Despite the powerful authority lingering outside these boxes, Merlin and the others were overjoyed. Finally, we found it. Sito swiftly stepped forward and opened a few boxes. However, all of them were empty except for the last box, which contained a drop of crimson blood. This crimson blood appeared to contain immeasurable strength. Sito was forced to utilize a maxim to grasp it. Even then, it was wobbling unstoppably. As for the other boxes, perhaps they were used to contain heritage blood, but for some unknown reasons, they were empty. Perhaps, some of the heritage blood was destroyed during the war or had been deliberately hidden away by other Titan giants. Nevertheless, Kronos must have obtained a drop of heritage blood from this palace in the past, allowing him to become the only Titan giant of the giant tribe. This drop of heritage blood is the giant tribe's hope. Sito naturally understood the significance of the box in his hand to the giant tribe. Once this drop of heritage blood was passed over to Kronos, it meant that the giant tribe would soon have 2 Titan giants. Fortunately, no matter how much the giant tribe expanded, they could not possibly pose a threat to the spellcaster civilization. This was because there was an even more powerful god alliance constituting the 8 largest god organizations between them. Regardless of the spellcaster civilization or the giant tribe, the god alliance was the monstrosity that could not be overcome. Alright, we've got the heritage blood. This place is peculiar all around, let's leave as soon as possible. Sito kept away the box filled with the heritage blood, and spoke solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement. It would be prudent not to loiter in this place for too long. Who knew what else was left behind from that massive war? Hence, they quickly flew out of the palace. However, just as they passed by the Black Star armor lying on the ground, everyone felt disgruntled that they could not take the Black Star armor away. Suddenly, unbeknownst whether it was Merlin's hallucination, he felt as though the Black Star armor was quivering faintly. Chapter 789, Brain of Life. Chapter 789, Brain of Life. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin turned around abruptly. At this moment, he saw the Black Star armor quivering gently on the ground as if it was alive. What is it? Sito and the others immediately turned back and looked at Merlin cautiously. Merlin was also slightly doubtful. Just then, the Matrix's voice sounded in his mind after a long hiatus. Discovered decrypted information. Read? Information? Any information that can be read by the Matrix was similar to the items created by the Atlan civilization. Indeed, the vestigial tribe had some resemblance with the Atlan civilization. Could there be anything left behind? Despite the uncertainty in his heart, Merlin whispered resolutely in his heart. Confirm, read. Soon, the Black Star armor calmed down again. Merlin shut his eyes and waited patiently for the matrix to complete reading the information. Beep. Decrypted information had been read. Upon hearing the matrix voice, Merlin swiftly extended his mind power into the Empire-level warship in his ring. This was because the matrix had been completely integrated with the Empire-level warship. However, it was still controlled by Merlin. Analyze new information. Merlin hurriedly commanded the matrix. Instantly, a huge load of information appeared on the screen of the Empire-level warship. It was a series of pictures. These pictures depicted a young boy. From the moment he was born, a minuscule intelligence chip had been implanted into his brain. This intelligence chip was known as the Brain of Life, which meant that it could help life forms evolve. The Brain of Life was the real reason behind the vestigial tribe's powers. It was equivalent to each vestigial creature's identity card. The Brain of Life was completely integrated into every single baby born in the vestigial tribe. From the moment their consciousness was awoken, the Brain of Life would gradually transfer bits and pieces of information into the baby's brain. Hence, every vestigial creature's knowledge was extremely impressive and incomparably vast. Finally, the Brain of Life would analyze every person's knowledge traits, and assign them jobs once they become adults. Some would become engineers, some would become soldiers, and so on. The entire vestigial tribe was an egalitarian society. Every vestigial creature would play a specific role to support society. From the viewpoint of other civilizations, the vestigial tribe was a perplexing civilization, and to some extent, a perfect civilization. However, nothing is perfect in this world. The vestigial tribe's resourcefulness led to the invention of the Brain of Life. In some ways, the Brain of Life was far superior to any intelligence chip, and allowed the vestigial creatures to be nurtured with various information from young. With the Brain of Life, the vestigial tribe began to embark on a different journey, which was using everything around them to enhance their abilities and develop the civilization. They did not need to integrate with the natural order. In the end, in their quest to obtain some precious mineral resources, they had inevitably fallen into conflicts with other civilizations. It was at this point that the vestigial tribe unexpectedly discovered that their civilization was very different from the other civilizations around them. Moreover, the surrounding civilizations regarded them like strange creatures. Hence, the vestigial tribe fought back. The entire civilization began to descend into violent conflicts with other civilizations. A massive war was inevitable. This was the general content of the information. Of course, the war was narrated from the vestigial creature's perspective. In the end, no one could determine who was right and who was wrong. Perhaps, it was simply a war of survival. This load of information contained the life story of the owner of this Black Star armor. Since young, he excelled at combat, thus he was nurtured into a warrior. At last, he became a warrior acknowledged by the Black Star armor, and became a powerful Black Star warrior. Along with a few other Black Star warriors, they had attacked one of the powerful civilizations called the Titan civilization. Back then, the Titan civilization had a fearsome number of Titan giants. Otherwise, the attack would not have been comprised exclusively of Black Star warriors. Unfortunately, they were all trapped in this dimension, and were killed by the Titan giants. Looking at the state of the current giant tribe, however, the Titan civilization must have also suffered a massive loss. None of the Titan giants survived. Else, Kronos would not have become the only Titan giant after obtaining the heritage blood by chance. Merlin found out a lot of information about the vestigial tribe. Although the information was extremely important, he could analyze them carefully at a later date. Right now, his priority was to be acknowledged by the Black Star armor. According to this sequence of information, earning the acknowledgement of the Black Star armor was very challenging. First, it had to be a vestigial creature whom the Brain of Life had nurtured into a warrior since young. Only then, the person would qualify to receive an acknowledgement from the Black Star armor. Moreover, the candidate also had to be a strong contender among its peers. With an additional stroke of luck, he or she could be acknowledged by the Black Star armor. As for beings from other civilizations, due to the absence of the Brain of Life, the possibility of them using the Black Star armor was nil. Therefore, even if someone were to obtain this Black Star armor, they would not be able to use it. This was the true reason why, despite being an all-powerful Black Star armor, it had been left untouched. All the other Black Star armors had been shattered into smithereens. Only the vestigial creature in this Black Star armor had been relatively lucky and was merely severely injured. Nevertheless, he had no way of leaving this dimension, so he died slowly. As a result, he was able to leave behind a mostly intact Black Star armor without damage. "Merlin, what's the matter with you?" At this time, Wizard Sito's voice rang in Merlin's ear. Merlin raised his head and saw that everyone was looking at him with a weird expression. Merlin was unconcerned. In a deep voice, he said, "I might know how to take this Black Star armor with us. However, I'll need more time." "What? You can bring the vestigial tribe's Black Star armor with you?" Sito was astounded. After hearing Flarite's earlier introduction, even he was tempted by this Black Star armor. However, in the end, he could not bring it with him. Right now, Merlin could potentially bring the armor with them. Even if they could not use it, they could study it carefully. "I'm quite confident that I can bring this armor away, but I'll need some time to study it." As soon as Merlin finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He was carefully examining the information about the Black Star armor. Right at the beginning, the Black Star armor was created by the vestigial tribe especially for their warriors. With the help of the Brain of Life, anyone who became a Black Star warrior would be able to gradually fuse with the Black Star armor and become one. The owner of this armor had just recently gotten the acknowledgement of the Black Star armor at the time that he was sent on this dangerous mission. As such, he did not have time to fuse completely with the Black Star armor. Consequently, he was shaken to death by the Titan giants. Otherwise, he could not leave behind such an intact armor. "I can't be acknowledged without the Brain of Life. I don't have the Brain of Life." Merlin was stumped. Not only did he not have the Brain of Life, but other civilizations also could not possibly have it either. Even the Atlans he had captured had never heard of the Brain of Life. Merlin was extremely frustrated. "Without the Brain of Life, I cannot be acknowledged by the Black Star armor. Regardless, I'm not a vestigial creature and have no intentions of wearing the Black Star armor. All I want to do is bring it away." A flash of inspiration struck Merlin. He recalled some background of the Black Star armor among the information. It seemed like every armor was controlled by a sequence of program. However, this control program was temporary. Upon the successful fusion between a vestigial creature and this armor, the control program would cease to operate. Nevertheless, the owner of this armor was yet to begin the fusion. Perhaps, the program still controlled the armor? Stumbling upon this thought, Merlin's heart was overjoyed. He immediately commanded the Matrix, try to invade the program and control the Black Star armor. After he finished speaking, Merlin waited with bated breath. He did not know whether the armor still contained a program or whether any change had transpired over the years. Most of all, he did not know whether the Matrix could control the Black Star armor. It was a series of unknowns. Right now, the only thing Merlin could do was to wait patiently. Chapter 790, Controlling the Armor. Chapter 790, Controlling the Armor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Beep, there's an encrypted program. The program has crashed and can be controlled. Confirm control? When Merlin heard the Matrix's voice, his heart was wild with joy. This Black Star armor contained a control program. Although it was encrypted, maybe because it had been too long or the circuits had been ruined by the Titan giant, the Matrix was now easily able to access and control it. Control the armor. Merlin instantly gave this command. Soon, the black armor vibrated even more fiercely. It had been so heavy that even Wizard Sito was unable to lift it, but now, it was shuddering furiously, causing the entire palace to shake as well. What's going on? Sito could not remember how many times he had asked this today, but now he had no idea what was happening. The Black Star armor had started to vibrate without reason, and from the looks of it, Merlin had something to do with it. Has Merlin succeeded? Can we bring this Black Star armor with us? As he thought of this, Sito could no longer remain calm. His eyes swept across Merlin and the Black Star armor constantly. Beep, preliminary control over armor is gained. Upon receiving this update from the Matrix, Merlin instantly stepped forward and reached out. Swoosh! This time, Merlin easily grabbed the Black Star armor. It was no longer like before when it was incomparably heavy, unable to be lifted at all. Crack! Suddenly, cracks appeared all over the palace for some unknown reason, as if it would collapse at any time. Wizard Ceto, will leave first. Merlin eyed the palace and delayed no longer. He used his spatial ring to store the Black Star armor. Together with Ceto and the rest, they quickly flew out of the palace. Just as soon as they left the palace and landed on the slothful beast, the entire gigantic palace began to collapse instantly. Within the flying dust, there were faint flashes of red light. The vestigial tribe puppets. There's still more of them, let's go! After the palace had collapsed, a few mutilated puppets had appeared from unknown locations. Those empty eye sockets still flickered with terrifying red lights. They raised their hands, forming fearsome power. We can't escape now. Prepare for battle, everyone. Merlin and the rest felt threatened. There were 4 damaged puppets in total. Each of their hands was shining with the red glow, equipped with a momentous threat. Allow me. Back when I was with Sir Flare Emperor, I didn't have a chance to fight the vestigial tribe. Let me fight them now. Flarite stepped forward, and clasped his hands. Instantly, a colossal fire god demon appeared behind him. Roar! The fire god demon seemed alive as it gave a deafening roar. The mighty shockwaves rushed toward the 4 damaged puppets of the vestigial tribe. Even the recently collapsed palace was swept by this frightening sound, turning into a scary windstorm. Whiz whiz whiz. For beams of red light aimed at the massive fire god demon in midair, crashing into him with destructive power. A few holes appeared in the fire god demon's body. The fire god demon's body shuddered slightly as if it was about to disperse. Flarite's face was ashen white as well. He had a profound connection with the fire god demon and was now injured somewhat. Nonetheless, Flarite could still withstand this. He brought both hands together, and his body flared up in terrifying flames, practically distorting space. Space here was not any weaker than it had been in the Flare region world. After all, this was used by the Titan giants to trap the Black Star warriors of the vestigial tribe. Naturally, it was no ordinary dimension. Therefore, although the force of Flarite's flames had been augmented to their extreme, it still could not break the space. Still, a force like this was sufficient. Merlin and Ceto stared at Flarite solemnly. Before this, they knew that Flarite was nearly on par with a quasi-ultimate existence who had 5 ultimate maxims. He had the chance of merging with the natural order and becoming an ultimate existence. However, Merlin had never truly seen how powerful an existence with 5 ultimate maxims would be. Now he could feel a mighty pressure. Even though it could not compare to a true ultimate existence, it was enough to handle him. At the very least, Merlin had no way to contend against Flarite for now. 5 ultimate maxims was close to a greatest lord. According to rumors, even ultimate existences could not handle a greatest lord, a powerful lord who had 6 ultimate maxims. However, from the birth of the spellcaster civilization until now, there had been no lord with 6 ultimate maxims. On the other hand, there had been lords with 5 ultimate maxims, and these were the 3 arcane wizards. Nevertheless, they soon decided to merge with the natural order and succeeded in doing so, becoming the ultimate arcane wizards. Therefore, it was rare to see an existence as powerful as 5 ultimate maxims in action. The gigantic fire god demon was empowered with new strength by Flarite. Its body swelled up a size, and each wisp of flame on its body was extremely scary, even more so than Merlin's ultimate fire-type maxim. Merlin previously thought that an ultimate maxim represented the pinnacle of an element, but now he had imagined that this was somewhat arrogant. How vast was the void zone? How could an ultimate maxim represent the peak of power? When he saw the light blue flames left by the Flare Emperor back then, Merlin was already swayed, for that was something one could not explain through maxims. As he looked at Flarite's fire god demon, it became even more obvious to Merlin that the spellcaster system of condensing maxims was merely one system. It definitely could not be said to represent the pinnacle of power. Flarite's fire god demon instantly swung a fist, locking onto the 4 mutilated puppets of the vestigial tribe. This punch turned into flames that filled the air as they sped toward the puppets. Bang bang bang. The flames crashed viciously into these puppets. Originally, if these vestigial tribe puppets were not so damaged, they might have the capability to threaten a lord. However, in Flarite's eyes, who was on par with 5 ultimate maxims, they were not indestructible. Moreover, they were already damaged and were far from their most powerful state. Thus, when the flames exploded, the 4 puppets were immediately blown up to chunks. There was no more movement. The fire god demon glanced at the surroundings that were already in ruins. Following that, it gradually faded, turning into sparks of flames that were absorbed into Flarite. All right, it's settled. Flarite still wore a relaxed expression, as expected of a formidable existence equivalent to 5 ultimate maxims, the sentinel of the Flare region world. The vestigial tribe is impressive indeed. After such a long time, they still have puppets that survived. Merlin felt an increasing dread toward the vestigial tribe. The more he understood, the more he knew to fear them. These damaged puppets still had such frightening abilities, to say nothing of the many contenders led by the Black Star warriors in the past. Flarite shook his head and said evenly, these puppets had repaired themselves later on. The puppets, armors, and even warships created by the vestigial tribe all had the ability to self-repair. Unless they were damaged too grievously, such as turn to ashes or their cores are damaged. Only then, they are truly destroyed. Otherwise, just like these puppets, they would recover bit by bit. We'd better leave this place quickly to prevent any more encounters with the vestigial tribe puppets. Merlin continued using his hallucinating spell to steer the slothful beast, gradually departing from the giant tribe's ancestral land. After the slothful beast started flying out of the dimension, Merlin and the rest were safe for now. Sito hesitated before finally asking, Merlin, what about the Black Star armor? It was not just Sito but Flarite and the rest, who looked toward Merlin with shining gazes. Evidently, they attached great importance to the Black Star armor. Merlin drew in a deep breath. At this point, he had no choice but to retrieve the Black Star armor from his ring. Chapter 791, Leaving the Ancestral Land. Chapter 791, Leaving the Ancestral Land. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Black Star armor. Whether it was Sito or Flarite, their gazes were directed at this Black Star armor. Merlin had already wiped off the dust that covered it, so now the Black Star armor glimmered with subtle light, and looked extraordinary. Merlin, how did you control the Black Star armor? Wizard Sito had tried to grab this Black Star armor himself. It had been incomparably weighty and was unable to be lifted at all. Currently, not only was Merlin able to pick it up, but he could also place it in his spatial ring. Merlin laughed casually. It's just due to fortunate circumstances that I was barely able to put the Black Star armor into my ring. Merlin was being cautious. Although he trusted Wizard Sito, when it came to his biggest secret, the Matrix, he must not divulge it so easily. Only Merlin himself could know this secret. Sito seemed to know that Merlin was hiding something, but now Merlin was already the Glory Lord. He was among the higher levels of the spellcaster civilization, so a few secrets were no big deal. Did the 3 arcane wizards keep no secrets themselves? Thus, Sito did not pursue the matter but instead, spoke with anticipation, Merlin, can you wear this Black Star armor? Sito had previously learned from Flarite's explanation that once someone put on a Black Star armor, they would become a Black Star warrior. They would be comparable to an ultimate existence. If Merlin could wear it, the spellcaster civilization had a greater chance of victory. Merlin was rather tempted as well, but the information within the Matrix indicated that to wear the Black Star armor, one must have a brain of life. Although currently, the Matrix could control the Black Star armor, he did not know if he would succeed. Give it a go, Wizard Merlin. Sito spoke in encouragement. Merlin took in a deep breath, and made up his mind to try. If he did not, he would always feel regretful. Therefore, he commanded the Matrix, open up the Black Star armor and prepare it to be worn. Beep. Activating the Black Star armor. The Matrix's voice was as cold as ever. Following that, the Matrix did not dismantle the armor in the usual manner. It was a complete whole and had no crevices or joint parts. Naturally, it could not be dismantled. Under the Matrix's control, the Black Star armor gradually came to Merlin's side, starting to affix itself onto Merlin's body. The Black Star armor rapidly liquefied just like ripples on water, fusing into Merlin's body. It turned out that this was how one put on the Black Star armor. Merlin could feel a gust of cold force within his body, but soon, that force vanished. Right after that was an onslaught of splitting pain, as if his body was going to explode. Beep, Master isn't acknowledged by the armor, and cannot wear it. Following that, with another fluid ripple, the Black Star armor withdrew from Merlin's body, looking as if nothing had changed. Wizard Merlin, what happened? Wizard Sito hurried forward and asked. Merlin shook his head powerlessly. The situation was already clear. He did not succeed. Flarite did not take this to heart, saying with a smile, the Black Star armor can only be worn by the Vestigial tribe. In the past, even the 36 emperors had analyzed the Vestigial tribe's 3 types of armors. Forget about the Black Star armor, even the Grey Light armor is the same. Other than the Vestigial tribe, powerful existences of other civilizations can't wear it at all. Merlin fell silent as well. Although he had been prepared for this, when he was unable to wear the Black Star armor, he was still somewhat rueful. No one would remain unmoved by this formidable armor. Even existences like the 36 emperors could not help but envy that the Vestigial tribe could manufacture such terrifying armor. Matrix, what happened? How can I wear this Black Star armor? Merlin questioned the Matrix. The Matrix had absorbed the data within the Black Star armor and should know how he could wear the Black Star armor. The Black Star armor is specifically designed for the Vestigial tribe, so one would need a brain of life to receive an acknowledgement from the Black Star armor. The Matrix had mentioned the brain of life. Indeed, it was due to the brain of life that others were unable to be recognized by the Black Star armor. This brain of life could be seen as the foundation of the Vestigial tribe. The Vestigial tribe was able to take over the entire Void Zone back then in large part thanks to the brain of life. It was practically an era-defining product. Even the 36 emperors were unable to replicate a brain of life. Each member of the Vestigial tribe, from the moment they were born, would be implanted with a brain of life, which was an identification mark for the Vestigial tribe. Therefore, the Black Star armor was surely supplemented with authentication functions. Without the brain of life, one would not be recognized by the Black Star armor at all. This had nothing to do with the Matrix's current control over the Black Star armor, because that was one of the prerequisites for the Black Star armor to acknowledge its owner. Even without a control program, the Black Star armor would still obey the rules of the brain of life. Brain of life. Matrix, can you imitate a brain of life? Merlin suddenly thought up of a fantastical possibility and asked. Beep, without specific data, imitation is impossible. The Matrix had formidable functions and had followed Merlin here, swallowing so much intelligence of the Atlan civilization. Therefore, the current Matrix had transformed greatly, although Merlin was unclear about the exact direction of these changes. He only knew that the Matrix had expanded in function as if it could do anything. However, in terms of a brain of life, without specific data, it could do nothing. At this, Merlin raised his head and explained the brain of life to Wizard Sito and the rest. It was not necessary to conceal this. After all, the Vestigial tribe was gone by now, and the brain of life could not possibly be manufactured. What a shame. The Vestigial tribe had relied on the brain of life to develop so powerfully. It's truly impressive. Without the brain of life, we can't access the Black Star armor. That's a shame. Wizard Sito felt this was a pity. This Black Star armor was so formidable. If it could be worn, it should be a great help to the spellcaster civilization, but this seemed impossible now. Merlin kept the Black Star armor as well. The force of death that enveloped the dimension must have been left by those Titan giants. Only ultimate existences like the Titan giants would leave such a terrifying presence of death after they died. Perhaps this dimension had been bursting with life in the past, but today, it was well and truly a land of death. Ultimate existences can be killed. Merlin had witnessed the battle between the 3 great arcane wizards, the Lord God of Light, and the 2 rock progenitors. Ultimate existences were able to mobilize part of the natural order's power and were practically unrivaled. Everyone seemed equally matched, so how could they be killed? Merlin found it difficult to believe that these Black Star warriors of the Vestigial tribe could kill ultimate existences like the Titan giants. Flarite let out a long sigh. Even the strongest ultimate existences can die, such as noble beings like the 36 emperors. Didn't they die after all? Ultimate existences are strong due to the power of the natural order, but the vestigial tribe's strength goes against the natural order. Water seeks its own level but is incompatible with fire. Even though we can harness the power of fire and water, that's still in accordance with the natural order. However, the vestigial tribe is different. They have the power to turn water into fire and fire into water. They can make water flow to high places, turn stones into gold at a touch. In short, the vestigial tribe can't be explained through the common framework. Their power is outrageous and inconceivable. Therefore, the weapons they create can break down the natural order and kill ultimate existences. Hence, it's not surprising. The vestigial tribe could take over the entire void zone, so it must have a unique strength, which was a dread of the natural order's power. This was the basis of their confidence in waging war against the countless civilizations led by the 36 emperors. Just based on this dimension, one could see that the number of Titan giants was certainly greater than the Black Star warriors. However, it resulted in the death of countless Titan giants. Their death forces soared into the sky, shrouding the dimension. To this day, it still had not faded, which was why the giant tribe had fallen to such a weak stage today. Through the information he had gained, Merlin was also able to learn of the vestigial tribe's strengths, so he said nothing else. Using hallucinating spell, Merlin steered the slothful beast, slowly departing from the ancestral land filled with death. Chapter 792, A Ceremony of Heritage. Chapter 792, A Ceremony of Heritage. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. By the side of the ancestral dimension, a massive figure was silently waiting for a very long time. He stared intently at the ancestral land. All was still quiet as if nothing had happened. A giant by his side said softly, "Your Majesty Kronos, they've gone in the ancestral land for so long. Things don't look so good." These giants knew intimately the dangers of the ancestral land. Previously, they had sent many powerful giant kings, but all had died without exception. Even the Titan giant Kronos, due to the danger within, did not have absolute confidence, so he did not enter the ancestral land. This time, he had placed high hopes in Merlin and the rest because of the slothful beast. Nonetheless, high hopes led to great disappointment. Up until now, there was no trace of Merlin and the rest. Perhaps they had failed, just as the giant had said. "Let's go." Kronos shook his head slightly. Although his face wore no discernible expression, everyone knew that he was deeply let down. Therefore, Kronos turned to leave. Suddenly, from within the lifeless atmosphere of the ancestral land, out came a massive beast of matchless size. The slothful beast? They've returned. The slothful beast had appeared, carrying Merlin, Ceto, Flarite, and the rest. It was being steered by Merlin's hallucinating spell away from the ancestral land. That intense air of death seemed to roll off them incessantly. "Ha ha, Wizard Ceto, have you succeeded?" With a step forward, the Titan giant immediately flew toward the slothful beast. Even though his size was immense, it was still far from the slothful beast's. It was nothing for him to stand on the slothful beast. Ceto took a step forward, smiling. "Although we went through many trials and tribulations, we didn't let your Majesty down in the end. Is this the heritage blood that your Majesty need?" Ceto took out that drop of heritage blood they had obtained from the palace of the ancestral land. Although this drop of blood exuded a powerful force and pressure, Merlin and Ceto had already tried but were unable to utilize the power within. This was the giant tribe's heritage blood. Only those from the giant tribe, with exceptional talent and similar giant blood, could cultivate this drop of heritage blood. Kronos took the box. When he saw that dark red blood in the box, his hands began to tremble from excitement. Back then, he had received the heritage blood as well and had relied upon it to become a formidable Titan giant. He would surely recognize that this was honest-to-goodness heritage blood. "Ha ha, it's heritage blood. You did it." Kronos began to laugh loudly. This was his greatest wish, and unexpectedly, Ceto, Merlin, and the rest had carried it out. Now, with this drop of heritage blood, the giant tribe would no longer rest only on his shoulders. He could use this drop of heritage blood to gradually nurture another Titan giant. "Your Majesty Kronos, we've obtained the heritage blood for you. I wonder when will the giant tribe be ready to start off?" Sito asked softly. This was promised by Kronos previously. Once he received the heritage blood, the giant tribe would start off for the spellcaster civilization, and joined forces. Kronos' smile gradually faded as it was replaced by a serious look. Don't worry, I won't go back on what I promised. First, I need to arrange for someone to absorb this heritage blood. Merlin and Sito understood that Kronos was going to select a prodigy. Once selected, that giant would become the second ultimate existence. Although a drop of heritage blood would not have 100% chance of creating a Titan giant, the success rate was high indeed. This was the real reason ancient and powerful civilizations could continue ceaselessly, passing down an extensive heritage. Even if the giant tribe had changed their names, even if they nearly became extinct before Kronos had risen, but thanks to Kronos obtaining a drop of heritage blood in the ancestral land, the giant tribe rose up once more, growing to its present prosperous state. This was the foundation of great civilizations, unlike the spellcaster civilization. After all, they had only risen for a short time. If the three arcane wizards had died, the spellcaster civilization would immediately fell to ruin, subsequently disappearing in the void zone, no longer to emerge. We can wait for your Majesty Kronos to arrange everything. After a long moment, Sito nodded in agreement. He could not object, for it was impossible to force Kronos. Still, since Kronos had already promised, he would surely head to the spellcaster civilization. Moreover, Wizard Sito as Avatar could learn of the spellcaster civilization's present situation through his actual body. In general, things were relatively calm. The Rock Tribe, the Light God organization, and the Atlan civilization had not made any moves, though they knew that the greater the calm, the worse the storm that was brewing. Therefore, they must not underestimate the situation but instead, make preparations as soon as possible. Follow us if you wish to. In the distant past, when the prodigies of my giant tribe received the heritage blood, they would even invite a few powerful existences to attend the ceremony. You shall be the honored guests I've invited to take part. Kronos glanced at Merlin and the rest, speaking slowly. Attend the ceremony? Very well. Let us witness how wondrous is the giant tribe's heritage blood. Wizard Sito smiled. Since they could attend, naturally, it was the best thing to learn about the wonders of the heritage blood while keeping an eye on Kronos' every movement. Therefore, Merlin steered the slothful beast to follow behind the Titan giant Kronos, slowing flying toward the Titan dimension. The holy Titan dimension was currently filled with hubbub. Colossal giant kings hurried from each of their dimensions. This was an invitation sent by the only Titan giant of the giant tribe. This was because this concerned the entire giant tribe. The noble Titan giant, His Majesty Kronos, wanted to pass on the heritage blood to a powerful giant king. This meant that the giant tribe might produce a second Titan giant. This was a momentous event to the entire giant tribe. Therefore, every giant king who had the ability to cross the endless territories hurried from distant places to the Titan dimension. The square outside the Titan dimension's palace seemed to be prepared for such an occasion. It was extremely spacious, and able to accommodate countless giants. Today, nearly all the giant kings of the giant tribe had gathered. These powerful forces were unleashed without restraint, and formed a formidable presence when put together. In particular, these giant kings seemed to be in subtle battle. Their forces caused the air above the square to be pervaded with a turbulent fighting will. It's a civilization known for fighting. The giants are natural warriors. Upon seeing these giant kings, Wizard Sito could not help but exclaim his admiration. Natural warriors, this was the best compliment to the giant tribe. Each giant was equipped with excellent fighting attributes. It was scary to have the giant tribe as an enemy. They recalled the crumbling walls and dilapidated buildings of the ancestral land. Back then, the vestigial tribe was at the peak of their power, sweeping over the void zone. There were almost no civilization forces that could stop them, yet they still sent numerous powerful Black Star warriors and innumerable puppets to confront the Titan giants. This was enough to show the giant tribe's might. After all, it was not every civilization that could scare the vestigial tribe into sending their Black Star warriors. Boom! Soon, the large doors of the palace burst open, and out walked the tallest one among the giants, the Titan giant. The giant tribe was a tribe born to fight. The will to battle was imprinted in their blood. Moreover, in measuring a giant's strength, the most direct way was to look at their height. The bigger a giant was, undoubtedly, the stronger they would be. In the entire giant tribe, there was only one Titan giant. There was no question that the Titan giant Kronos was the strongest. Compared to the other giant kings in the square, he was much, much taller. Everyone, today marks the most important day of our giant tribe because I'm fulfilling the most ancient ceremony. The ancestors of our giant tribe had left behind the heritage blood, but for various reasons, we couldn't find it. Now, I've located a drop of heritage blood. Based on this drop, I'll complete the giant tribe's most ancient ceremony, bestowing this heritage blood to the best and the strongest giant king of our giant tribe, the giant king Monray. At the mention of Monray, the crowd of giant kings below immediately cheered. Monray had a great reputation among the giant tribe. Bang! From the square below, out leaped a giant king who was tall and sturdy. This giant king was naturally rather small compared to Kronos, but relative to the other giant kings in the square, he was much taller. The giant tribe's abilities were reflected in this aspect, so at one glance, one could tell that giant king Monray was the giant second to Kronos in the giant tribe. This was equivalent to how the foul lord of Augusta's city was second only to the three arcane wizards. However, without the heritage blood, the giant king Monray would only stop there. Becoming a Titan giant was not simple, but with this drop of heritage blood now, things had changed. Kronos' gaze fixed upon Monray. The heritage blood did not require giants with excellent talent or such, because in the giant tribe, there was no such thing. One's strength was reflected in their blood. The stronger their blood, the more powerful the stage they could grow into in the end. Perhaps some giants could surprise them and break the shackles, but these cases were rare. Therefore, Kronos had gone the most dependable route, immediately selecting Monray, a powerful giant king publicly recognized to be second only to himself, to receive the heritage blood. Monray, do you remember the ancestors' oath? Before receiving the heritage blood, there was a string of ceremonies. These were very ancient, and Kronos had never performed them before. Therefore, today was the first time these ancient, complicated rituals were carried out. However, he did not feel any impatience, for he was immersed in a peculiar, divine mood. The ancestors' oath is to never be weak, to protect tribe members, and to guard the civilization. We're forever the mightiest warriors. Monray solemnly recited the ancestors' oath. Instantly, a wave of intense will to battle soared to the sky, causing a change in the expressions of Merlin and Ceto. It seemed that these seemingly complicated and ancient rituals had deep-seated meaning, and was not completely useless. Perhaps it increased one's chances of cultivating the heritage blood. Merlin would not let this ceremony slip by him. He knew that this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Receiving the heritage blood was a demonstration of the process of becoming an ultimate existence. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Merlin or Flarite, they stared with full attention at Kronos and Monray. This would be a great help for when they had merged with the natural order and become ultimate existences in the future. Kronos' expression did not change at all. After hearing Monray reciting the oath, he merely nodded, then said in a deep voice, "The heritage blood is the total essence of an ancestral Titan giant from the past to pass on to a descendant. Thus, this is a rare opportunity, the only one you'll have. You must seize it." After this warning, Kronos took out a box and gently opened it. Instantly, that formidable force was emanated. To Merlin and the rest, this was simply a sense of pressure, but to those giant kings, this was incomparably intimate, suppressing their blood. Only a Titan giant could do this. There was no doubt that this was indeed a drop of heritage blood left by a Titan giant. With a great swipe of his hand, Kronos grabbed the drop of heritage blood, following which Monray closed his eyes, allowing Kronos to place the heritage blood upon his forehead. Soon, the heritage blood upon Monray's forehead had gradually sunk into his brow. Waves of intense pressure spread from Monray. The blood in his veins was wildly surging as well. Roar! As if he could not withstand the pressure, Monray let out a great howl. Even Kronos was standing far away at this point, his solemn gaze leveled at Monray. Just as he said, this was a rare opportunity, but it was the only chance which was fleeting. Soon, a massive vortex appeared above Monray's forehead. Tremendous energy seemed to be faintly brewing. The power of the natural order. Ceto looked up at the vortex in the sky. he could feel that this was the formidable natural order's power. It had appeared at this time, so Monray was trying to merge with the natural order. Crack! Perhaps other giants did not know about merging with the natural order, nor even Merlin. Only Flarite, Ceto, and Kronos could sense the power of the natural order. However, Monray's body that was continually growing was easy to observe. It was eye-catching indeed because after only a short moment, Monray's body would swell up again thanks to the formidable power contained in the heritage blood, catching up to Kronos. The power of the natural order in the sky grew more intense, increasing in pressure. When Monray was a third of Chono's size, he stopped growing. He then looked up at the vortex. This is the key moment. Whether he can cultivate the heritage blood fully and merge with the natural order, becoming the second Titan giant of the giant tribe, it's all based on this move. Ceto's expression had turned grave. This was the crucial moment for the giant king Monray. He must succeed. Kronos was watching Monray closely as well. He knew how difficult it was to obtain this heritage blood, and how important it was. At this time, the giant tribe could not bear any failure. The ancestor's oath, "My will is to fight. No matter when, I'll fight till the end." Monray's voice was very low, but his willpower was incomparably sturdy. This will to battle soared into the sky, practically fusing with the massive vortex. At this point, it all depended on Monray. The heritage blood could help Monray shorten the time, and break free of the shackles, mobilizing the natural order. However, whether or not Monray could merge with the natural order was down to him. At this point, no one could get involved. Chapter 793, A Bold Plan. Chapter 793, A Bold Plan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Will, unyielding will. Even Merlin could sense this terrifying will. With such will, even if Merlin's hallucinating spell was 10 times stronger, or even if he had condensed the illusory world, he would be unable to affect Monray at all. This frightening will soared to the sky and merged with the natural order. This was Monray's ability. He was merging with the natural order with his steadfast will. Once he had succeeded, he would become the second Titan giant of the giant tribe. Fusing with the natural order. So, it can be done through one's willpower. Merlin mumbled softly. Before this, he only had a half-baked understanding of ultimate existences and did not know how should one fuse with the natural order. However, it now seemed like willpower had a decisive function. Nonetheless, Wizard Ceto shook his head. Merlin, there are many ways to merge with the natural order. Perhaps Monray would use his will to merge, perhaps this is the method passed down in the giant tribe. It doesn't mean that it suits everyone. For instance, we spellcasters would use 5 ultimate maxims, forcibly fusing them into the natural order's power. At that point, the power of each maxim would carry the vast power of the natural order with endless might. Flarite added, "That's right, there are many ways to merge with the natural order, each different from the other. I remember Sir Flare Emperor previously telling us 3 that, if we have the chance to fuse with the natural order in the future, we'll need to fuse a strand of our flame core into the natural order. Once it's done, it'd be difficult to kill us. Even the smallest flame can resurrect us." Merlin was stunned to his very core. There were so many methods to fuse with the natural order, with each of them so different. When one had become an ultimate existence, their moves would be endlessly distinct as well, even influencing their capabilities. Monray, for instance, used his fighting will to merge with the natural order. He was a born warrior, and once he had succeeded, he would be rather frightening when he fought, stronger than even arcane wizard Ceto or Sekai. This was the difference. If I were to fuse with the natural order, what method would I use? This thought flashed across Merlin's mind. You don't have to fuse with the natural order because that's a restraint for you. Our goal is to surpass the ultimate, reverse the natural order, becoming a great traveler of the latitude cosmos like Aruba. Titus' voice rang out in Merlin's mind. Merlin was slightly taken aback, but he laughed thereafter. He knew what Titus meant. Ever since he heard Aruba's words, Merlin knew that although merging with the natural order to become an ultimate existence might boost one's powers significantly, one would lose something to gain this benefit. Merging with the natural order was equivalent to being constrained by it. It would be very difficult to then reverse the natural order and surpass the ultimate, becoming a powerful existence like Aruba. Back then, Aruba had explicitly warned Merlin, and Titus had taken this to heart as well. Merlin knew that Titus was hoping Merlin could use mind power to reverse the natural order, turning illusory into reality so that he might be resurrected. Therefore, Titus did not wish for Merlin to be merged with the natural order and consequently become restrained. Boom! Following that, the cloud of the natural order in the sky rolled over constantly, after which there was a deafening explosion as the intense power of the natural order shot toward Monray, engulfing him. Grow, grow, grow. Everyone stared at Monray with mouths agape as he wildly swelled up without stopping. His body grew bigger and bigger. Initially, he seemed tiny before Kronos, who was the tallest, but now, he was catching up. However, Kronos was not threatened by this but instead incomparably delighted. His voice was shaking as he said, "Success, success at last. The heritage blood is a blessing from our ancestors to the giant tribe." Monray's body finally reached a height similar to Kronos, but his frame appeared even more sturdy. Moreover, his body perpetually exuded an overbearing force. This was the force of fighting. Since he had merged with the natural order through his fighting will, Monray's abilities were formidable. An ultimate existence is born just like that. The heritage blood is truly miraculous. Merlin was somewhat moved. A lofty, noble existence that could support the flourishing of a civilization was born in such a simple manner. This is the legacy of powerful civilizations. Sitoa's tone contained a trace of envy. The spellcaster civilization did not have such an extensive legacy. That drop of heritage blood had saved Monray an unknown amount of time. Furthermore, without this drop of heritage blood, there would be no turning point. Monray would not even be able to reach the stage of merging with the natural order, let alone become a Titan giant. Fortunately, this heritage blood of the giant tribe was merely left with one drop. Perhaps there were more, but they could not be located. Although the giant tribe had grown in strength, it was nothing much. Moreover, the spellcaster civilization did not need to worry at all. The God Alliance, consisting of the 8 largest God organizations, was located in the middle. It was a natural barrier. This time, viewing Monray becoming a Titan giant, I've gained much that's important to me. Flarite suddenly stood up, bowing slightly to Monray and Kronos. This was to thank them for allowing Flarite to attend. "Ha ha, Monray, this is Flarite, who's also reached the edge of merging with the natural order. Accompanying them is the spellcaster civilization's Wizard Merlin and Wizard Sito. This time, you were able to get the heritage blood because they entered the ancestral land to obtain it after much hardship." Kronos briefly introduced Merlin and the rest. Only then did Monray learn that this heritage blood was not easy to obtain. It was Merlin and the rest who had relied upon the slothful beast to finally get it. With this in mind, Monray spoke humbly, "You've gone through much to obtain the heritage blood, allowing me the chance to become a Titan giant. If there's anything in the future that's within my power, you can come to look for me in the giant tribe directly." Although the heritage blood was only part of a transaction, naturally, Merlin and the rest did not say anything since they were able to get in Monray's good graces. "All right, Monray. Follow me. I have important matters to discuss with you." Kronos waved his hand, dismissing the crowd of giant kings in the square. Now, it was time to talk about the matter of the spellcaster civilization. Following that, they went into the palace. Kronos was the first to speak. "Everyone, now that my giant tribe had produced a second Titan giant, I can leave this place without worry. However, even if I lead my giant tribe to unite with the spellcaster civilization, I'm afraid there won't be much practical use. Do you really have the assurance of killing any ultimate existence? Kill an ultimate existence? Even if your majesty gets involved, it'd be difficult." Sito shook his head powerlessly. Of course, he knew the problem of the war between the spellcaster civilization, the rock tribe, and the light god organization was that they had no way to kill any ultimate existence. This was the greatest hazard. However, since they had been backed into this corner, even if they could not kill, they could only wage war. The best outcome the 3 great arcane wizards initially planned for was to forcefully suppress the light god organization and the rock tribe, making them retreat, then heavily damaging the Atlan civilization before sealing them in the Atlan dimension once more. This was the best outcome. As for wiping out the Rock Tribe or the Light God organization completely, this was nearly impossible. Even if the three great arcane wizards cornered one ultimate existence, it would be difficult to kill them. It's true. If it's just me, of course, it'd be difficult. However, if we add on the ultimate existences of the Avian Tribe and the Tree Tribe, I even have a good friend whom I've met at some other place who's also a formidable ultimate existence. I wonder if 7 ultimate existences would have a chance of killing an ultimate existence. A sharp glint glittered in Kronos' eyes. 7 ultimate existences? Sito was taken aback. If there were 7 ultimate existences, that was no longer a simple upper hand. It would be a total suppression, immediately able to suppress the Rock Tribe, the Light God organization, and the Atlan civilization. Moreover, if they counted the slothful beast, it was almost like 8 ultimate existences. This was a terrifying force indeed, nearly catching up to the God Alliance. However, Kronos was so optimistic that this plan seemed suspicious. As if he had sensed Wizard Sito's worry and doubt, Kronos explained slowly, the Rock Tribe is a non-living tribe in the first place. If they continue expanding, they'll hurt us severely. Especially since they've joined forces with the God Alliance, that's an even greater threat. As for the Light God organization, they are one of the 8 major God organizations of the God Alliance. Naturally, it'd be wonderful if we can kill the Lord God of Light, which would weaken the God Alliance. After all, with such an imposing colossus beside us, I believe that your spellcaster civilization wouldn't feel secure, just like our giant tribe. If we can't kill them, it's no big deal. The Light God organization have no way of persuading the other 7 God organizations to attack as well, so they're no threat. Wizard Sito looked steadily at Kronos. It turned out that the giant tribe's worry was the Rock Tribe. If it was just the Rock Tribe, it would be nothing much, but of all things, the Rock Tribe had links to the Light God organization or the God Alliance. This would immediately make the giant tribe nervous. Therefore, by taking advantage of this chance to unite with the spellcaster civilization, Kronos planned on wiping out the Rock Tribe completely, even killing off the Light God organization to diminish the power of the God Alliance. Countless thoughts swiftly flashed past Wizard Sito's mind. Kronos' bold plan was not impossible to fulfill. If they could attract 3 other ultimate existences, the spellcaster civilization might resolve these threats permanently, not just beat them back temporarily. Ha, since your majesty has such ambition, that's naturally for the best. Only, would the Avian Tribe and the Tree Tribe agree? Kronos seemed unconcerned about the Avian Tribe and the Tree Tribe, saying lightly, to tell the truth, I've already sent someone to invite the 2 ultimate existences, for I've been communicating with them for a while now. Ha, we 3 tribes aren't as aloof as your spellcaster civilization. We're mutually dependent on each other, and any action we take as a group. However, for that good friend of mine, we'll have to make the invitation together. Kronos seemed to highly value this ultimate-level good friend whom he had gotten to know. They had to make the invitation personally. Merlin and Sito exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. If they could get another ultimate existence, an extra trip was nothing at all. Chapter 794, The Gravitational Field. Chapter 794, The Gravitational Field. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kronos gave Monray a set of instructions. With Monray overseeing the giant tribe, Kronos could be rest assured. Let's go. My good friend's place isn't easy to locate. Kronos immediately flew on top of the slothful beast. Merlin could only wield his mind power to steer the slothful beast, flying forward slowly according to Kronos' directions. With the slothful beast's speed, they soon left the giant tribe's territory and entered the pitch-black stretch of the Void Zone. However, the darkness of the Void Zone was nothing to Merlin and the rest. However, the further they went, the more they were unable to discern the path ahead. Wizard Sito was slightly taken aback. We're approaching the Dark Territory? The Dark Territory was a relatively unfamiliar name, but Merlin vaguely remembered that during the solo war between Sito Arcane City and the Rock Tribe, the Dark Territory was mentioned. This so-called Dark Territory was a sweep of darkness, wide and boundless. Any mind power or senses, no matter what technique, would lose all sense of direction upon entering the Dark Territory. No one could wander among the Dark Territory, not even ultimate existences. This was because in the Dark Territory, one could not feel any power of the natural order. Considering how scary the Dark Territory was, it was like an insurmountable barrier. Thus, it had turned into a natural border of the Void Zone. Once one had reached the Dark Territory, this meant that they had reached the border of the Void Zone at a certain point. Before them was only the vast, boundless, terrifying Dark Territory. The Rock Tribe is trapped against the Dark Territory, and can only expand in the direction of the Spellcaster civilization. Merlin currently had a more intimate understanding because even without reaching the Dark Territory, it was already so difficult for him to make out the path ahead, to say nothing of the actual Dark Territory. It was not surprising that the Rock Tribe would try everything they could to expand outward wantonly because the place near the Dark Territory was difficult to survive, much less cultivate a civilization. Someone is living so close to the Dark Territory? Merlin, Sito, and the rest were suspicious. In general, no one would choose to live near the Dark Territory, not even formidable ultimate existences. However, Kronos shook his head helplessly. My friend is in somewhat of a special situation. You'll understand when we reach. Kronos was unwilling to explain further, only guiding the way ahead. Merlin did not give it more thought, and steered the slothful beast. At the same time, he observed the Dark Territory that was getting nearer. This Dark Territory looked just like a black veil, exuding an abstruse presence. No one knew how vast it was nor whether in the infinite Dark Territory there was another world like the Void Zone. Back then, Aruba did not mention the Dark Territory, so Merlin did not learn whether every latitude cosmos was like this. Merlin and the rest traced the border of the Dark Territory as they moved forward. At last, they saw 9 full dimensions before them, but these dimensions were extremely strange. 8 of them were arranged in a circle, and the centermost dimension was the biggest, right in the middle. All right, my good friend is in that centermost dimension. Let's go. A smile appeared on Kronos' face, but Sito's expression was solemn. He seemed to discern a peculiarity at a glance. These aren't naturally occurring dimensions. They were slowly created through the power of the natural order. Merlin's heart leaped and he asked softly, this means that these 9 dimensions are like Arcane City? That's right. Each of these isn't inferior to Arcane City. Upon hearing Sito's confirmation, Merlin fell silent and became more wary of Kronos' mysterious friend. Although ultimate existences were able to create dimensions, 1 or 2 were already the limit. However, the scene before them had 9 complete dimensions, and each of them was not inferior to the 3 arcane cities. Let's go. No matter who, the stronger they are, the more help they'll be to us. Sito was currently filled with curiosity toward this enigmatic ultimate existence. The stronger this individual was, the more helpful they would be after being roped in by the spellcaster civilization. This was a good thing. Merlin nodded, then quickly steered the slothful beast to follow behind Kronos. Boom! As soon as they stepped into the 9 dimensions, there was instantly a heavy feeling as if an extreme weight was crushing everyone mercilessly. Even the slothful beast's body shuddered slightly, evidently a sign that it was struggling against Merlin's hallucinating spell. What's going on? Merlin and Sito were frozen in astonishment, staring at Kronos in front. Nonetheless, Kronos wore a look of helplessness as he shook his head. It's a gravitational field. Everyone, my good friend is named Roman. He had been hiding here, researching strange matters. This is a gravitational field that will affect even ultimate existences. However, he didn't amplify the gravitational field here, so we still can endure it. Let's go. You must follow behind me closely, otherwise, something unexpected might happen. Upon hearing Kronos' explanation, Merlin and Sito's doubts were still unassuaged. That's not it, I seem to have seen this type of gravitational field. It must be a technique of the vestigial tribe. That's right, I remember now. This is a technique of the vestigial tribe. Back when Sir Flare Emperor had led us to take over a dimension controlled by the vestigial tribe, countless powerful civilizations were attacked by this gravitational field. It was too terrifying. Under the pressure of gravity, anyone unprotected by the natural order was instantly crushed to bits. Flarite's face turned serious, seemingly apprehensive toward this gravitational field. The vestigial tribe had many tricks. Back during the Great War, although the 36 emperors were leading countless civilizations and tribes, in truth, Other than ultimate existences who had merged with the natural order, no one else was of much help. Based solely on a gravitational field like this, the vestigial tribe was able to crush any non-ultimate existences. Each of the vestigial tribe's dimensions was set up with a powerful gravitational field, so every time they were prepared to seize a vestigial tribe dimension, an ultimate existence would take the first step to destroy the gravitational field within the dimension before the rest could enter. A gravitational field. Which means that this gravitational field isn't in its strongest state? Merlin asked softly. Flarite nodded. It doesn't seem to be in its strongest state. Once that state is activated, other than the slothful beast and Kronos, even I'll be crushed to smithereens instantly. Merlin looked around. The 8 dimensions seemed to have sealed off the void zone, and the area within was filled with this terrifying gravitational force. In the previous war, the vestigial tribe must have designed each dimension in this manner. How difficult was it for the 36 emperors to lead the many civilizations? Even seizing one dimension was immensely challenging, requiring a heavy price. Even though Merlin now knew much about the vestigial tribe, such as the Black Star armor, the puppets, the warships, and so on, it was only as he stared at this gravitational field that Merlin had truly experienced the terrifying methods of the vestigial tribe, that earned them the label of a catastrophe. This place is filled with the gravitational field. This Roman that Kronos spoke of, how can he possess the gravitational field that belongs only to the vestigial tribe? Can he be connected to the vestigial tribe? Fresh doubts were born in the hearts of Merlin and the rest. Kronos had mentioned repeatedly that this mysterious ultimate existence was somewhat special, never giving a detailed explanation. Nevertheless, since they were already here, they could only follow behind Kronos on their way to meet an enigmatic ultimate existence, to see what was so special about him. Chapter 795, Roman. Chapter 795, Roman. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The slothful beast's body was humongous. Corresponding to that fact, it suffered most from the gravitational field, so its speed was affected as well. Merlin was observing the changes in their surroundings at all times. When they were close to the centermost, largest dimension, Merlin noticed that the gravitational field seemed even stronger. Kronos seemed unconcerned and stomped his foot intensely. Instantly, the entire void zone seemed to tremble, including these dimensions. In this one stamp, he had used the power of the natural order. After the dimensions quaked, something changed. Above the centermost, largest dimension, there appeared an old face. There was a single horn protruding from the head. Merlin did not know what tribe this belonged to. So, it's Kronos. When that gigantic face spotted Kronos, it spoke calmly. Roman, besides myself, I've brought along a few friends to visit. Kronos pointed at the slothful beast behind him. They can steer the slothful beast? That's something indeed. Kronos, it looks like the ones you've brought this time are extraordinary. Please come in. However, that large fellow can't enter. Roman was referring to the slothful beast, which was far too massive. Although it could enter the dimension, there must be something precious in it. If the slothful beast were to enter, it might ruin everything. Following that, the gigantic face above the dimension vanished, after which the defensive force field of that massive dimension gradually opened up. Merlin nodded, using his hallucinating spell to lure the slothful beast to sleep. Thereafter, they followed behind Kronos, flying into the colossal dimension. As soon as they entered the dimension, the gravitational field vanished, but 5 puppets, pitch black all over and gleaming with a metallic luster, had appeared before them. The vestigial tribe's puppets. Upon seeing these realistic puppets, Merlin was even more on his guard. Could this mysterious Roman be linked to the vestigial tribe? Furthermore, the buildings on this dimension seemed to consist of terrifying forts and even some warships. However, these were damaged with various scraps scattered over the ground. It looked like a large rubbish dump. Whiz! Suddenly, a rainbow beam flashed toward Merlin and the rest, containing frightening might that vaguely induced a sense of danger in Merlin. Bang! The Titan giant Kronos took a step forward and extinguished this beam with a punch, but soon after, dozens of other beams blazed toward Kronos. Roman, what's this? Kronos was frowning now. He had mobilized the power of the natural order to quickly form a protective layer, shielding Merlin and the rest. Although these light beams were formidable, they were unable to shift the power of the natural order. Crash! From a broken warship out came a person of dwarfish height, dressed in a plain grey robe with a snow-white horn protruding from his head. He looked extremely odd. Kronos, I'm sorry. I was just examining this warship, and the weapons system had a slight malfunction. It's good that you're unharmed. This short person was the mysterious ultimate existence Roman that Kronos spoke of. This is Sir Roman? Sito wore a puzzled expression. One could not discern an ultimate existence if they did not mobilize the natural order's power, but Roman before them did not seem like a great ultimate existence at all. What, I don't look like one. Roman smiled slightly. A frightening apparition of a monster immediately appeared over his body. Just the small bit of power it exuded was enough to blow up the entire dimension. The power of the natural order. He's an ultimate existence. Sito's expression instantly turned serious. He could not be mistaken about the fluctuations of the natural order coming off from Roman. Roman was an ultimate existence. At this point, Kronos started laughing. Ha, it's not surprising that you've misunderstood. Back when I first met Roman, I even thought he was an enemy. He doesn't look like an ultimate existence. Following Kronos' introduction, everyone gradually learned that Roman was very powerful since he was born, a monster that could swallow dimensions. Nevertheless, he was highly intelligent, much smarter than the slothful beast, so he merged with the natural order and became an ultimate existence. Roman was by himself from the start, free from the obligations of a tribe or civilization. A solitary ultimate existence like him, although rather rare in the Void Zone, was not that uncommon. Therefore, throughout an extensive period, Roman was too bored. He possessed a nearly eternal lifespan, and he was alone. He did not have to toil over the matters of a tribe or civilization like Kronos. Thus, the only thing that could attract him was various interesting endeavors. Almost every solitary ultimate existence would have all sorts of peculiar hobbies, and Roman liked to collect the vestigial tribe's items. You know of the vestigial tribe? Roman asked Merlin and the rest. The vestigial tribe? We know some things about them, but not comprehensively. Huh? You know about the vestigial tribe? Kronos appeared astonished. After all, back then, he had learned about the vestigial tribe from Roman but did not expect that Merlin and the other spellcasters would know of them. I just knew that someone will know about the vestigial tribe's existence. At first, Kronos didn't believe me, but after I showed him these warships and puppets, he had witnessed their power and had no choice but to believe me. Since you know of the vestigial tribe, you should know how powerful they had been. I only learned about this incidentally, and thus became highly interested in the vestigial tribe. During this long time, I've used various methods to collect everything of the vestigial tribe, such as these warships and puppets. Upon mentioning the vestigial tribe, Roman seemed to be very excited, continually spouting out details. Compared to Flarite, who had personal experience, Roman's exploration of the vestigial tribe's secrets was much difficult. At the start, he had only obtained a warship and felt it was strange, slowly beginning to gain interest. Thereafter, he started to roam about, tracking almost the entire Void Zone. He collected much information, news, and reports from various places, slowly understanding this incomparably distant era when a civilization was able to sweep over the entire Void Zone. After a preliminary understanding of the vestigial tribe, Roman became even more frantic. As an ultimate existence, he was able to obtain broken warships and puppets. This was not too difficult. Thereafter, throughout this long period, he had created the 9 dimensions and concentrated on researching the vestigial tribe. Which was to say, an ultimate existence who had invested endless time and all his energies into constantly researching the vestigial tribe, Roman had made some discoveries. The biggest of these was the gravitational field that had covered the entire space between the 9 dimensions. Of course, this gravitational field was not something Roman himself could design. Back when the vestigial tribe had taken over the Void Zone, even the 36 emperors were unable to create this gravitational field. Roman was not that incredible, able to spontaneously create a gravitational field. His gravitational field was incidentally obtained from an abandoned dimension. It must have been left behind by the vestigial tribe. The previous war did not destroy that dimension. Roman simply moved this dimension here and researched for countless years before widening the range of the gravitational field to cover the 9 dimensions. The vestigial tribe is frightening indeed. Their power system is completely different from ours, and they have many forces that can even break down the natural order's power. However, this is like an inheritance of an entire civilization. There's a vast amount of knowledge, and even today, I'm unable to understand up to a 10,000th of that knowledge. Roman stared obsessively at the pile of junk in the dimension. His research could not be considered successful, or there would not have been the misfiring of those previous beams of light. Chapter 796, Golden Ray Armor Fragments. Chapter 796, Golden Ray Armor Fragments. Seeing the awkward expression on Roman's face, Merlin knew that Roman was fascinated with the vestigial tribe's methods. However, Roman knew little about it. No one knew how much time was needed to truly be proficient in it. There were many contenders like Roman who were obsessed with the vestigial tribe. After all, the vestigial tribe was once extremely powerful, and anyone who obtained just a little information would be shocked and even fascinated by them. Even Merlin was shocked. Otherwise, he would not have taken the Black Star armor. I wonder what good relics Sir Roman has collected over the years. Merlin's heart raced. When he thought about the Black Star armor, he recalled the vestigial creature's identity symbol, the Brain of Life. Only if he had obtained the Brain of Life would there be a chance of controlling the Black Star armor. Furthermore, if he had obtained the Black Star armor's acknowledgement and became one with the Black Star armor, then he would instantly obtain power comparable to an ultimate existence. Good relics? Of course, there are. Come, I'll show you. Roman seemed to be very proud of the vestigial tribe relics he had collected. He brought Merlin and the others and flew to a huge warship. Swoosh! The warship seemed to be in good condition, but Roman said, "This warship has been completely damaged. I've spent a lot of effort to get it barely repaired outside, but the inside was hollowed out by me. It's just an empty shell at best now. Let's go, there are some good things that I've collected." Seeing the external form of the warship, Merlin suddenly thought about the Atlan civilization Empire-level warships. Although some differences could be seen, they were not large. The Atlan civilization must have had a deep relationship with the vestigial tribe. Merlin and Sito cast a glance at each other. Even Wizard Sito began to have his suspicions. After seeing these damaged vestigial tribe warships, anyone would be suspicious of the relationship between the Atlan civilization and the vestigial tribe. The warship was huge, and even Titan giants like Kronos would have no problem entering it. Just as they had entered the warship, they saw light as bright as day. There were exquisite crystals that reflected their figures on the warship. The crystals dazzled and sparkled, making them look extremely beautiful. It did not look like a warship, but rather a palace. "Ding, Honorable Master, welcome to the fantasy warship." A sweet female voice sounded, and the lights in the warship suddenly dimmed. When the brilliant lights flashed again, Merlin thought he had returned to his previous life. "Ha ha, gentlemen, aren't these vestigial tribe relics pretty good? I've repaired this system with great difficulty, but it's still mostly useless. It can only control some lights, energy, and others on the warship. It's of little use," Roman said while smiling, and the lights lit up again. Everyone exchanged glances at each other. Except for Merlin, they were all unused to it. "Is this a puppet?" Suddenly, Flarite saw 2 pitch-black metal puppets at a corner of the warship. They were the same puppets that had attacked them when they were at the giant tribe ancestral land. "They're out of energy. They're no threat now," Roman said casually. He walked over, and grabbed the 2 puppets. The puppets did not have any response since they were out of energy. Although vestigial tribe puppets needed energy, these puppets could generally obtain energy automatically. There were very few puppets that completely used up their energy, so no one knew how these 2 puppets ran out of energy. These 2 puppets attracted everyone's attention. They then saw that the warship was filled with various strange objects. Besides the puppets, there were also some strange weapons. They were all either without energy or broken, and were only here in Roman's warship for people to view. "That's the Golden Ray armor?" Flarite's expression suddenly changed as he stared intently at an armor that only had a few pieces of its breastplate left. Although this armor was deformed beyond recognition, it still glittered with a golden light. The Golden Ray armor? Is that the Vestigial tribe's Golden Ray armor that's comparable to the 36 Emperors? Merlin's heart trembled. He immediately thought about the Vestigial tribe armor that Flarite had mentioned before. There were 3 types in total. The first was the Golden Ray armor, and were extremely rare even in the Vestigial tribe. Once one became a Golden Ray warrior, then they would become comparable to the 36 Emperors. They were the most powerful force of the Vestigial tribe. Next was the Black Star armor. There was currently one in Merlin's spatial ring, but there was no Brain of Life. As for the Golden Ray armor, it was extremely rare in the Vestigial tribe. According to Flarite's speculation, the Golden Ray warriors were the focus of the 36 Emperors. They must have been destroyed long ago, hence it was impossible to meet one. However, now, one was seen in Roman's warship, but it was already broken. Thinking about it, it made sense that there would not be a perfect Golden Ray armor that had existed. If it had existed, then the Vestigial tribe would not be completely wiped out. However, even if it was broken, it was still incomparably valuable. You know about the Golden Ray armor? It seems you know a lot about the Vestigial tribe. I also spend a lot of effort on this armor before finally figuring out its origin. Yes, it's the most powerful armor of the Vestigial tribe, also known as the Golden Ray armor. Rumor has it that whoever wears the Golden Ray armor will immediately become invincible. However, I think this rumor is somewhat exaggerated. If they really could become invincible, then why was the Vestigial tribe completely eliminated? Roman only knew about how important the Golden Ray armor was but did not truly understand the Golden Ray armor. The Golden Ray warriors wearing the Golden Ray armor might not be invincible, but they were close to being invincible. After all, the Golden Ray warriors were beings comparable to the 36 Emperors. They were the top contenders in the boundless void zone. At the same time, Merlin quietly ordered the Matrix, scan the warship and find out if there's a Brain of Life. The Matrix had obtained the data of the Black Star armor, and naturally knew the characteristics of the Brain of Life, so the Matrix was perfect for finding it. Ding, starting scan. The Matrix started to scan the entire ship while Merlin looked around. No matter how valuable that Golden Ray armor was, it was already broken. There were only a few pieces of its breastplate left, making it useless. He wanted to see if he could find a Black Star armor or even a Grey Light armor. Unfortunately, Merlin had searched the entire warship but did not find any Black Star armor or Grey Light armor. There's nothing practical. Although there were many things collected on Roman's warship, they were useless items. At best, they were just proof of the Vestigial tribe. In the long course of history, the Vestigial tribe only had these relics that proved their strength in the past. Ding, scan completed. No Brain of Life was discovered. The Matrix had finished scanning after a moment but did not discover any Brain of Life. Although Merlin was slightly disappointed, he had expected this result. How would the Brain of Life be handed down to this day? Since the vestigial creatures were dead, the Brain of Life would have been destroyed as well. It was impossible to find the Brain of Life again. What do you think, gentlemen? Roman asked proudly. He had collected many relics connected to the vestigial tribe, and they were not all useless. At the very least, Merlin knew the most useful one was probably the gravitational field shrouding the 9 dimensions. If this kind of gravitational field were to be used on the battlefield against the Rock Tribe, the Light God Organization or the Atlan Civilization, the battle situation would change immediately. Besides ultimate existences, no one could resist the vestigial tribe's gravitational field. However, they had to first convince the diehard vestigial tribe fanatic, Roman. Chapter 797, Prelude. Chapter 797, Prelude. Your Majesty Kronos, our purpose this time. Ceto gave a gentle reminder and the Titan giant Kronos nodded. He knew what to do. Kronos then said to Roman, Roman, the reason we came here is to ask for your help. Help? Roman glanced at Kronos and his tone immediately became somewhat ill-mannered. He said coldly, Kronos, what did I saw when we met back then? I won't care about matters regarding your giant tribe. If you want me to help your giant tribe, then save your breath. Roman's change of attitude was too quick. It seemed that the relationship between Roman and Kronos have not reached a close level. Kronos' expression was unsightly, but he tried to reason, we're here for the spellcaster civilization. They're in danger now. As long as you agree to help, we'll agree to anything you want in the future. How does that sound? Roman glanced at Merlin and Ceto, and continued to sneer, I'm only interested in items belonging to the vestigial tribe. Unless you can hand some over, I won't do anything. Well, Kronos, if there's nothing else, I'm going to study the warship I've just obtained. Roman seemed to have no regard for what Kronos thought. His attitude was truly unreasonable. The Grand Titan giant from the giant tribe had personally came here to request for him, but he did not respect that at all. Seeing Roman turning around, Kronos also appeared embarrassed. He did not expect things to turn out like that. Roman was usually very amiable. He had never thought that it would be so difficult to ask for his help. As for items belonging to the vestigial tribe, Kronos was not interested in those at all. How would he deliberately collect those items? Wizard Ceto stepped forward and whispered to Kronos, Your Majesty, can't we convince Sir Roman? I also didn't expect Roman to be so stubborn. If he's unwilling, then we can't do anything. Kronos also seemed quite helpless. It seemed impossible to convince Roman. Ceto also felt that it was a pity. Roman was not only an ultimate existence, but he also possessed the vestigial tribe's gravitational field, which was the most terrifying. Roman's impact on the battlefield would be larger than two ultimate existences. The vestigial tribe? Sir Roman, if I have some good relics for you, would you help us and follow us to the spellcaster civilization? Merlin suddenly raised his head and revealed a confident smile. HM? You have vestigial tribe relics. Roman, who had almost reached the warship's door, whipped his head back and stared intently at Merlin with eyes of disbelief. Of course, I have many. I even have martial arts puppets. The only question is whether Sir Roman will be able to subdue them. However, the premise is that Sir Roman has to first go to the spellcaster civilization. Only then will you obtain the relics the vestigial tribe left behind. Merlin paused and said mysteriously, Moreover, I believe that Sir Roman will be very interested in our spellcaster civilization's enemies. They are called the Atlan civilization. They also have warships and puppets, but they are nowhere as strong as the vestigial tribe. Therefore, we suspect that the Atlan civilization has close ties with the vestigial tribe. They might even be descendants of the vestigial tribe that swept through the void zone in the past. Merlin naturally knew what interested Roman the most. Flarite had confirmed it, and Merlin had also found various signs that the vestigial tribe were indeed exterminated. It was impossible to leave behind any descendants. However, this did not stop Merlin from using the idea of vestigial tribe descendants to attract Roman. Anyone who knew the vestigial creatures and had seen the Atlan civilization would connect them to the vestigial tribe. What? There are vestigial tribe descendants. Roman was interested. He hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, You have to take out that vestigial tribe relic first. If it's real, I'll promise to help you attack your spellcaster civilization's opponent. I'll also go see the Atlan civilization you've mentioned. However, if you don't show me that relic, none of you will leave here alive. Roman was not a mild-tempered person. On the contrary, he was unkind and selfish except for his passion for the vestigial tribe. His gaze when it swept over Merlin and Ceto was full of tension. Merlin was not nervous and instead smiled. However, it has to be approved by His Majesty Kronos first. That's because those vestigial tribe items are in the giant tribe's ancestral land. The ancestral land? Kronos was slightly surprised. Although he came out from the ancestral land, he did not encounter any danger and did not know if there were any vestigial tribe relics in the ancestral land. Kronos was not interested in the vestigial tribe at all. Perhaps the giant tribe's predecessors, the Titan tribe that was incomparably ancient, had even taken part in the Great War with the vestigial tribe. However, the Titan tribe eventually declined, and the giant tribe that came later did not know the glory of their ancestors or even why the ancestral land had become so dangerous. Merlin knew that it was the dimension where the war between the Titan tribe and the vestigial tribe Black Star warriors had occurred. There were countless vestigial tribe relics left there, as well as slowly restoring vestigial tribe puppets. It was full of things that attracted Roman. "Heh, Kronos, we've known each other for so many years, but you've never mentioned your giant tribe ancestral land before. What vestigial tribe relics are there?" Roman's gaze swept unkindly over Merlin. Kronos frowned and recalled carefully. The ancestral land was indeed a mysterious place. When he had accidentally entered it, he was incredibly muddle-headed, and unexpectedly exited without learning anything. After becoming a Titan giant, he always felt that there was great danger in the ancestral land and never dared to enter it for a long time. That was how Merlin and the others could bring the slothful beast in and successfully take out a drop of heritage blood. Does the ancestral land have vestigial tribe relics? I feel like it's very dangerous inside, and there's even an oppressive force there. Perhaps it wasn't that only one drop of heritage blood left, but there was some heritage blood scattered in the ancestral land. If Roman can enter it, it's also a good thing. Many thoughts instantly flashed in Kronos' head, and he finally nodded and said, "Roman, my giant tribe's ancestral land has always been a forbidden land. There are many mysteries in there that even I don't know about." However, before this, Merlin and Wizard Ceto had entered the ancestral land. Perhaps there are vestigial tribe relics. If you're willing, we can go take a look now. Roman hesitated for a moment before nodded. "All right, I'll tidy up some things first. If there's anything left by the vestigial tribe, I'll keep my promise and go to the spellcaster civilization with you, and then come back to collect the vestigial tribe relics." Merlin hurriedly took a step forward. "Sir Roman, the gravitational field is very important for the war with the Atlan civilization. If we can move the gravitational field to the battlefield, our odds will be much better." The gravitational field. That's somewhat troublesome but not impossible. Please wait outside first. Roman then quickly flew out of the warship, and left the middle dimension toward another dimension. He was most likely starting to remove the gravitational field array. This kind of gravitational field was not something that Roman could arrange. He merely obtained a set of equipment for the gravitational field, and used this equipment to stimulate the terrifying gravitational field. Almost the entire dimension was armed into a solid fortress. At the beginning, when the vestigial tribe swept through the void zone, there were countless dimensions armed with gravitational fields like these. Almost every dimension was like a solid fortress, which made countless civilizations suffer terribly. Therefore, Merlin and Ceto greatly coveted this gravitational field. Of course, they do not want to possess it. As long as Roman took the gravitational field to the battlefield, the warships and puppets of the Atlan civilization would not stand a chance. They would be directly crushed by the gravitational field. Boom! Suddenly, the 8 dimensions around them started to shake, and Merlin and the others quickly flew out of the dimension. They could feel the gravity on their bodies instantly disappear. The gravitational field disappeared? Roman can take the gravitational field away. Kronos also laughed. He could naturally see how important the gravitational field was. With it, their assurance was even greater. Swoosh! Soon, Roman reappeared in front of Merlin and others. He laughed and said, "The gravitational magnetic field can be taken to the battlefield. Let's go. We'll first go to the giant tribe's ancestral land." Roman was very anxious. It seemed that he was fanatical about the vestigial tribe relics. He would not be rest assured if he did not confirm them first. Merlin did not tarry either. If they could finish seeing it earlier, they would be able to return to the spellcaster civilization earlier and make preparations earlier as well. After all, the battlefield changed rapidly, and no one could be sure of what changes would happen. Crack! In the silent void zone, a crisp sound sounded, and a huge dimension quickly disintegrated into a huge rock at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, and floated quietly in the void zone. Another dimension has been drained. This is the 18th dimension. We've destroyed our homeland, but now, we're going to destroy the void zone. A glittering tall woman wearing grey armor jumped out of the warship and went directly to the newly destroyed dimension. Outside this dimension were more than a dozen large warships, each emitting a tube-like beam of light, and seemed to be pumping energy from the dimension. This was an extraction method that disregarded all consequences and could destroy a dimension in an instant. The Atlantic civilization had destroyed many parts of the Atlan dimension with this method. However, they had rushed out of the Atlan dimension now. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For the continuation of civilization, we have to do so. The Senate has issued an ultimatum. We must build a void-level warship in the shortest possible time. We can only use this method. Fortunately, progress seems good now. The Void Zone is a magical place with infinite resources. If our Atlan civilization enters the Void Zone, we might be able to create the glory of the vestigial tribe of the past. Another man in grey armor said with a crazy look in his eyes. Chapter 798, Void-Level Warship. Chapter 798, Void-Level Warship. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Create the glory of the vestigial tribe? The woman in grey armor showed disdain in her eyes. Of course, she knew what the vestigial tribe was. There were stories about the vestigial tribe everywhere in the Atlan dimension. Many thousands of years ago, the Atlan dimension might have been called the vestigial dimension because it was a fort built by the vestigial tribe. It was a fort that could isolate the power of the natural order. However, the vestigial tribe failed in the end, but they did not know that innumerable years later, a new intelligent tribe would be born between the dimensions. All intelligent civilization would learn, and the Atlan dimension had a lot of knowledge left by the vestigial tribe. From being ignorant in the beginning to the final rapid progress of civilization, the Atlan civilization gradually grasped some of the vestigial tribe's methods. They even called the vestigial tribe a god tribe. They were not the same as the ordinary gods in the Void Zone, and instead, possessed unimaginable power. The Atlan civilization claimed themselves to be descendants of the god tribe. However, only the Atlans knew that was not true. They were simply natives born in the dimension and knew a little about the vestigial tribe. If the real vestigial tribe knew that they called themselves the vestigial tribe descendants, they would be made a laughingstock. However, the Atlan civilization was shrouded in a fanatical mood. They believed that they would be able to reproduce the splendor of their ancestors. Only a few people remained clear-headed. So, what if they became as powerful as the vestigial tribe? In the end, it was still destroyed. It was just that many people knew this truth, but simply did not want to face it. The giant slothful beast slowly moved forward in the Void Zone, and Merlin and others once again returned to the giant tribe. Monray heard about the news ahead of time, so the giant tribe came to greet Kronos. Roman jumped off the back of the slothful beast, looked around, and murmured, "Where's the ancestral land?" Without explaining it to Monray, Kronos said, "Come with me." Then, he took Roman and the others into the giant tribe ancestral land. Looking at the ancestral land shrouded in the stench of death, Roma was somewhat surprised and said, "This place is a bit weird. It's so full of death. I'm afraid it wasn't an ordinary being that died here. Even if it was a great lord that died, it was impossible to form such a stench of death. Only when ultimate existences died would the stench of death soar and envelope a dimension. With how dense the stench of death here was, it was not only one ultimate existence that died here. This is the ancestral land. Roman, you can go in and have a look, but you can't stay, let alone grab anything inside." Kronos looked at Merlin and Ceto. He promised to let Roman enter the ancestral land, but that was very selfish. The ancestral land was an important place, and no one could enter. However, the ancestral land now was a place full of all kinds of dangers. If Roman can clear these obstacles, the ancestral land would become the ancestral land of the entire giant tribe. It would be of great benefit to the giant tribe. However, Kronos also knew that Merlin and Ceto wanted to take advantage of the vestigial tribe relics in the ancestral land, so that Roman could join the spellcaster civilization first, and then come to the ancestral land to take the relics after the war was over. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Roman would obtain what the vestigial tribe left behind, the giants would also get a truly safe ancestral land, and the spellcaster civilization's crisis would be lifted. Therefore, Kronos was on Merlin and Ceto's side this time. Haha, if I see the vestigial tribe relics, I'll keep my promise. Roman also knew what Kronos meant, and directly stepped into the ancestral land. Roman stepped into the ancestral land that was wrapped in the thick stench of death. He entered alone, and Merlin and the others did not follow him in and instead just waited patiently. Soon, the stench of death of the ancestral land bubbled out, and Roman's figure instantly flew out, appearing in front of Merlin and the others. A smile appeared on Merlin's face as he calmly asked, "What do you think, Sir Roman? I didn't lie to you, right?" Seeing the excitement on Roman's face, anyone would know that he was satisfied. Indeed, Roman nodded heavily and said, "Yes, yes, it's very good. It seems there was a war between the vestigial tribe and the giant tribe. TSK, the places where the vestigial tribe fought which I found were all reduced to ruins. Who would have thought that this dimension would be preserved so well? It's very unusual. The giant tribe is worthy of being called a profound and powerful civilization." Roman was extremely satisfied, and Kronos also laughed. The giant tribe did not know how to use vestigial tribe relics, so they were of no use. However, if Roman wanted to clear up the vestigial tribe relics in the ancestral land in the future, and could discover some heritage bloods, that would be a huge benefit for the giant tribe. After all, Kronos knew from what Merlin and Ceto said that the giant dimension used to be the Titan dimension in the past. The battlefield was specially set up to exterminate the vestigial tribe. Now, Roman's words undoubtedly verified Merlin and Ceto's words. "Good, in that case, can we set off for the spellcaster civilization?" Ceto asked with a smile. Bang! Suddenly, without any warning, Ceto's body instantly exploded into a shower of glittering sparks, and completely disappeared from the void zone. What's going on? What happened to Wizard Ceto? This sudden change left everyone stranded and shocked. Boom! Without the collapse of another dimension, the Atlan civilization had fully drained 28 dimensions. However, at this moment, many Atlans were overjoyed and shouted madly, "We did it, it succeeded! The vestigial tribe's strongest power, the power to break down the natural order, has been discovered. Ha, we've consumed 28 dimensions, but it's worth it. As long as we have this power, what else is frightening in the void zone?" Many Atlans knew what this meant. It meant that the history of the Atlan civilization would be radically changed. They had acquired the systematic knowledge left behind by the vestigial tribe for countless years in the Atlan dimension, and only a small part had been studied. However, the strength of the Atlan civilization was already very terrifying. The only threat to them now was the ultimate existence of civilizations in the void zone. Just one ultimate existence would be able to suppress the entire Atlan civilization, but the Atlans were unwilling. How could they be suppressed by just one being? However, an ultimate existence's strength truly made one despair. It was like a mountain that pressed on everyone's hearts. Fortunately, they had a method from the knowledge the vestigial tribe left behind, which was one of the vestigial tribe's strongest abilities. That was the power to break down the natural order's power. Once this power was mastered, the Atlan civilization would truly change history, and their only weakness would be remedied. However, just for this power, the Atlan civilization had consumed unimaginable amounts of resources. If they were simply in the Atlan dimension, then they would have run out of resources long ago if they aimed for the long-term development of the Atlan civilization. However, they had left the Atlan dimension and arrived in the vast void zone, where were limitless resources for them to waste unbridled. As a result, they had succeeded. After draining 28 dimensions worth of energy, they finally created the power to break down the natural order. Has it been developed? A man in grey armor who was supervising asked imposingly. The grey armor symbolized the top warriors of the Atlan civilization, and was also a small group of people who possessed privileges. The armor worn by those people were also mentioned in the knowledge left behind by the vestigial tribe, and was called the grey light armor. This was the greatest strength of the vestigial tribe. Above the grey light armor was the black star armor and the golden ray armor. Unfortunately, the Atlan civilization had only researched the grey light armor. However, this was not the real grey light armor, and was only half as powerful as the real thing. After all, these three kinds of armors required the knowledge system of the vestigial civilization and the strength of their foundation, which was the brain of life. The Atlan civilization could absorb and make use of the vestigial tribe's knowledge, but the most important basic knowledge, such as the brain of life, could not be produced at all. The Atlan civilization only produced the intelligence chip, but this intelligence chip was essentially different from the brain of life. Even though the intelligence chip could store a lot of knowledge and had limited intelligence, it could not transmit power bit by bit into the mind of Atlans, and could not grow with the people like the vestigial tribe's brain of life could. This was related to the entire knowledge structure and system. The Atlans did not have the brain of life, nor could they make the Black Star armor or the Golden Ray armor. The Grey Light armor was below ultimate existences and its uses were not too big, far less than that of the Void-level warship manufactured this time. The Void-level warship was the real breakthrough of the Atlan civilization. It's a success, but because it just succeeded, the energy conversion rate is too low. All the energy drained from the 28 dimensions was only enough to support to fire one shot from the main cannon of the Void-level warship. The Atlan civilization researchers were also helpless. The maturity of this technology required a long time to apply and could not be achieved overnight. One shot? That's already enough. This shot is enough to change the balance of the war. A cold smile appeared on the grey-armored man. Thus, the Atlan civilization informed the two rock tribe progenitors and the Lord God of Light to lure out the three ultimate arcane wizards. As long one arcane wizard was killed, the two rock tribe progenitors would be able to pin down the remaining two ultimate arcane wizards. As for the Lord God of Light, what did it matter when facing against spellcasters who could control minds? At the moment, the manufacture of the Void-level warship had succeeded, and the result of the war had already been decided. Chapter 799, Turn of the Tide. Chapter 799, Turn of the Tide. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! With this muffled sound, Wizard Sito's Maxim avatar disappeared, leaving everyone stunned. They did not understand what was going on. Wizard Merlin, what happened? Kronos asked in a heavy voice. What other explanation is there? This body was an avatar, and an avatar wouldn't shatter for no reason. If it does, then there's only one possibility: his real body is dead. Roman seemed to know something and said calmly. His real body died? How can that be? Wizard Sito is an ultimate existence. Who could kill an ultimate existence? Could it be that other god organizations in the God Alliance intervened? Merlin could only think of that possibility, which was that other gods in the God Alliance intervened in the war and conspired with the Rock Tribe progenitor to surround and kill Wizard Sito. An ultimate existence might not be killed even if he were surrounded by 2 or 3 ultimate existences, but if it were 4 or 5 or even more, then surrounding and killing an ultimate existence would not be impossible. It seemed now that Wizard Sito had met with a disaster. How could this be? I must return to the spellcaster civilization. Merlin immediately made up his mind, and looked at Kronos. At this time, the spellcaster civilization must have undergone drastic changes, which were clearly bad. Therefore, Kronos' stance was very important. Many thoughts flashed at once in Kronos' mind, but he said in a low voice, "The ultimate existences of the Avian tribe and the Tree tribe haven't arrived yet. I have to wait here until they come and convince them to join the spellcaster civilization." Roman, would you dare to follow Wizard Merlin to the spellcaster civilization to stabilize the situation? All eyes fell on Roman again. Kronos' tone revealed sincerity. He naturally did not want the spellcaster civilization to be destroyed, because in the current situation, if the spellcaster civilization was destroyed, the giant tribe would also be in grave danger in the face of the Rock Tribe and the God Alliance. Therefore, it was indeed the safest idea for him to stay here and invite the Avian tribe and the Tree tribe, especially now that the spellcaster civilization might have undergone drastic changes. Therefore, the intervention of the Avian tribe and the Tree tribe was necessary now more than ever. As for the problem of strength, if Roman agreed, coupled with the slothful beast, even if some god organizations in the God Alliance intervened, they would be able to handle it. After all, Kronos did not believe that the 8 largest god organizations of the God Alliance would appear. Roman did not belong to a civilization or tribe. He was just a single person who was deeply committed to collecting vestigial tribe relics. However, the most important thing was that he was a man of his word. "Of course, I'll go to the spellcaster civilization. TSK, with me around, what are you afraid of? What's more, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill me." Roman appeared quite confident. Merlin's heart slightly relaxed. With the help of Roman as well as the slothful beast, they should be able to stabilize the situation after rushing back. However, the premise was that the spellcaster civilization had not collapsed yet. Even Merlin did not know how bad the spellcaster civilization's situation was now, so when he heard Roman's agreement, he immediately said, "Your Majesty Kronos, we'll leave now. I hope your Majesty can reach an agreement with the Avian tribe and the Tree tribe as soon as possible. My spellcaster civilization welcomes any civilization that comes to help us." Saying that, Merlin brought Roman, Flarite, and the others and swiftly flew to the slothful beast's back. He then used hallucinating spell to drive the slothful beast back to the spellcaster civilization as fast as possible. Did the God Alliance intervene, or did the Atlan civilization manufacture the legendary void-level warship? Merlin's heart flashed with such thoughts, but he did not dare to say it. If the Atlan civilization had manufactured a void-level warship, then they were in deep trouble. It would be even worse than if the God Alliance had intervened. Under his urgent mood, the slothful beast's speed increased as well. Its huge body shuttled in the boundless void zone with terrifying speed. In the quiet void zone, the two rock tribe progenitors and the Lord God of Light blankly looked at the unprecedented blinding light. When they heard that the Atlan civilization had created a power to nullify the power of ultimate existences, they had not believed it yet. According to the Atlan civilization, this weapon could only be used once for the time being, and was very costly. Therefore, it was necessary to maximize the results. It would be best if they could eliminate one ultimate arcane wizard. However, this naturally required the cooperation of the two progenitors and the Lord God of Light. They had discussed it for a moment, and finally decided that the three ultimate existences would lure out the three great arcane wizards and hold each other back. Then, the final attack would be launched by the Atlan civilization. The Atlan civilization's final blow worked. Right now, there were only two great arcane wizards left. In the void zone, there was a faint residual energy of light, which was the power that broke down the natural order. Dead? He's really dead? The two rock tribe progenitors were still in disbelief. In any case, Ceto was an ultimate existence like them. Even if he was an enemy, seeing a lofty ultimate existence like him get killed instantly still caused them to be shocked. Even the natural order was broken down. That attack could kill Ceto. The Atlan civilization is truly terrifying. The Lord God of Light stared at the place where Wizard Ceto was. There was no longer a figure there now. That beam of light could break down the natural order, so someone who relied on the natural order for defense would not be able to withstand the shot at all. An ultimate existence who had lost the advantage of possessing the power of the natural order would just be a powerful lord at best, and could also be killed. Ceto died? Both Arcane Wizard Sekai and Wizard Augustus were in shock. How could the Grand Arcane Wizard Ceto have died just like this? Rumble. Then, the distant Ceto Arcane City began to collapse. The huge Ceto Arcane City was originally a dimension, but now, it was continuously crumbling. Numerous spellcaster flew out from the city and looked at the scene, dumbfounded. Ceto Arcane City was the symbol of Wizard Ceto. According to the regulations of the spellcaster civilization's three great arcane wizards, once someone became an arcane wizard, he would be able to establish an arcane city. However, the collapse of Ceto Arcane City now directly showed that Wizard Ceto was indeed dead. He died in that terrifying light from earlier. Atlan civilization. Augustus' gaze instantly shot toward the two rock tribe progenitor and saw the Atlan civilization warship and puppets behind them. The Atlan civilization must have created a void-level warship, or they would not have been able to kill Ceto. However, there was no second ray of light coming even after a long time had passed, which showed that the void-level warship created by the Atlan civilization was not stable yet, and would not pose a threat to arcane wizards in a short period. Augustus soon decided. Sekai, you take Sekai Arcane City and leave, and go to the giant tribe. They should take you in. Then, meet up with Merlin. The tide has turned. Augustus was the strongest of the three great arcane wizards. When he became angry, the power of the natural order on his body soared. The entire void zone seemed to change, causing the two rock tribe progenitors and the Lord God of Light to be slightly shocked. They understood that Augustus was trying to pin the three of them down by himself. The spellcaster civilization's situation changed. With Ceto's death, the balance was broken, and the spellcaster civilization would no longer be able to resist the alliance of the Rock Tribe, the Lord God of Light, and the Atlan civilization. Ha ha, Augustus, can you stop the three of us alone? Besides, if the Atlan civilization's secret weapon is used again, then you'll follow in Sitoa's footsteps. The Lord God of Light was very carefree. He was different from the Rock Tribe. He was from the glorious land and was born a god, ruling all creatures in the dimension. Although there were many gods in the glorious land, the Lord God of Light was one of the most powerful among them. However, everything changed when the spellcasters rose. Before he could become a Lord God, he was besieged by powerful lords and had to escape from the glorious land. Fortunately, he finally established the God organization and became a Lord God, so he was not killed by the spellcaster civilization. Therefore, seeing Sito die and the spellcaster civilization in jeopardy, he felt extremely happy. Lord God of Light, I believe anyone would know how powerful you gods are. In the end, one day, the Atlan civilization will turn their guns on you. At that time, I'm afraid your God alliance would be useless. At this time, Augustus remained extremely calm as he said slowly. The Lord God of Light's heart was shocked, but he was already alert for a long time. The Atlan civilization now had secret weapons that could kill an ultimate existence. Therefore, ultimate existences like them were threatened. The Lord God of Light was planning to wait until the spellcaster civilization was destroyed before uniting with several other god organizations, and swiftly and unexpectedly destroy the Atlan civilization with the fastest speed. At that time, if they could obtain the Atlan civilization's weapon that could kill ultimate existences, the Light God organization would prevail over all other god organizations, and all other foreign civilizations would be ruled by the gods again. The coming of that day was not impossible. Ha ha, Augustus, you should worry about yourself first. Kill! The Lord God of Light made the first move. The power of the natural order on his body turned into violent holy light and rained down like arrows on Augustus. The two Rock Tribe progenitors also reacted and quickly joined in the siege on Augustus. As for Sekai, if he was determined to escape, then they could not do anything about it. As long as the spellcaster civilization was destroyed, even though Sekai escaping was a problem, it could be solved slowly. Augustus! Sekai clenched his fists. At this moment, he also felt powerless. The lofty arcane wizard, an ultimate existence, was completely helpless at this moment. Now, the only thing he could do was preserve the spellcaster's heritage. Chapter 800, Impatient. Chapter 800, Impatient. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Swoosh! A black-robed figure flew out of Sito Arcane City. He did not care about the collapsing Sito Arcane City and instead, stared at the dark void zone with intense eyes. What's going on? The black-robed figure forcefully stopped a legend and asked in a heavy voice, what happened here? Where are the three great arcane wizards? As soon as the legendary wizard saw the black-robed wizard, he hurriedly said respectfully, "You're the legend lord." The three arcane wizards left Arcane City together and seemed to have gone to the front line. It had something to do with the Rock Tribe. Only the three great arcane wizards, so we're not very clear about what happened either. How could Sito Arcane Wizard collapse for no reason? It turned out that this black-robed figure was the Maxim avatar Merlin had left behind in the spellcaster civilization. For fear of being seen through by the Rock Tribe progenitor, Merlin's Maxim avatar did not show up but stayed in Sito Arcane City the entire time. As a result, Sito Arcane City was crumbling now, but Merlin did not know that Arcane Wizard Sito's avatar with his real body had died as well. The three great arcane wizards went to the front line? Merlin's Maxim avatar's heart shook. It seemed that something had happened. Thus, without regarding the danger, he quickly flew forward. Soon, Merlin's Maxim avatar reached the front line. He saw only the two Rock Tribe progenitors and the Lord God of Light as well as Arcane Wizard Sekai and Arcane Wizard Augustus. However, Arcane Wizard Augustus was being besieged by the two Rock Tribe progenitors and the Lord God of Light, and Wizard Sito was nowhere to be found. Arcane Wizard Sekai, where's Arcane Wizard Sito? What happened? Merlin's Maxim avatar hurriedly asked Sekai beside him. Sekai looked at Merlin. His gaze was full of coldness as he said heavily, Sito was killed. the despicable Atlan civilization created a new powerful warship and used underhanded methods to kill Sito. He died? Merlin's expression went pale. Although his heart was already sure, he still found it difficult to accept the information. How could the great ultimate arcane wizard die? The new warship the Atlan civilization created is likely a void-level warship. Augustus has already fought for a chance for us. Go, I'll take Arcane City and join the giant tribe with your real body. Despite Sekai's reluctance, he needed to leave now. Otherwise, Augustus' actions would have been meaningless. It's a void-level warship. Arcane Wizard Sekai, you don't have to leave the Spellcaster civilization. Our Spellcaster civilization isn't defeated yet. I hope for Arcane Wizard Sekai to come forward to help Wizard Augustus and hold back the 3 ultimate existences. My real body will be arriving soon. Merlin suddenly opened his eyes, apparently having communicated with his real body. What he had just said were the words of his real body. Legend Glory, what's the use of your real body even if he comes back? Wizard Sekai was somewhat startled. The Spellcaster civilization was down 1 ultimate arcane wizard, while the Atlan civilization still had the mysterious void-level warship hidden in the dark. It was possible that another ultimate arcane wizard might be killed at any time. Therefore, even if Merlin could control minds, what was the use of being here? At present, there was no one in the front lines except ultimate existences. Soon, he's almost here. Arcane Wizard Sekai, listen to me and hold on for a while. Don't forget what we set out to do. Merlin said lowly. You went to invite the Titan Giant of the Giant Clan. Did you? Sekai seemed to suddenly recall something. An incredulous look appeared in his eyes as well as a glimmer of hope. On the slothful beast's back, Merlin also opened his eyes. However, everyone could feel that the chilly aura on Merlin's body had become worse. Wizard Sito is dead. He died to the Atlan civilization's void-level warship. Merlin looked at Roman, Flarite, and the others, but did not tell them this news. A warship able to kill ultimate existences was much more threatening than the intervention of the God Alliance. It was not that he did not believe in Flarite or Roman and the others, but at this time, no accidents could be allowed, otherwise, the Spellcaster civilization would truly be in danger. Therefore, even if he was a little selfish in this matter, he could not tell the others this news. Merlin would only reveal the news when they had arrived at the Spellcaster civilization and fought with the Rock tribe and the Atlan civilization. According to the information given by my Maxim avatar, Wizard Augustus and Wizard Sekai are still struggling to support. However, it seemed that the enemy's void-level warship did not attack again. It might not be able to launch a second attack in a short period, but it may not be the case in the long run. Merlin's heart was burning, but there was no other way. Currently, his strength was once again insufficient. Titus, can I fuse the illusory world now? Merlin immediately thought of fusing the illusory world. It was a huge leap from the illusory heart to the illusory world, and the strength would also be very strong. An ordinary lord would not be able to resist being enveloped by the illusory world. Furthermore, Titus also mentioned that if the illusory world was perfected, it might be comparable to an ultimate existence. Even if it was not, it would still be able to affect ultimate existences. Therefore, Merlin eagerly wanted to enhance his strength. Fuse the illusory world now? Merlin, you just broke through the illusory heart realm. Fusing it now will be very difficult, and it's certainly not the best time. Titus had not even finished speaking when Merlin interrupted. His voice was cold as he said, even if it's difficult, I still have to try. What time is it now? At this critical moment where the Spellcaster civilization is facing life and death, even Arcane Wizard Sito died, and Sito Arcane City collapsed. When will there be a best time now? Titus fell silent for a moment. He could feel Merlin's rage. Arcane Wizard Sito was a symbol of the Spellcaster civilization. He was an ultimate arcane wizard. However, now, the symbol that was Arcane Wizard Sito was dead. This was a huge blow to the entire Spellcaster civilization. Therefore, at this time, as a member of the Spellcaster civilization, Merlin needed to speed up and make every effort to improve his strength. Otherwise, if the spellcaster civilization was destroyed, it would be difficult to say whether Merlin's mind power realm could be further improved without the backing of a powerful civilization, much less reverse the natural order. The demise of a civilization was deeply related to everyone in the civilization. As if feeling Merlin's determination, Titus finally nodded after a long moment and said, "All right, you can try to fuse the illusory world now. I'll tell you the trick to forming the illusory world. Of course, you don't need to form an illusory world but instead fuse the illusory world, and then perfect it." However, knowing the process of forming the illusory world would also be helpful in your fusion. Merlin only knew the general state of the mind power system. He might be able to superficially explore the method of forming the illusory world, but it would certainly not be as perfect as the trick that Titus had summarized over the years. Therefore, with Titus' help, Merlin would be able to fuse the illusory world faster. Soon, with Titus' careful explanation, Merlin gradually learned the trick to forming the illusory world. The illusory world was just creating a mental subspace with mind power. This mental subspace must be built on the foundation of a mind heart. That was because a mind heart was the symbol of a mind power master, and was the source of power for a mind power master. After being enlightened on the illusory heart realm and becoming a 9th level mind power master, the next step would be to establish a mental subspace in the mind heart. This mental subspace would be the foundation of the illusory world, and apply everything one saw and heard as well as one's understanding of the world into the mental subspace. A mind power would be creating a world. It was a world, and not a dimension. The world could be understood like Aruba's latitude cosmos, which contained its own natural order. In general, it was extremely difficult for a cultivation system contender to become an ultimate existence, let alone surpass or reverse the natural order. As for mind power masters, as long as they started to form an illusory world and reach the 10th level mind heart, they could even make a natural order themselves. Of course, this natural order would only be suitable for the illusory world, and was imaginary. However, even if it was imaginary, it was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Not everyone would be able to experience a created, natural order. Of course, it was also very difficult to reach the point of forming an illusory world. Even the present Merlin had not reached this point. Only Titus had created an illusory world belonging to him. However, it had not been perfected in the end. As long as there was a basic framework and the natural order of the illusory world was created, this small mental subspace could be expanded using the mind power master's mind power. It could be constantly expanded, and if the mind power master had some enlightenment, the illusory world could be expanded countless times. The mind power at this time would have a very strong impact. If one day the illusory world was perfected, then the entire illusory world would be no different from the latitude cosmos except that it was made from mind power and was imaginary. At that point, even ultimate existences enveloped by the illusory world would be affected. As for how powerful it was, Titus was not clear either since he failed to perfect his illusory world. He could only make predictions that it would be infinitely close or even comparable to ultimate existences. According to Titus, the final step was to use mind power to change the imaginary into reality. The entire illusory world would then become real, and this illusory world would become a huge latitude cosmos. Creating a latitude cosmos and reversing the natural order would not be a big deal because at that time, the mind power master would have already created the natural order,